I'm in trouble again. Oh, I remember, I barely managed to defeat Shukaku, but at what cost? The last thing I remember was him grabbing me with his fucking sand that smelled like blood. It was just unbearable to feel yourself being squeezed by a substance that had torn apart so many people. I'd never felt such pain before. I was squeezed, though not completely, but my whole right side and arm were shattered to pieces. It was like being squeezed like a press, my bones crumbling and my body turning to mush. It was physical pain from hell. I was lucky to be alive, the others were completely crushed. I must be dying. But I'm glad I was able to save some people from that crazy Biju. Now I'll die knowing that I was useful to someone. I'm only 13 years old, and I haven't done, learned, or felt so much. Though I kinda got pulled in somewhere, or not. XO. I'm confused, I have a headache, it hurts to think. What am I gonna do, get sucked into this darkness? I'm alone again. Or am I? Kyuubi must be somewhere. I have to find him in this darkness. Kyuubi. End of Naruto's paw. Suddenly the darkness in front of Naruto parted and he saw a huge cage. There were pipes stretching all around the room and the floor was drowned in icy water, the coldness of it biting into his body, making him stiffen. There seemed to be nothing behind the large bars on the other side, but the blonde knew there had to be a fox in there. It was the same fox that had caused him so much pain, so much despair, but it had also saved Naruto so many times, so it gave the blonde mixed feelings. Hey, fox, Uzumaki called out confidently, trying to view the darkness like an X-ray. Movement was heard behind the cage, and soon Naruto saw behind it the one who had ruined his life, though not on purpose. You're always getting into something. You're on the verge of death. Do you realize that if you die, I die too? The only reason you're alive right now is because I'm trying to heal your wounds by channeling massive amounts of chakra through you. Kyuubi was pissed off that the little brat was picking opponents stronger than him, and then trying to grasp at his own mortal existence while he was dying. Well, thanks for keeping me alive. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with his hand. Wait, why do I have an arm and the rest of my body here? The blonde man's stupidity was off the charts. You're a complete asshole. I won't be able to support you for long. If you don't get help, you'll die soon, and I'll die with you. This is your subconscious, that's why you have all your body parts here. You can change it any way you want, if you tweak your atrophied brain. The fox was furious, as he always was, but now because of the blonde's stupidity, he mentally asked fate many times why he was sealed in this goon. So, I can change everything here as I want. The blonde man asked her asserted. Suddenly the environment changed. The water was gone, the pipes were gone, the lighting was better, a pleasant warmth that warmed his body went through his subconscious, and instead of the floor, Kyuubi had a lot of large cushions, on which it was very comfortable to sit and lie. The fox opened his mouth in surprise and stared at the jailer with big eyes, pondering the reason for such an act. No need for gratitude, if we are to die, at least we will die in comfort, said the boy with a smile, sitting down on a beautiful throne. And you wanted a thank you from me. Kyuubi smirked. I'm already saving your life, so thanking me is out of the question. Kyuubi said as he cut him off. Okay. What now? Naruto asked a troubling question. Someone is trying to cure you. I can tell you for sure he's not from Konoha, Kyuubi said, getting more comfortable on the soft cushions. Who could it be? It's all the same for now, though, as long as I don't have to die. Uzumaki cheered up and stared at the fox's relieved face. What's going to happen to me now? I've almost completely lost the right side of my body, Naruto whispered, his voice hoarse with pain. How will I fulfill my dream? How will I be recognized? No one will want me now. The blonde couldn't take it anymore and cried, tears dripping hot drops directly onto the floor, making an annoying sound in the room. Naruto, stop it. What happened to you? Quickly pull yourself together. You're not dead, and that's all that matters at this point. You're a shinobi, not a snot-nosed infant. For some reason, the fox felt sorry for his jailer and wanted to cheer him up. It worked. Naruto sat up and wiped his tears with his sleeve, and then sincerely, looking into the fox's eyes said. Thank you. You're a good friend. Kyuubi looked at the blond boy with blue eyes and his soul grew warm, and a sad smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, Naruto," was the last thing the boy heard before he opened his aching eyes. "Welcome, young shinobi," said a gray-haired old man with a Sharingan in his left eye, the other one not visible because the old man had long, unruly hair covering the right side of his face. He was dressed in a plain black-colored cape, and in his hands was a battle scythe. His entire appearance gave the illusion that the god of death himself was in front of them. "What? Who? Where?" said Naruto, who was at first frightened of the man standing in front of him, but then calmed down as he remembered that the fox had told him that he would survive. Hearing the questions, the old man said, "Don't say anything, you came to your senses too soon, even your eyes haven't fully recovered. So calm down and try to sleep." "Who are you, what eyes?" Naruto ignored the old man, trying to focus, but apparently it was a bad idea. First of all, his eyes began to hurt and tears began to flow profusely from them, and secondly, as he tried to wipe away the tears with his right hand, he felt an even worse pain in that spot and froze in a mute scream. "I told you, you need to calm down, otherwise there will be bad consequences for you and your body," said the old man, but Naruto did not hear him. Everything swam in front of his eyes and the tears wouldn't stop, he felt himself slowly sinking into oblivion. When Naruto woke up, he didn't feel the rubber in his eyes, but his side still hurt. The blonde turned his head to where his right side was and was at a loss for words. His side was intact, but there was an almost imperceptible cut running down the middle of his body. It felt as if his flesh had been ripped from him and something else had been sewn on. There was no arm at all, but the right side of his body was definitely larger than the left, so it interested Naruto and he began to examine himself from different angles. "What? You can't get enough of yourself." A voice distracted him from looking at his body. "Who are you? And what have you done to me? Where am I?" Naruto went on the attack. He wanted to know everything, to build up a normal understanding of what was happening in his head. Just waking up and so many questions. "I'm happy to talk to you, but it seems that I'll get tired of talking to you," as if he missed everything the blonde said on purpose. "Old man, speak to the point. I want answers to my questions now, and then I'll just talk to you if you want me to." Naruto decided to leave the formalities behind and get to the point. "Okay, young man, I'll answer the questions you asked me. I saved you from imminent death because I realized you were a shinobi with a nine-tailed fox demon sealed inside you. I also thought of keeping you alive, so I decided to patch you up and make you my successor, since, as you can see, I'm already old." "Patched up? You call that fixing me up? Look at me. I have no right arm and I wonder why my eyes hurt so much, even though they didn't get hurt during my battle." Naruto was furious, but he quickly calmed down and listened. And the old man continued. "Well, patch up doesn't sound complete. I have, in place of your torn right side, implanted you with Senju Hashirama or first Hokage cells. Your body will be fully formed soon, and everything will be fine," the old man continued, but he was interrupted by Uzumaki. "Wait, why the cells of the first Hokage and where did you get them from?" Naruto began to ask. "Well, first of all, they're best suited for implanting into another body. Secondly, you'll be able to use the wood element and the rest of Hashirama's abilities, but a little weaker than him. Thirdly, with this body you won't have human needs like food, water and so on." "Wow, I didn't realize Senju Hashirama was so unique," Naruto marveled. "Well, these are modified cells, and if I implanted his real cells into you, they would just consume you and you'd die. These cells adapt to the host's body, amplifying it several times." "I see. I hadn't thought of that. What about my eyes?" Naruto thought there was nothing to be surprised about after what he'd said, but he was wrong. "I implanted a Sharingan in you, not new eyes, just a Sharingan in them. I'll teach you how to use it later." The old man surprised Naruto greatly again. "But Kakashi-sensei also had a Sharingan implanted in his eyes, and it's always activated, but I don't seem to have one," Naruto asked, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment. "It's just that I implanted it in you a little differently, but let's not go into details, you're not likely to understand my explanation," the old man replied, rubbing his gray eyebrows tiredly. Where am I, exactly? Naruto continued to ask questions. You're in my hideout. I don't know how you got here. It's possible that when Kyuubi's chakra flowed, a rift appeared and you showed up here, the elder said, and Naruto looked around the shelter. He was lying on a bed in the middle of this shelter. Not far from him was something that looked like a throne, and behind him was a statue that had no face. It was half submerged in the ground, and 4 arms were visible above the surface. There were also offshoots from the body of the statue that looked like wires that were connected to the elder. What is this wire and what is it attached to you for? Naruto asked. And this is specially to pump out chakra from this Mazo, that is, it is one of the most powerful calls, but now he is not alive, answered the old man. And who are you? Naruto decided to ask one last question. Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's rude to ask a person's name without giving your own? The old man changed the subject. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki, you say? Yes, what's wrong? Asked the old man's interlocutor. No, nothing. So you didn't tell me your name, Naruto clarified again. I am a shadow of this world, Naruto. My name is Uchiha Madara, the elder said and walked leisurely to his throne. Sitting on it comfortably, he pushed back his braid and continued talking to the blonde man. Uchiha Madara, 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 Madara. Recalled Uzumaki where he could hear him. Really? You're the Madara who fought Hashirama Senju and lost to him one-on-one. Naruto was just shocked at this, so he shut up and let Madara explain himself. Yes, I am indeed that Madara, as you put it, and I admit I lost to Hashirama, but I faked my death and also managed to take his cells from him, some of which are now in you and me. For another part one have an idea, the Uchiha finished and looked at Naruto with his one eye. And if you fought the first, you must be an evil man. Naruto asked. I will only say that I have very different goals now that are very different from before, Madara said, and Naruto prepared his question again. Why do you only have one eye? After the battle with Hashirama, I implanted his cells and awakened the Rinnegan, though many years later. Then my goal was to destroy the village and my own clan. Madara wanted to continue, but he was interrupted by Uzumaki. What is a Rinnegan? Naruto asked, trying to remember anything about it. Don't interrupt me. Rinnegan is the strongest dojutsu that can do a lot of things. It looks like there are rings coming from the pupil all over the eye. So, I'll continue. I thought the whole clan was to blame for my brother's death, so I decided to take revenge on both Konoha and the clan. When I awakened the Rinnegan, I was able to summon the empty 10-tailed shell that Rakuto Sennin had sealed on the moon many years ago. I decided to create an infinite illusion, using the moon. The moon would reflect the genjutsu and all humans would be affected by it, and because of the amount of Jubi's chakra, all humans were permanently affected by the genjutsu. Eventually I realized that I was already too old, and by then I was already absorbing Mazo's chakra, so I couldn't move far away from him. With that perspective, I came up with the perfect plan. I found a boy, Nagato, who was a distant relative of Senju, and while he was still young, I transplanted my eyes into him, along with my Rinnegan, while I transplanted a Sharingan from one of the Uchiha. When I gave him the Rinnegan, he was able to summon the shell of a 10-tailed or Geto Mazo, and I lost that ability. He was supposed to imprison the rest of the tailed ones in it and use their chakra for genjutsu and mapping from the moon. After catching all the Biju, I would be resurrected using Geto Rinne Tensai, which is a special Rinnegan technique that allows you to resurrect the dead you killed or have their consciousness. After that, I would have finished what I had started and my plan would have been accomplished. But, nothing lasts forever, and neither does my grudge. I began to wonder if I wanted to do this, and I began to have vague doubts about it, and all this kept me awake day and night. I was very tired of the endless war and wanted peace. I began to realize that I wanted to create an illusion of goodness, happiness and love, even though there would be no wars in it, people would only emit. As I got older, I realized something. There is no good without evil and there is no evil without good, and as long as there is love, there will be hate. There is always a balance that can be shaken. I began to realize that I wanted to doom mankind to mental destruction, but someone found out about my plan and decided to execute it. The worst part is that he's gotten Nagato on his side and is now posing as me. Whoever it is, but he's powerful and has many sources of information. I'll try to find out more about him from the fox, but it's not certain that he'll give me answers since I used him as a weapon during the battle against Hashirama," the old man added sadly as he put his hand to his face while Naruto pondered over what he had said. "Why, old man, do you think Kyuubi knows anything about this?" Naruto wondered. "If you don't know, I'll tell you that the person behind this attack is the one who poached Nagato." Madara revealed a terrible secret. "How do you know all this?" Naruto glanced at the Uchiha incredulously. "Well, I had a good informant, but he died, so I want to create a new Zetsu together with you," informed in his plans blonde Madara. "Who's Zetsu? And why do you say you need to create him?" Uzumaki inquired. Naruto, Zetsu is, you could say, a clone of Hashirama, but many times weaker and with artificially created intelligence. His body wasn't very stable last time, but this time will be different. It's a good thing I was able to place his mind in a special rod before he decomposed. All we have to do is create a body and put his mind in it, Madara finished. "I see. Can I ask you not to bother Kyuubi for a while, because he's wasted a lot of chakra because of me. I think he deserves a rest," Naruto said, to which Madara was surprised, but didn't show it. "Okay, I won't bother him, but it's dangerous to procrastinate, we need to know who we're dealing with." Yes, I understand, I think he'll replenish his strength in 2 days, Uzumaki replied and felt a strong pain in his right side. "Ah, XO, what's wrong?" "I was lying still." The blonde clawed at his right side with his hand, while Madara calmly looked at him and did nothing. "Here we go," Madara said and stared intently at Uzumaki's right side, which began to change. His right side began to bend and move, and Naruto clenched his teeth, with his face contorted involuntarily mooing. Sweat broke out on his face and his eyes squinted in unbearable pain. XO. Naruto screamed, and a substance began to separate from his right side, taking the shape of a hand. Naruto tried to catch his breath as he sprawled out on the bed. His eyes were closed, and there was a relieved smile on his face that it was over, and that he could feel his side and arm fully again. "Well, it's all over now. How are you feeling and how do you like your whole body?" The old man with long hair asked with a smile. After saying that, Naruto opened his eyes and sat up on the bed, examining his new arm and kneading it. It was the same as before, but a slightly different color due to the fact that it was missing a little tan. It seemed that the right arm was simply not tanned, but that defect would correct itself in time. "Thank you, old man. I feel great, and I'm full of energy and strength. I still can't believe it. You gave me a second chance, and for that I'm very grateful to you," Naruto said with a smile and from the bottom of his heart, glowing with joy over the return of his hand. "I'm glad you say that from the bottom of your heart, and I don't need any more thanks," the older man smiled tiredly. "Naruto, I have a favor to ask of you, will you help me in my fight against that man who is going to execute my plan? I tell you at once that it is very important for the world and for my soul in particular. I have to atone for the sins I've committed, so I'm asking you to help me do that," Madara finished seriously, and Naruto answered him, almost without thinking. "Of course I'll help you, you helped me, and I'm not attracted by the prospect of becoming a soulless puppet without a will, who lives in an illusory world and obediently does whatever she's told." Naruto smiled at the older man, looking into his Sharingan with his blue eyes. "Good, now I'm going to sleep for a while to replenish Mazo's strength and chakra, because I've spent a decent amount on your body and Sharingan, and considering I'm over 100 years old, it's critical for my old body. My sleep may last for a few days, so you can get used to your new body and do some self-improvement. Oh, I almost forgot, there's a clock on the wall by your bed, and below it is a day and night meter so you don't get confused. With your body now you don't need to sleep, but if you get the urge you can sleep," the Uchiha instructed for the time of hibernation. Well I get it, you can build up your strength," Uzumaki said as he kneaded his back and neck while sitting on the bed. "When I wake up, we'll start your training. Keep in mind, I've blocked the exit of the cave, so you won't be able to get out and look around." "I'm going to bed," said the old man, and then he lay down comfortably and fell asleep. Yes, what a thing to happen to me. I never thought anything like this would happen to me before. Naruto talked to himself as he got out of bed. Getting out of bed, Naruto began to look around carefully. After looking around himself, he came to the conclusion that the only thing left of all his clothes were his black pants with pockets that were empty. The pants were torn and had become like shorts, and Uzumaki was also still wearing his shinobi sandals, the leaf tread he was so unable to find. After examining himself and thanking Madara that his shelter was warm, or was it that he didn't feel the cold, Naruto walked over to Mazo and began to look at him from all angles. Naruto even jumped on top of him and watched the entire shelter from above. From there he saw a couple doors. Out of curiosity he checked, but they appeared to be closed, though they were without handles or keyholes. Back at the head of the statue, Naruto sat down in lotus pose and began to meditate to feel and get used to his increasing chakra as he had been taught. Flashback. Naruto practicing in the evening 2 weeks before the Chunin exam. Naruto was trying to create a Rasengan that Ero Sanin Jiraiya showed him. He begged him for a long time to teach him some cool technique. Jiraiya showed him all the steps of the training and told him all about the Rasengan, loaded him up with balls to practice with, and after warning him about the high rank of the technique, he left the village on business and promised to return for the third stage of the Chunin exam. And so Naruto practiced for not the first hour in performing the first stage, but he was not successful in swirling his chakra in multiple directions. The point of this stage was to burst a ball of thin walls with chakra, directing the chakra in different directions. But his training was interrupted. The shadow of a man jumped into the clearing. "Hello, Naruto. I see you're practicing as usual," asked the unknown man. "Hello Obito-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto said, not taking his eyes off his training. "Jiraiya-san met me on the way and asked me to help you learn your new technique if you don't do well," the black-eyed brunette with slightly unruly hair answered cheerfully. He was dressed in a standard Junin uniform, but with the Uchiha clan insignia on his shoulder. On his back hung a small katana, secured in a painted scabbard, and the Konoha protector was tied on his right shoulder. "I see," Naruto replied briefly and started back up, but he was having trouble. "Naruto, I think your problem is partly that you don't feel your chakra well. I'm not talking about controlling it at all. In order to feel it properly you have to meditate," the Uchiha said. "Meditate?" the blonde questioned. "Yes. To do that, you have to sit in the lotus position and calm down. After that, you should try to merge with nature, you should not think and leave all thoughts, then you should feel the chakra in yourself and run it through your body, try it." "Okay, Obito-sensei, I'll try," Naruto said, sitting down in the lotus pose, and Obito repeated after him, and then he controlled the whole meditation process for Uzumaki. Naruto was indeed getting better at working with chakra and its form, and then he began to meditate more often. End of flashback. Naruto, remembering his training with Rasengan, smiled at the fact that he was able to learn and use it, even though it was quite difficult. After delving into the memories for a bit longer, he did begin to meditate and feel his chakra. For 4 hours Naruto sat on the mazo without distraction or changing his posture. Now he could feel his chakra even better and realize its volume. Also after that he started experimenting with the Sharingan, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't activate the Uchiha clan's specialty. Naruto decided to let the chakra flow into his right hand and see what would happen. The effect surprised him, a small bush began to form from his palm. As he practiced controlling the new technique available to him, he noticed that he could also grow a bush from his other hand and decided to change its shape to a wooden pin. Naruto felt no fatigue, the kind of fatigue that makes you want to sleep. He decided to practice his plasticity and strength. First he started doing push-ups and rocking the rest of his body, then he stood on his hands on the headboard and then on Mazo's head. After that he practiced stretching and acrobatics. Naruto created a Rasengan, and what was his surprise when he created a gray-colored Rasengan instead of blue. To make sure of his thinking, he released the chakra and saw that it was gray, so he figured that his chakra had changed color because of the cells of the first Hokage. He had heard from someone that Hashirama's chakra was white. Perhaps because of the mixing, his own chakra had changed color to gray. After practicing controlling and releasing chakra for a while, Naruto noticed by the clock that 12 hours had passed since he had started training, and decided to lie down to sleep and watch some dreams, and chakra and power regenerated faster in sleep. Naruto woke up about 4 hours later and began practicing taijutsu with his clone, which he had put a large amount of chakra into. At this pace Naruto had 2 more days, after which he heard movement on Madara's throne. "You're finally awake, old man," Naruto said cheerfully, looking at Madara who was trying to sit up. "And hello to you too, Naruto, I see you've been practicing your skills after all." "That's good," the gray-haired old man said, looking at the wall, which was covered in rather large craters. "I didn't realize you knew techniques of such power. I guess you could have gotten out of the shelter by using this technique on the rubble, but you stayed." "Show me that technique," Madara said, looking at the blonde man in anticipation. Naruto didn't wait long and formed a gray-colored Rasengan with one right hand, and after that he went to the wall and hid it with his technique, which created another hole in the wall. "Very interesting. I think it's rank A, no less. This technique is definitely very difficult to execute. I managed to notice that the chakra was swirling in different directions. This is a perfect control of the shape of the chakra. Such chaos of chakra is hard to hold in the shape of a perfect ball, still the technique is based on form, but if you mix it with an element or even just use elemental chakra, the effect is amazing. I'm surprised you were able to learn it at such an early age. How old are you, anyway, and who taught it to you?" Madara asked the question, and Uzumaki thought in his mind that this Uchiha is a genius, which many people could not match. No one had ever been able to describe such a fast Rasengan, but Madara had broken all the previous records and had even figured out how to improve it. "Yes, you're a genius. So fast to figure out the technique and its potential, as well as how to improve it," said Uzumaki, marveling at this wise old man. "No, it's just years of experience, and I've seen a lot of techniques in my time, and I know a lot about the world, shinobi clans, techniques, and other things. Okay. I'm 13 years old, and I had already passed my Chunin exam and was in the 3rd stage when we were attacked by shinobi from the United Villages of Sound and Sand. I fought my 1-year-old to protect my friends and the villagers. He was very strong, but in addition to his own strength, he is also a Jinchuriki. I managed to defeat him, but he damaged my body very seriously. I fought one-tailed as his Jinchuriki gave him full control over my body. I almost lost, and if it wasn't for the fox's chakra and the toad boss's help, I, or what was left of me, would have been buried somewhere," Naruto said sitting on the bed. At the end of the conversation he moved his right arm as if to show that it was the one that Shukaku had damaged. "I see, and I was wondering why and where you got such serious injuries. You seem to be a good shinobi, then I'll help you become even stronger for a good cause. I understand from your story that you value your friends and comrades very much. If so, then I will help you become strong for them." Madara smiled and looked into Naruto's eyes. Seeing the gratitude there, he continued. "Naruto, what are your skills as a shinobi, what techniques do you know?" The Uchiha began to question the white-haired boy. "Well, I can use Rasengan, shadow clones galore, standard shinobi skills. I remember. I can also summon toads," Naruto replied cheerfully. Madara thought about that for a moment. "It seems like a standard ability, except for the Rasengan and clones, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. When I implanted you with Hashirama's cells, I performed a ritual that has the side effect of canceling all contracts made before. Your name has disappeared from their contract scroll, because everyone thinks you died in the battle with the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Wait, I can't summon toads now. They were my trump card in battles. The toad boss was so strong and big that some enemies just lost their cool and were easy to deal with," Naruto objected, frustrated, but thought it wasn't polite to say that to the man who saved you and restored your body, so he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry," I snapped, "I just didn't think it would happen. So now everyone thinks I died and didn't fulfill my wish to become Hokage." Naruto was a little indignant. "Don't apologize, and as for the contract, it's to your advantage. Yeah, if you want, you can renegotiate it in the future. We're getting sidetracked. According to my information, Nagato and John Doe were forming an organization to carry out my plan. You can join their ranks and operate behind enemy lines. To do so, they can't know you survived. You will have to hide your Kyuubi chakra and not show that you are Uzumaki Naruto. If they discover this, they will try to capture and extract the fox. When that happens, the world will end. I don't know if John Doe will be able to subdue Jubi, but when I created the plan, I was counting on the 10-tailed being controlled by me with my Rinnegan. But I don't know what he's up to, so you'll have to find out from their organization. Madara announced his new plan. I see, I'll have to hide who I really am. I'll take care of your training so you can carry out your plan. But I think they might find out that Nine Tails won't be revived if his Jinchuriki is dead, so you'll join their organization under the pretext of knowing what happened to Kyuubi. You could say that the fox somehow escaped, but hid, and then create a release of his chakra somewhere to attract their attention and gain their trust, Naruto said in an amazingly clever speech. Well done, Naruto. I was afraid you'd turn out to be a fool, but I got lucky with you, the old man said, making Naruto smile. It's just time for me to grow up if I'm going to have this kind of responsibility. I used to fool around, but I don't intend to do that now, so I'm going to gain knowledge and experience, Naruto said again. That's right, but that's our destiny as shinobi, to grow up very early, the older man added sadly to Uzumaki's remarks. Yes, Naruto agreed with Madara and bowed his head, almost completely giving himself over to the memories. Good, then let's talk to the fox right now, Madara said, and 3 tomos spun clockwise in his Sharingan. Before Naruto knew it, he was in his subconscious with Madara, and in front of them was a cage with a fox with 9 tails sleeping on large pillows. Once they got into the subconscious, a couple things happened. The first was that Madara had gotten younger, and now there was a handsome man with long black hair standing in front of Uzumaki. The second was that the fox, as soon as he sensed the presence of Madara and Naruto, immediately opened blood-red eyes that were full of hatred and contempt. That gaze was fixed on Madara. As soon as their gazes met, the fox roared like never before and tried to nail the hated man with his paw, but the cage prevented him and his paw collided with the bars of unknown metal, making a nasty scraping sound on contact. Madara! Shrieked the 9-tailed fox demon in a distraught voice. I will kill you. The demon shouted again and slammed his huge paw against the cage again, making the same nasty sound. How dare you show up here after all you've done? Kyuubi's scream was interrupted by Madara's action. At one time Madara would never have kneeled in front of anyone, but now he was kneeling in front of the cage and the fox, bowing his head to the floor. This was something the fox just couldn't expect, so he opened his mouth and continued to stare at the Uchiha as Naruto did. Forgive me, fox, for all the sins I have committed against you. Uchiha said in a regretful and sorrowful voice, but the fox still didn't move and stared at him without blinking. Forgive me if you can. I brought you so much trouble and problems that I do not know what to do to make you forgive me. Madara got up from his knees and looked into the fox's eyes. I need to think about it, the fox replied, and was about to turn away from the guests when the Uchiha called out to him again. Help us, a man unknown to us wants to resurrect Jubi and use his chakra to activate infinite genjutsu on all living things. If that happens, the world will end. Can you remember who attacked and almost destroyed Hidden Leaf with your help? The Uchiha got to the point. Wasn't it you? The fox asked and looked at Madara, not understanding, but with a hint of anger. Even you think I was controlling you, but in fact I haven't been physically able to leave my hiding place for years, and I look like this now. Madara showed the fox what he really looked like, and Kyuubi was very surprised. I don't even know who it could have been, he was wearing a mask, I didn't get a good look at it, but he called himself Madara, and his chakra is almost the same as yours, Kyuubi replied. So you don't know anything. Then Naruto and I will go, so that I can prepare him for the dangers and serious battles. Madara was about to leave, but he was called by the 9-tailed man. You were different before. You were interested in nothing but revenge, and now, as I understand it, you want to help Naruto save the world. The fox neither asked nor affirmed skeptically. I've had enough of the endless slaughter and I've come to my senses. I shouldn't have hurt you. I shouldn't have feuded with Senju. I think Hashirama will forgive me for using his body. Anyway, I've changed and now I'm not going to take revenge on anyone, but rather, I'm trying to protect this world." Madara finished, and the fox looked at him and marveled at the changes in this seemingly rotten man. "I'll see you around," Madara said and began to dispel his technique. "Thanks for everything," Naruto said to the fox, and he and the Uchiha disappeared from the blonde man's subconscious. "Alright, let's start practicing," Madara said cheerfully after he and the blonde man were in reality. "Naruto, from your narration about your strength, I understand that you are not proficient in elemental techniques." Madara clarified. "Yes, no one has trained me in the use of the elements," Naruto snickered slightly. "Well, it doesn't really matter, since I'm going to start teaching you taijutsu. The stronger your body, the more chakra you have. Now I will immerse you in my special genjutsu where we will be in our real bodies. Time moves a little slower there, but still not slow enough. About 1 day in reality equals 2 days in genjutsu. In it I will be able to change whatever I want, so that's where I will teach you my taijutsu." The Uchiha said and opened his left eye wider. 3 tomos swirled in it again and then they were in white space. The elder took on his youthful appearance again, as the blonde man subconsciously did. "Naruto, for the best effect of your training, you will need to awaken your Sharingan. I can tell you right away, you will be able to awaken it like all Uchiha, through stress and other emotions. One Uchiha had your Sharingan, but he had an incurable disease. Shortly before he died, he asked to have his Sharingan taken away, and afterward I kept it for myself just in case. Be warned that this incident was many years ago, when I was in my early 20s. Now, he awakened it shortly before his death, so you'll have to develop it on your own. But there are 2 huge advantages to my method. The first is that your Sharingan is no weaker than a real Uchiha's, and the second is that it requires little chakra to activate and no chakra at all to maintain. In fact, your Sharingan is better than the Uchiha's. I've put a lot of effort into it. Alright, now I'm going to change this space for you to awaken it, so get ready," Uchiha Madara said, and Naruto hovered a bit from the overload of information. "I'm ready Madara, you may begin," Naruto said in a raised tone, and the Uchiha nodded approvingly and disappeared. Following his disappearance, the atmosphere around the blonde man changed. Before Naruto could blink, Madara was gone, and the once white space in front of him was no longer white. Uzumaki blinked once more and was horrified at what he saw. He tried to blink to get rid of the illusion of what was happening, but he couldn't. The blood-red sky loomed ominously over the ruins of Konoha. This once strongest village could only be recognized by the rock with the faces of the great shinobi who had previously contributed to the history of not only the village, but of the world, and also by the huge gates, of which only large fragments remained. They were visible from the square because the houses in that direction had been destroyed, making it seem as if something large had been dragged to the square. The rock that towered above the ruins of the residence was broken and destroyed in some places, and there was not much left of the square itself. It was in the middle of the square that Uzumaki stood, and most importantly, he didn't hear a single sound, no shouts or voices of people, only a ringing silence. Exactly the silence, so mysterious and so scary at the same time. Naruto felt bad, sweat was dripping down his forehead, he himself was cold and trying to catch his breath. Suddenly he heard a sound, or rather the clang of swords. Without a second's hesitation, the blonde rushed towards the sound. Jumping over the debris of the walls and avoiding the large rubble, Naruto moved towards the ruined residence, of which almost nothing remained, listening to the sounds of battle. After about half a minute, the boy ran out to a more direct area and what he saw shocked him. Standing outside the residence was a man dressed in black and hooded, and kneeling, right in front of him, was a shinobi. The man in black held a huge sword in his right outstretched hand, and you could tell by the reflections on the blade how badly it was sharpened. To the blonde man, the sword reminded him of Zabuza's thug, but this sword was slightly larger and, through the rusty blood stains, the matte black blade was visible in places. "Stop!" Naruto found the strength to shout to the strange man, but in the next instant the man in black swung his sword crosswise very quickly. The blonde man barely caught his movements and the man kneeling next to the swordsman slowly disintegrated into 4 pieces. When Naruto saw what had happened to him, he could barely contain his gagging. Uzumaki found the strength to hold back the vomit that was coming up to his throat and, struggling to pull himself together, he shouted to the unknown assassin. Why? Why did you do this? Who the hell are you? Uzumaki went wild, forgetting about everything, but the swordsman still answered. And you try to find out, kid, said the stranger in a scary voice that made Naruto shiver inside. Without waiting for an answer from the kid, the stranger rushed at him and swung his huge cleaver. The black sword whistled near Uzumaki's head just a centimeter away from his hair, making him scared for his life. The blonde bounced away from the stranger with great speed and began to think about what to do to survive, not to win. Are you fast, or is it your fear that affects your instinct for self-preservation? Smirked the man in black. But either way, you can't live. Now Naruto was cursing Madara for dragging him into this fucking genjutsu. That's right. Genjutsu. Naruto mentally rejoiced and folded the seal of concentration. Kai! Shouted Uzumaki, but nothing happened. Holy shit! Naruto shouted, forgetting that he wanted to take off the genjutsu. His train of thought was interrupted by a huge black sword that was heading in his direction. Naruto thought of nothing better than to fight the swordsman. Jumping away from the sword's trajectory, Uzumaki created 20 clones and sent them at the enemy, while he created a Rasengan and began to wait for his turn. It didn't take long. The swordsman chopped all the clones with ease and was rapidly approaching the original. Quickly closing the distance, he slashed Naruto from top to bottom, but the blonde managed to dodge the deadly blow and direct the Rasengan at his opponent. The A-class technique almost reached the target, but the swordsman spun around his axis and put his foot out, which successfully knocked Uzumaki off his feet. The deadly weapon flew at Naruto, but Uzumaki quickly rolled away from the point of impact, but he was still hit on the shoulder. Jumping to his feet, Naruto grabbed the wound on his right shoulder and looked at his black opponent with anger. Haha, what a look, the swordsman said haughtily, but Naruto, not giving in to the provocation, lunged at him with Rasengan in his hands. But it was not destined to reach the goal, as the opponent got away from the technique and slammed his foot hard on the blonde's head. Uzumaki was thrown back a few meters and hit the nearest wall, punching a hole in it. Half a minute later, the dirty blonde came out of there, barely able to walk and holding his left side, with a new wound, now on his head, from which viscous drops of blood flowed. But the boy was still able to fight. Naruto lunged at the swordsman again, making another attempt to hit his opponent with his Rasengan, but he dodged it and counterattacked him. Naruto was lucky and dodged, but his luck didn't last long, and then Naruto was back against the wall as the stranger approached him and swung his sword. With a strong will to live and rage towards this man, Naruto saw the sword move in a slower motion, as well as the man's chakra and the next point of his attack. By jerking the other way, Naruto was able to avoid a fatal blow to the heart. He then quickly waved his hand towards the swordsman and out of his palm came a wooden pin that entered his opponent's chest with a nasty sound. Naruto clenched the hand that the pin was sticking out of into a fist and the swordsman's body was pierced by the many wooden spikes that came out of the first one. Ka! The stranger coughed before his hood fell off, revealing a view of the swordsman's face. What? Naruto shouted, staring with his awakened Sharingan with one tomo in each eye at the swordsman's face. This was something he hadn't expected or even imagined. He was looking at himself. Naruto's face contorted in a grimace of horror. He couldn't understand how this swordsman could be him. Naruto felt fresh blood dripping onto him. Making matters worse was the fact that he had killed himself, and before that his doppelganger had killed the entire village. From the intense shock, Naruto lost consciousness. Later, through the darkness, Uzumaki felt pain in his body, and then opened his eyes and looked around. He was already lying on the bed, and on his floor couch sat the old man Madara. Whatever genjutsu you have, it's been enough of a strain on you. Madara picked up on one detail and lifted his closed eyelids, looking at Uzumaki with his black eyes. Yeah, it was too much, Naruto replied, taking a seat on the bed. So did you accomplish what you needed to? Started with the Uchiha's main objective. Yeah, I guess so, I just saw my opponent's chakra, his next point of impact. Naruto stammered. Yes, it's a Sharingan, now to activate it direct a little bit of your chakra to your eyes, Madara explained, and the blonde immediately decided to try it. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he looked at Madara with blood-red eyes with one tomo in each eye. Very good, and to deactivate the Sharingan, just imagine it being deactivated. Yes, yes, Naruto said looking around with the activated dojutsu. After looking around the room and Madara, the blonde's gaze stopped on the statue of Mazo. There's a lot of chakra in it. Uzumaki gave his verdict. If only, it's a lot of chakra to maintain me, and your future training will take a lot of it, so by my calculations, I won't last very long. But if you pumped your chakra or the fox's chakra, I'd have enough for your excellent training, including techniques and staying in my genjutsu almost all the time, Madara said, leaning his head on his right hand. Wow, so if I transfer some of Mazo's chakra, then you can teach me a great deal. Naruto shouted excitedly, almost shouting. Yes, replied the Uchiha succinctly. Cool. Then I'll ask Kyuubi for chakra and we'll start training, the blonde said, walking over to Mazo and sinking into his subconscious. Decided to visit me, Naruto? The nine-tailed fox demon asked in a loud bass. Hello to you, too, his companion replied cheerfully, settling down on his throne, near the cage. I thought about Madara's request for forgiveness and decided to forgive him, because part of it is understandable, the fox said. Okay, I'll tell him. Kyuubi, could you lend me some of your chakra and pump some into Mazo's summoner so that Madara has enough for my training in his genjutsu and to keep him alive? The blonde said shyly, remembering the last time he had taken the fox's chakra. In principle, I don't mind, the fox agreed. Thank you. See you later, Naruto said and disappeared from his subconscious. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found Madara in the same place and noticed that only a couple of seconds had passed. The fox has agreed to share his chakra, Naruto cheered Madara. So, go to the statue and put your hand on it, and then pour Biju chakra into it, and I'll watch the absorption process, explained the Uchiha and slowly walked towards the statue. Naruto followed him. Naruto bypassed the old man and placed his hand on the statue, waiting for Madara's next instructions. May I, the Uchiha said after he had made the necessary seals and Naruto was covered in a blue glow. Yes, Naruto replied jokingly and began to transfer Kyuubi's chakra to Mazo. It took 2 hours to transfer the chakra, the skin on his arm burned and he tried not to move it, he just kept transferring the chakra. Enough, the elder said releasing his hands from the seal of concentration and the blue glow ceased to be around Naruto. You hurt your arm, go rest, I need it too. After you wake up we'll start practicing, the Uchiha explained and Naruto went to his bed holding his right arm without crossing him. Naruto grimaced in pain as he covered his arm with the blanket, but then leaned back tiredly and after a few minutes he drifted off into the realm of Morpheus. Madara, after standing still for a moment, made his way to his couch. There he made himself comfortable and fell asleep as well. After a few hours of rest, Naruto opened his slick eyes and sat up on the bed rubbing his healed arm. Looking over at Madara's throne he found him sleeping, so he walked over to him kneading his body. Hey, Madara, Naruto said, rubbing the shoulder of the second strongest shinobi of the old days, or maybe not even the second strongest, because he was able to awaken Rinnegan, the greatest of all dojutsu. The Uchiha opened his eyes and straightened in his seat. Oh, you're ready now, Naruto. Good, then let's start practicing, Madara looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto saw moving tomos in his Sharingan and then he was in a white space with the young Madara. So, Uzumaki, you will now perform strength exercises, as well as body strengthening, stretching and many other exercises. First, you'll warm up properly, and then you'll do what I show and tell you. This is the kind of warm-up I used to do when I was young. It's very effective, though we used to have battles almost every day, so there was often no time to warm up. Madara stood in front of Naruto and began to chase him in the tail and neck. Naruto did nothing but run around the stadium the Uchiha had created, doing pull-ups and push-ups from the poles. After hours of violence over his own body, the brunette and blonde took a break. Naruto did not waste time and asked the shinobi. Tell me, how long did you fight the first? The blonde asked another question. Well, according to my internal clock, about half a day, the brunette answered thoughtfully. Naruto stammered, but was interrupted. So, I think you've already rested, so now you'll do this physical training every day, gradually increasing the load. That's good. Now I want to see your taijutsu level, so attack. Madara said and backed up a little. It's an honor to spar with a legend, the blonde joked and attacked the Uchiha. Swinging his arm and hitting the void, Madara deflected to the side, simultaneously putting his foot in front of the blonde's legs, and grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, easily throwing Uzumaki aside. You have the wrong tactics of attack, and in general with such a blow you would cause weak damage. There is no strength in it, Uchiha instructed, and Naruto did not waste time, and again decided to attack. All of the blonde's blows failed to reach their target. The brunette gracefully and easily moved away from all the blows, and in every blow he found a flaw. Naruto began to tire and his breathing became intermittent, so he started to play big. Uzumaki activated his Sharingan and attacked the strongest Uchiha again. His strikes became more accurate and Madara started counter-attacking, which made it very hard for the blonde to do so, and he started taking advantage of his opponent's disadvantage, namely the fact that Madara had one eye. After a couple minutes, the brunette stopped the fight and started calling out the pros and cons of Naruto's fighting techniques. Okay, now watch, I'm going to create Hashirama here now, and he and I are going to fight in taijutsu. I want you to watch and copy our movements with your Sharingan, then I'll show you the individual stances and proper strikes along with blocks and other tricks. Understood, Naruto replied briefly and waited for another legend of the past to appear in front of him. The Uchiha didn't make Naruto wait long and created Hashirama and then engaged him in battle. Naruto admiringly copied their movements and memorized every detail. After an hour of fighting, the Uchiha dispelled the illusion and approached Naruto. Did you copy it? You bet. How could you not copy the fighting style and movements of two of the greatest shinobi? Let's take a look at everything you copied. After a few more hours of taijutsu training, Naruto and Madara returned to the real world. The Uchiha went straight to his seat to sleep, and Uzumaki climbed onto Mazo and began to meditate. After a long meditation and chakra work, Naruto practiced his stances and went to bed with nothing to do. The next day Naruto woke up rested and awake. Looking at the clock, Naruto stretched and grimaced at the pain in his muscles, then, kneading them, went to the sleeping old man. Hey, Madara. Naruto grabbed the white-haired man's shoulder, and his arm was immediately seized in a steel vice by Madara's hand. It's you, Naruto. Sorry, reflex, the Uchiha said, releasing Naruto. Strange. I shook you by the shoulder a while ago and there was no reflex, Naruto said, rubbing his grabbed arm, then glanced obliquely at the old man. I had to limit my body movements because of Mazo's chakra savings, but now I have enough. So I decided not to, because Mazo himself replenishes his chakra, the old man said slowly, wiping his only eye. But how could you limit your movements while you were asleep? Naruto wondered and looked at Madara incredulously. And that's my secret. Standing up, Madara grinned and walked towards one of the doors without a handle. Where are you going? Naruto asked in bewilderment, but Madara didn't say anything, but put his hand on the door and it slowly slid away into the wall. Whoa! Naruto opened his mouth and stared at the old man, demanding an answer. Oh, I forgot, you don't know how to get into the rooms, Madara began. To open the doors, you have to pour some chakra into them and they will open, Madara explained and entered the room, from which came the sound of gurgling water. Naruto wanted to ask, but Madara was already out of sight, so Naruto decided to wait for him. To avoid wasting time, Naruto started practicing and meditating. After practicing for an hour, Naruto didn't even notice when the door opened again, and out came Madara, wearing a clean hoodie that resembled his old one, but with a different color. Where have you been? Naruto asked, jumping off Mazo after his meditation. Taking a water bath. Today I decided to dedicate the day to relaxation, so you don't have to wait for practice today, the Uchiha replied relaxedly and looked at the boy with his one eye. I can take a bath too, right? Naruto asked in a confused tone. You're asking me that? You're a resident here too, so don't ask stupid questions, the white-haired man said while closing his eye. Ah. Naruto wanted to ask again, but Madara interrupted him. Stop us speaking. The towel and other supplies are there. Everyone, don't stop me from thinking about your future training, said, as the Uchiha cut him off. After hesitating for a bit, Naruto walked over to the door and let his chakra flow through it. After a couple seconds, the door also moved aside and Naruto made his way into the room. After taking a couple steps, Naruto stepped into the room, after which the door closed and the boy could look around quietly. In the corner of the room, an underground waterfall was running down from the ceiling. There was a specially made platform under it, so that it would be comfortable to stand on, and the water would go under the ground and not stagnate in his feet. It was like a shower. Not far from the waterfall was made a spring with warm water, which was clear from the steam coming from the surface of the water. Why there was warm water in the spring, Uzumaki didn't guess. Almost right next to the spring against the wall was a locker, where towels and some soap were on the shelves. Also in another section of the locker were various clothes. After standing there for a while with his mouth open in bewilderment and surprise, Naruto went under the invigorating jets of the waterfall. After washing a little, Uzumaki walked over to the spring and sat down in the water up to his neck with pleasure, blissfully closing his eyes and thinking of his friends while reminiscing. After sitting in the spring for an hour, Naruto got out of it and walked over to the clothes closet, looking for something suitable for him by eye, but not finding the right size, he decided to make his own clothes. Rummaging through his things, Naruto found himself a t-shirt and pants with sandals. Throwing his cloak over himself, he went into the main room. As he passed Madara, Naruto stopped and asked, "Where can I find a kunai or at least a sharp knife in this cave?" Madara didn't even deign to open his closed eye, only pointing his finger at another door in the wall. Without asking too many questions, Naruto walked over to the door and, infusing some chakra, opened it. Upon entering it, Uzumaki froze with admiration. There were various weapons hanging and lying on the walls and tables, as well as various armor hanging on mannequins. Above everything were large gunbai pointing devices of samurai that they used to send various signals to their men. The gunbai had been converted into weapons and looked very specific. Placing the clothes on a vacant table, he began to approach each table and mannequin, inspecting the contents. After half an hour, the blonde still remembered his purpose. Taking the kunai, he left the room with thoughts of visiting the armory soon. Sitting down on his bed, the blonde carefully measured and cut things that were too big for him to fit. Creating a clone and ordering it to go to the bathroom for clean bedding, Naruto began to put on everything he had managed to create and was now pleased with himself. He now looked like a human being instead of a feral beast. Satisfied with himself, Naruto lay down on the bed he had already made and relaxed completely, thinking about his past life and his present one. As he thought about everything, Naruto remembered all of his comrades and buddies that he would see in an indefinite amount of time, and it made him sad. No. I've made up my mind. I will protect them at all costs, and to do that I will have to stick around. I will destroy the threat to the shinobi world. Naruto said seriously with his eyes closed, and the corners of Madara's lips trembled in a smile. Naruto then decided to have a conversation with the fox and delved into his subconscious. "Hello, fox," shouted the restless blonde cheerfully, to which the nine-tailed one opened his eyes and stretched. "I'm sorry I woke you up." Naruto apologized embarrassedly. "Hello to you, too." "It's okay, why are you here?" The fox got straight to the point. "I just wanted to check up on you and see how you were doing." "Although I see that it's crowded," joked Uzumaki, sitting down on his throne. "I'll set it up in a moment." Naruto waved his hand, making the ceiling and the side walls of his subconsciousness expand, making the cage much more spacious. "Why did you wave your hand?" QB asked a question. Well, it's just for the sake of appearances." Uzumaki was even more embarrassed and scratched the back of his head out of embarrassment, and the fox blurted out. "What fighting techniques do you know? Why are you called a natural disaster?" Naruto inquired. "I don't really know if I should tell you everything. The fox tugged the cat's tail and grinned as he thought of something. Well, please. Uzumaki begged in a pitiful voice and looked at the nine-tailed demon with kawaii eyes, which made the latter drop out again. All right. Open the cage and I'll show you all my abilities, the fox smirked. What? The blonde questioned apprehensively and looked at the prisoner with uncomprehending eyes. Ha ha ha. You should see yourself now, Naruto, you're making a face like that. Ha ha. I'll never forget it. I was kidding, sort of, Kyuubi continued. What do you mean, kind of? Exclaimed the kid. I knew you'd catch on to that. I was joking, the fox stopped mocking the poor boy. So what can you do? Uzumaki continued to insist on his own. One day I'll demonstrate it to you, but for now it will remain a secret, smiled the fox, and the blonde on the contrary a little upset. Okay, then I won't tell you what I can do, the boy grumbled resentfully under his breath. Are you talking about the Sharingan or the wood element? Kyuubi asked shrilly, grinning toothily. About the Sharingan. Stop. How did you know that? The blonde jumped up from his seat. I just know where to look, the Biju smirked. I don't play like that, the kid pouted, and Kyuubi chuckled again. Strangely enough, the Biju liked talking to his jailer, and the thought of saying his real name popped into his head, but the fox decided to wait, thus mentally cutting the kid off again. Tell me, how did you know about my new abilities? The blonde asked in bewilderment. Okay, I just asked Madara how he put you back together, but he surprised me by telling me that he had replaced part of you and that you could now use the Sharingan and the wood element, Kyuubi revealed. I could have guessed, I should have studied better. The fox looked at him with a smile. I'm going to go, don't miss me, fox, I'll see you soon, Naruto smiled, waving goodbye. Yeah, bye, stop by, the nine-tailed man stretched out in response, and Naruto slowly dissolved. Inept show-off, the fox said into the void and closed his eyes, falling into sleep. Uzumaki returned to the real world and decided to sleep, so he immediately laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Naruto woke the Uchiha up and made him do strength exercises, and he went to the third room, saying he would be back by the end of the workout. Naruto began to enthusiastically fulfill the old man's assignment and diligently began his exercises. An hour and a half later, Madara returned from the third room and his clothes were dusty and stained in places. I'm at the source, start meditating, and when you're done, go to the room I was just in. There's a surprise waiting for you there, I've put what you need on your desk, Madara spoke without stopping, heading to the room with the source. Surprise. Naruto said, as if tasting the word. No one has ever surprised me before. Naruto said sadly into the void, but quickly chased away the sadness and bad mood and went to Mazo. After meditating for an hour, Naruto jumped off the statue and walked slowly towards the cherished surprise door. Carefully passing chakra through the door, Naruto frantically wondered what might be behind it, but in the meantime the door opened and Uzumaki stepped inside with his eyes closed. As soon as he opened them, he went into shock. What? Events in Konoha after the death of Uzumaki Naruto. A week has passed since the clash between Sound, Sand and Leaf. The villages were able to come to an agreement and make a truce. Because the cage of Konoha had fallen in the fierce battle, it was decided to put one of the three Sannin, Tsunade, as Hokage. There was great grief, but not only for the dead shinobi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the younger generation in the Leaf grieved for their comrade who had managed to protect innocent people from the wrath of the Biju at the cost of his life. Team 7 grieved for their partner the most, but at first some simply refused to believe that Uzumaki Naruto had died in battle with the one-tailed demon. They were later convinced after finding only Leaf's tread, a large pool of blood, and pieces of his arm on the battlefield. After that, many people were depressed, but their family and friends helped them cope with the pain, because everyone needed to show up at the grave of the cheerful and determined kid. Everyone from his academy graduating class and other acquaintances came to say goodbye to him. Some just stood there with their heads bowed to the ground, some brought flowers and quickly left, unable to hold back their tears, and some, unashamedly crying in front of everyone. The Junin mentors also stood with saddened faces, and made a guy was shedding tears. An hour passed, and everyone began to leave, but one man couldn't help but leave without saying anything. Sasuke stood at the grave of the man who had become almost a brother to him, wearing all black and holding a shredded leaf tread in his hand. The people had already dispersed, but the Uchiha stood by the grave, not saying a word, but soon he did decide to pour out his soul. Uzumaki Naruto, with sorrow in his voice, read the young representative of the Uchiha clan and looked at the setting sun. "Why did you die?" Sasuke said into the void. "Why?" Unable to bear the tension, shouted the black-haired man and fell to his knees, keeping his back straight and tilting his head forward. Tears slowly flowed from his eyes, dripping onto the dry grass. The wind rustled the leaves, giving the atmosphere a peculiar tinge. "You've become almost a brother to me, so why didn't you let me feel how good it was to have someone as close as you? You helped me drown out my pain and hate, you always did what you promised. So why did you die without fulfilling your promise? You said you wouldn't die until you became Hokage. You lied. You lied." Sasuke shouted in his last breath, tears still flowing from his eyes. He hadn't felt this empty in his soul in a very long time, not since the night when almost the entire clan had been slaughtered by his own beloved brother, whom he admired so much and dreamed of surpassing. The Uchiha was so engrossed in his memories, which were related to his friend, that he didn't notice the man approaching him. "Come on, Sasuke, would he want you to torture yourself like that here?" A warm hand rested on the young man's shoulder and a voice tried to calm him down. "He would want you to keep going forward no matter what, to not give up. So don't give up, Sasuke," said the same voice confidently, and from the Uchiha's breathing, you could tell that he was beginning to calm down. "You're right. I will not give up. I believe in this way of ninja." Sasuke's voice stopped shaking, and with his sleeve he wiped the remnants of tears from his face. "Let's go home, Sasuke, tomorrow we have a new day ahead of us, and we must live it for good, so that he will be proud of us, even after death." "Yes, you're right, let's go home, Uncle Obito," Sasuke said, and the two Uchiha clan members went to their family mansion to start a new life. "What?" Naruto shrieked so that Madara, who was in the far room, heard his scream and smiled contentedly. Naruto stared wide-eyed in amazement at the room and refused to believe it was true. The room was filled with large cabinets filled with books and scrolls of various sizes. From the realization that he would have to read all of this, Naruto fell into a stupor, for it would take him many years to study such a huge amount of material. After a while, coming out of shock, Uzumaki walked over to a large table, on which lay a huge scroll, and next to it was a small note. It said the following: "You'll have to read all of this, otherwise you'll have a very hard time navigating life." This big scroll next to it was made to make it easy to find the section in the right book. On the other side of the sheet, I have made a list of books that you should read first. Leave the reading of the books to your clones, but take the shogi in your locker and come see me. Naruto mentally smacked himself on the forehead as he read the note, because even in the furthest corner of his subconscious mind, the thought of clones didn't occur. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Naruto flipped the sheet over and began to read the titles of the books. After creating the required number of clones, Naruto grabbed a shogi from the closet and hurried back to the main hall. Madara, refreshed after his bath, was already sitting on his couch waiting for Naruto. "How did you like the surprise?" grinned Madara, who had learned about Naruto's dislike of books. In response to the question, the blonde mumbled something unintelligible, to which the Uchiha only grinned. "Okay, now sit next to him." It was only after these words that Naruto noticed something resembling two stumps next to the couch, one of which was apparently a table. Putting the game on the improvised table, Naruto sat down on the other and began to make pieces, repeating after the Uchiha. "I see this is your first time playing. Don't think anything bad about this game. On the contrary, it is very good and clearly helps to develop strategic and tactical planning," said Madara, and then began to explain the rules and principles of the game to the blonde and clones created by him. It took quite some time to explain, and after the clones were dispelled, Naruto began to play. During the game, Madara noticed the blonde's shortcomings and showed him the best way to act in any situation. The boy and the elder spent 4 hours playing the game, after which Uzumaki wanted to dispel the reading clones, but he was stopped by Madara, citing that it was too early. The blonde man started to get a headache after this tournament, so Naruto reached his bed and fell asleep. Naruto woke up the next day and found that he knew the information from the books he had read, glad that he didn't have to work too hard. After washing his face, Uzumaki headed to the library again. After creating a small number of clones, Naruto headed over to Madara, who had already managed to wake up. "Well, Naruto, let's get to practicing," the Uchiha said and immersed both of them in his genjutsu. "Madara, why didn't you transplant someone else's eye too? I don't feel comfortable with just one, do I?" Naruto asked, starting his training. "I don't see the point. Why would I need an eye transplant for nothing if I can't take part in battles? I don't want to waste my time and materials," said a rejuvenated Madara, and then told Naruto to continue his training. After an hour of warming up, the blonde once again contemplated with his Sharingan the sparring between the Uchiha and a few other people, which showed how to fight against a crowd. 2 months passed at this pace. During that time, Naruto was able to become well versed in taijutsu using the Sharingan and clones. After using the Sharingan for a long time, Naruto was able to take it to the next level. He now had 2 tomos in each of his eyes. On top of that, Uzumaki had mastered the skill of cold weapons quite well, focusing on the use of the sword and gunbai. Naruto devoted the next 2 months to improving his chakra control and long-term meditation. Thanks to the increased training, the blonde became better at controlling his chakra and its volume increased. Uzumaki was also getting used to the fox's chakra by letting it flow through the chakra circulation system. The blonde learned to mix his chakra and the tailed man's chakra, and to use small amounts of his pure chakra. By giving the chakra, Kyuubi was no longer trying to take control of the boy's body, so Naruto could safely use it in battle, gaining a great advantage over his opponents. For the next 3 months, Madara raced Naruto in biology and anatomy. He was preparing him for the important business of creating Zetsu. The Uchiha also trained Naruto in the art of Irionen, as well as teaching him how to use and counter genjutsu. And now the long-awaited hour had come. Naruto and Madara were preparing to create a new Zetsu, but suddenly there was an explosion and rocks fell from the ceiling. "What was that?" Naruto asked the older man in a worried voice, shaking out his shoulder-length hair. "I have no idea, Naruto. But there may be a fight going on up there, so you'll have to go outside and look around." "Outside, then?" Naruto said excitedly. "If there's nothing interesting, you can walk around for a while I set up the equipment." Madara turned around and headed for another room, but stopped and said, "Take your weapons with you just in case." "Okay," Naruto called out in a cheerful voice, already running into the armory. Happening outside. The shinobi from the grass village encountered the robber shinobi while doing a Class A mission. "Hey! Stop right there!" A 2-meter-tall bandit with a dagger on his belt shouted in a bass voice. There were 4 other men standing beside him, and judging by their crossed-out treads, they were renegades from different villages who had banded together to form a gang. "We don't want any trouble," the grass shinobi said, stepping forward a bit. He was dressed in the standard grass Junin uniform and a black bandana with a protector, a wakizashi strapped to his back, and behind him stood 2 genin and 1 chunin. Behind his back, the chunin held a sword wrapped in a black cloth. The cloth had slipped a bit due to running, revealing a view of a beautiful hilt decorated with gold and gems. "Hey, no problem if you give us that sword over there and then you can go on your way," he grinned and grinned contentedly. "Sato. There are 10 more ordinary people behind the trees," very quietly and excitedly said to the chunin a girl who was in the team, apparently, a medic and a sensor. She was a beautiful brunette with dark eyes. She was wearing a black skirt and a vest of murky green color. "It's bad, but don't worry, Ayumi, we'll get out of this," the chunin also said quietly to his partner. He was not badly built, and had a rather peculiar appearance due to the combination of muddy green hair and dirty yellow hair. "We can handle it," the dark-haired shinobi, dressed in blue pants and a green jacket, also whispered to his partner. "I believe you, Kamiko," Ayumi said and looked at her sensei. I'm sorry, but we have to complete our task and you getting in our way is getting in our way, so please let us pass. The grass shinobi tried to resolve the conflict with the world. Don't you get it yet? We know your assignment and that you are carrying this sword as a gift to the daima of a neighboring country in honor of a recent reconciliation. How did you know that? Sato shouted at the big man. How dare you raise your tone at me, you brat? The man shouted and drew his dagger, and his henchmen drew their weapons. So, we can't avoid the fight, said the Junin sadly and drew his wakizashi. Guys, stay alert, shouted the Junin and rushed into close combat with the man, while the rest of the bandits ran at the young shinobi who were armed with kunai. The renegade from Cloud was not good with a dagger, but was well versed in the element of lightning, but his opponent had earth, so the fight was not easy. Raiden, lightning blade, the renegade shouted. His right arm was covered in lightning, and he quickly caught up with the grass shinobi. Doten, stone spike, shouted the Junin and an earth spike rapidly burst out of the ground, which was aimed at the enemy. Too late. The man, pleased with himself, shouted and sliced the spike with a lightning bolt, then swiftly approached his opponent and struck him with his hand from top to bottom. Junin tried to defend himself with a cold weapon, but it too suffered the same fate as the spike. A hand with lightning cut across the chest area and the man opened up with joy, which the team captain took advantage of. Spinning on its axis, the Junin slashed the stomach of the enemy with the stump of his wakizashi and collapsed, while the renegade, trying to hold on to his insides, fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Sensei, shouted Ayumi and opened herself up, letting the enemy hit her shoulder. The girl cried out at the sudden flash of pain and fell to the ground, and her opponent swung for one last strike, but then he was pierced by the customer's sword and fell to the ground with a wound in the heart area. Kamiko, take the teacher and Ayumi and run away from here and I'll hold them off, shouted Sato, fending off the brigand's sword strike. We won't leave you, cried Ayumi, having almost healed her shoulder, but she was spending the last crumbs of her chakra on it. Run. I'm already a dead man. I've been hit by the enemy's mental technique and my consciousness is falling to pieces, I can even feel it already, cried Sato with his last strength, while Kamiko, having already taken Sensei, pulled Ayumi behind him, stopping the bandits with a stone wall for the time being. I love you, Ayumi shouted, not noticing the tears running down her cheeks. I love you too, Sato shouted, but his speech was interrupted by the kunai with explosive seals. The green-haired man, using the ground technique as armor, jumped on the kunai, followed by several explosions, and the guy flew several meters away, badly burned but still conscious. Breathing heavily, gathering the last shreds of strength, the Chunin struggled to get to his feet. I won't let you to pass. He wheezed to the bandits and formed 7 seals using the last of his chakra, after which sharp vines burst out of the ground and pierced those in front of him. Sato then fell to the ground, coughing up blood, clinging to his receding sanity. But the technique did its job, and the light of this world went out for the young shinobi. What an asshole, shouted the brigand and kicked his dead opponent in the face. You killed so many people, you scum. The renegade shouted and swung his leg again for a kick, but there was none. Caw. The scum made a final sound, and his comrades looked at him. There was a sword sticking out of his chest, which came out of his flesh with a popping sound, and the lifeless body fell to the ground, revealing a blonde-haired guy standing with his head down. How dare you do such a thing? How? Naruto shouted furiously and raised his head sharply, and all present saw red eyes with 3 commas in each. It was the last thing the bandits saw before they died. You're back, Naruto, Madara said and turned around. What he saw shocked him. Naruto was standing in front of the entrance covered in blood. In his hand he held a bloody sword and on his shoulder was the body of an unknown man. A Sharingan with 3 tomos burned in his eyes. We need help, shouted Uzumaki and quickly ran up to Madara, throwing the bloody sword aside. What's wrong? Who is it? Madara inquired, escorting Naruto and the wounded man into one of the rooms. I got into a fight with the renegades who attacked the grass shinobi. I tried to heal him, but I couldn't do anything with him and decided to bring him here, Naruto said sadly, gently laying the shinobi's body on a special table. Go, Wash up quickly, and I'll examine him again and try to identify the problem, Uchiha said in a tone that did not tolerate objections, and Uzumaki, realizing the seriousness of the situation, ran out the door without delay. So, let's see. The old man's hands glowed with green light, and he leaned them on the body of the victim. The body is not critically injured, the burns are by no means fatal, but his vitality is rapidly diminishing. Well, it's not poison, but the arm is dying off, so why is that? Exactly. Is it possible that it's a mental attack designed to damage the brain? A mental attack that destroys a person's mind and consciousness, and if the brain doesn't work, then the whole body doesn't work. Just his consciousness gradually fades away and his body slowly dies off. Madara finished his reasoning as a wet blonde man ran into the room and approached the table. So, what's wrong with him? Said the panting Jinchuriki. He's been hit by the enemy's mental attack, it's destroying his consciousness, and if nothing is done, he'll be dead in 8 minutes. What do we do now? How can we help him? The blonde man also continued excitedly. Don't let his tissues die off, I'll be right there, Madara said and walked out of the room with quick steps, while Naruto started trying to slow down the process of cell death. 3 minutes later Madara returned. He had a small black rod in one hand and an IV filled with white liquid in his other hand. Naruto continued to treat the green-haired man while Madara put the IV in him, and when he leaned the rod against the shinobi's head, it soaked into him. What did you do? Naruto asked, removing his hands from his body. I injected Hashirama's cells into his body and mixed the remaining crumbs of his consciousness with Zetsu's. What will come of it I don't know. It's up to him now, let's leave him here, then we'll check his condition, the Uchiha replied, wiping his eyes and leaving the room. Madara, are you sure it's okay to leave him like this? The blonde man worried. We're not able to do more than that, if he survives he'll wake up in a couple of days, but in the meantime you and I are going to take care of business with you. Madara got the blonde interested. What are we going to do? First we'll rest, and then we'll talk about what happened. Okay, Naruto said tiredly and went to bed, following the Uchiha's example. The next day, after the dungeon dwellers woke up, Madara decided to have a conversation with Naruto about the murders. The Uchiha tried to keep his psyche from going astray, so he gave many examples of when killing was necessary. After this talk, Naruto was able to come to terms with killing and his life began to go back to the way it was, which was to start training. Concentrate, your chakras should be sharp and cutting. You have reached the second stage of mastering elemental chakra quickly, but it will not be easy for you here. Break up the clones and try again, Madara said as he watched the crowd of clones stand on a log in the middle of the waterfall and try to cut it. Just a little more here, shouted all of Naruto's clones and the waterfall cut in two and the remaining clones scattered. Naruto felt the fatigue of the clones and his legs gave out and he fainted. Amazing guy, mastered his native element in 2 days, is he a genius or is it just his clones? It's good that his Sharingan with 3 Tomo has awakened, now he'll be able to copy techniques quickly. When Zetsu wakes up, I'll send these two on a mission. Naruto will gain new experience and Zetsu will remember his forgotten skills, Madara thought as he laid the passed-out blonde on the bed. How are you, Zetsu? Madara asked suddenly, glancing behind him. Fine, thank you, Madara-san. Who's that? Zetsu asked. He looked like a grass shinobi except his skin was a little whiter. He looked at Naruto and his eyebrows rose upward in surprise. This is my receiver, his name is Uzumaki Naruto. He agreed to help me in my fight against the masked man, Madara explained. Yes, while I was incapacitated, a lot of interesting things happened. Why don't you tell me all about it? All right, I'll tell you all about it. Why don't you sit down first? Uchiha asked Zetsu. At his words, Zetsu sank down to his neck into the ground, and the shoots of an unknown plant moved away from him, ready to close up and protect the user from danger. Wow, you look like you've changed. Madara marveled, as Zetsu had never been able to do that before. I didn't expect it, but when I woke up, I realized I had a different forest element, and I could use some techniques and abilities, Zetsu informed him, and as proof, he sank into the ground and came out behind the old man's back in a flash. I think it's because you were put into the body of that shinobi that Naruto brought in. Zetsu was surprised at this statement, but he didn't interrupt the Uchiha and listened to Madara's entire story. Their conversation went on for quite some time. While they were talking, a stirring was heard on the bed. "Oh, you're awake, Naruto, I want you to meet Zetsu," Madara beckoned the blonde to him. "Zetsu. Nice to meet you," the light-skinned man said. "Uzumaki Naruto." Likewise, the blonde shook his outstretched hand and smiled. "So, now you've met, Naruto, I want to give you and Zetsu an assignment, but you need some work with ninjutsu, so now we'll start practicing, and Zetsu will also be familiarizing himself with his new abilities in the meantime," Uchiha announced and waited for the agreement of both of them. "But, Madara-san, don't I have to train too?" Zetsu asked, raising his eyebrows upwards in surprise, and Naruto looked at him in surprise as well. "I think with your level, you'd lose to even Naruto right now. Let's think about it logically, you know a couple of forest element techniques, you're good at hiding, you have a lot of chakra, but you don't reach the same level as Naruto, your control isn't perfect, plus you've lost all your skills in taijutsu," Zetsu criticized the Uchiha. "But, now you have a wider range of abilities, so I don't intend to let them go to waste, and if you ever get caught by an enemy, you won't fight back well, so, my clone will train you, and you will additionally develop your new forest element." Uchiha made a plan, and Naruto and Zetsu listened carefully to all aspects. "Alright, let's get started, Madara-san," Zetsu began resolutely. "Yes. Let's start training," raising his voice interrupted Uzumaki, and the old man grinned. "Look at my eye," Madara said, starting his technique. It had been 5 days. In those 5 days, Naruto had mastered the fire element he had from Kyuubi and copied a couple techniques of different ranks from the Uchiha. He had also mastered earth and water, all with the help of a myriad of kid clones. Madara explained his quick learning of the water and earth elements by saying that if he used the forest element, he could subconsciously use the elements that made up the forest. During this time Zetsu was getting used to his new skills and his new element, as well as getting a little more physically fit, but he wasn't making much progress. And now it was time for the task at hand. "So, I told you about the assignment, so it was time for this," the old man announced, sitting on his couch, with Naruto sitting on a stump and Zetsu peeking out of the ground not far from him. "Finally, the task I've been waiting for," the Jinchuriki said excitedly, but quickly apologized for interrupting and continued to listen. "I will continue. You and Zetsu will do different missions that you will take wherever you have to, or rather you Naruto will do them, and Zetsu will collect information. After you gain experience and learn new things, you will come back here and we will talk about our further actions. I will give you 3 months to do everything, in that time you must do it all. Get out this morning, Zetsu will show you the nearest town and explain what's what, then you'll split up." Madara finished and sent them off to gather everything they needed for their journey. Naruto packed some things in the bag Zetsu had brought and put various weapons and other useful things in the pouch. Madara also brought a small bar of gold from somewhere and told Uzumaki to sell it in a jewelry store, with the proceeds he would live on for the first time. Putting everything together and strapping the sword behind his back, Naruto left the cave with Zetsu, who left his clone with Madara for further training, while the original himself went with the guy. Naruto, smiling, breathed in the fresh air he had already missed. Birds sang in the forest and the sunlight warmed his skin pleasantly. Zetsu, who was walking beside him, also involuntarily admired the nature. Zetsu lowered his cloak to his waist and caught the sun's rays with his whole body. "Zetsu, how far is it to the city and what do you need to make clear to me during our journey?" the Jinchuriki asked, adjusting the bandana that kept his overgrown hair from falling over his eyes. "Well, the nearest town, or rather, the small population, is 15 kilometers from the shelter," Zetsu replied. "I see," Naruto said and after a short pause continued, "Tell me, how did you come to work with Madara?" "I was originally created from Senju Hashirama's cells, but they were unfinished and unstable. I was getting information to Madara about what was going on in the shinobi world. When the Nine Tails attacked Hidden Leaf, I wasn't far away and decided to watch it, but I was hit by a bomb of tails that was moved by the fourth Hokage. After that I got to Madara all wounded and he put my mind in a rod and I was in a dream state, Zetsu replied thoughtfully. But, how did you know that the fox was being controlled by someone? Uzumaki asked another question. Good question. I have one feature, I can record what is happening with my eyes, zooming in and out as needed. Zetsu finished his story, jumping over a fallen tree. I see. Good, now listen, you will spend 3 months doing different missions, work and collect different information you can look for in the bar, town hall, from merchants, caravans. By evening Zetsu and Naruto reached the town. The white-skinned man was surprised that in many years, this place would turn into a luxurious city. Wow, I didn't realize that in so much time. How long has it been since the fox attacked Konoha? The green-haired man chastised himself for his absent-mindedness. 14 years, Naruto answered briefly and held out his hand to Zetsu. Yeah, that's a lot, okay, well goodbye Naruto, you can travel anywhere you want. I'll find you when Madara-san wishes to see us. So long. Shaking his hand, Zetsu went underground, covering himself with his 2 leaves. Taking a full breath, Naruto headed towards the gates of the city, setting a limit on his chakra volume. Hey kid, what do you want in our town? The guard asked. Uzumaki wanted to test his abilities on the guard and looked him in the eye. It's okay, come on in, the guard said and let the Jinchuriki into the city. The first thing Naruto did was to ask a passerby how to get to the jewelry store, mentally glad that his genjutsu had worked on the guard without any bad consequences. The blonde had sold the gold at the jewelry store and was now deciding where to go first. Without thinking long, Naruto found out the way to the barber shop. There he finally got rid of his long hair and began to look more like a human than a savage. After that he went to a clothing store. He bought himself a white t-shirt, black pants and colored sandals and a knee-length cape and immediately put on the new clothes. Now satisfied with his appearance, Naruto left to find a hotel. It had been a few days since Naruto had said goodbye to Zetsu. For starters, he decided not to rush into assignments, but to practice with ninjutsu, which he devoted the first few days to. But practicing didn't do much good, so the blonde went in search of assignments. The weather outside was beautiful, everything was fragrant, birds were singing in the crowns of the trees. Uzumaki, walking down the street, involuntarily smiled and for a moment forgot about all his problems, but, shaking his head, immediately gathered himself. The first thing he decided to do was to visit the market. Gathering his gear, Naruto went to the market, but on the way he came across a small restaurant with a strong smell of food coming from the open windows. Tempted by the pleasant aroma, Naruto decided to linger a bit longer and grab a bite to eat. Entering the restaurant, the blonde ordered a portion of his favorite ramen. When the order arrived, Uzumaki asked the waiter where he could find the head of the local market, to which the young man only shrugged his shoulders and returned to his duties. After quickly eating the noodles he had brought, Naruto headed towards the main square. But the boy was out of luck. Today was the opening of the fair and the square was crowded with commuters who couldn't help Naruto in his search. Well, come to think of it, the head of the market is unlikely to be standing at the counter, then we need to look for a building not related to the sale. There surely can ask information from knowledgeable people, decided for himself Naruto and went to look for the cherished building, making his way through the busy crowd. After an hour he found the building he was looking for, although it was a bit of a hassle. His conclusions were wrong, the building he needed was 3 steps away from the market, and the way to it was suggested by one of the vendors, who apparently knew more than the other workers, as he was already in his old age. Can you tell me if anyone is hiring guards for their caravan? Naruto asked the man who apparently ran the place. He was sitting at a desk littered with papers, but not to the man's discomfort. Aren't you too small? The man asked gruffly, heading for the carafe of water that was on the nightstand in the corner of the room. The man was rich, it was clear from the expensive clothes he wore, the large number of rings on his fingers and the brightly shining gold earring in his ear. But his flamboyant appearance didn't repel him in the least, and his pleasant face framed by his shoulder-length brown hair was trustworthy. I'm a shinobi, and for a ninja, it's not age that matters, but his abilities. Uzumaki answered him coldly and looked at him with indifferent eyes, hinting at killing him at an early age. You speak seriously and rightly, but if you are a shinobi, then how much are you capable of? Said the head of the market, sipping his water leisurely. It takes years to acquire the necessary shinobi skills, and you are so young that I doubt your abilities, the man continued, looking at the boy doubtfully. I'm ready to prove it. The blonde persisted, he didn't like to be underestimated, referring to his age. Well, I'll give you a chance, I just need more guards in order to move to the land of tea, because it is now profitable to trade there. But let's get right to the point, if you can defeat 3 of my guards, I'll take you. And I hope you know how to handle what's behind your back and not just carry a cold weapon. So, do you agree to my terms? The merchant held out his hand. I agree. Shaking his hand, the Jinchuriki said. Good, then let's go. The market owner beckoned the blonde behind him, and Naruto followed him into the basement. The bright light hit the blonde man's eyes and the hum of people filled his ears. Naruto blotted his eyes and saw people standing around the two fighting with satisfied faces and money in their hands. Naruto looked at the owner and everyone present in surprise. This is where caravan owners test their guards for fitness, and some are just betting, the man explained. Come on, it's your turn to fight, so I advise you to take off the top of your clothes or you'll get dirty. A man came up to them and took Naruto's things for safekeeping, and the half-undressed blonde stepped into the ring, as the fight between the two had already ended. Hey Kimiro, Reidi, Shibi, fight this kid. If you win, you'll get a nice raise, shouted the market owner, and in the ring came 3 more people, roughly equal in build, but still taller than the blonde. Sorry, kid, it's nothing personal, it's our job, said one of the men, and everyone froze waiting for the fight to start. It's okay, the blonde man said cheerfully and stood up. Well, I don't need a Sharingan to fight them, and I can't show it, so I'll gain experience, Naruto thought as he jumped a foot and blocked a strong kick with his foot, but suddenly he was hit right on the top of his head by a third guard and fell on the knee of one of the opponents. At the same moment, the other guard struck from the turn straight at Naruto's ribs. The guy flew a few meters away from them and fell flat on the ground. Uzumaki had underestimated the strength of his opponents, so he hadn't expected something like this. I will never underestimate my opponents again, Naruto said, getting up from the ground and taking up his stance again. Naruto attacked now, he jumped up and kicked his opponent's block with his foot, then he dodged the kick from below and kicked the other attacker in the tendon of his leg. One became incapacitated. Uzumaki attacked again, and after a 5-minute fight was able to knock out another one. The last one was put down in another 3 minutes. And there before the master stood the crumpled blonde and the beaten guards. Wow guards, Naruto said, rubbing his injured side. Wow kid, said one of the trio, and they all laughed. Very well, I accept you as a guard young man. What is your name? The master asked and Naruto smiled, but suddenly his smile was gone. My real name. It can't be called. What should I make up? What? Uzumaki thought anxiously, but his thoughts were interrupted. So what's your name? The owner of the market interjected. My name is Rei, Naruto said, the first thing that came to mind. Nice to meet you Rei, my name is Kiteki Hizumaru. And this is Kimiro, Reidi and Shibi, by the way you can go and get cleaned up, Kiteki said and let the 3 guards go about their business. Rei, you take over as guard, a man will be here soon to take you to a place where you can rest and get to know the others, said Kiteki and held out a bundle that contained all of Uzumaki's belongings. Thank you, Kiteki-san, I will do my job well, Naruto assured the head of the market. 2 minutes later the guide came, but he had to wait while Naruto's papers were being made, as he didn't have his old ones, but he put it down to the fact that they had been burned in the house. Now it was already Rei Tetsuya walking to his room. Rei was pleased that he was able to deal with the documents so quickly and easily, so he quickly fell into the role of guard. 3 days later, the caravan was on its way to the land of tea. Naruto was able to get along with the guards, some good swordsmen even helped him with his training, and there were a couple of other shinobi, but they stayed away from him. The clanking of katanas could be heard near the caravan. The blonde man was practicing again, and Reidi was helping him. Naruto had been practicing taijutsu with Shibi, but the boy was defeating the guard because Madara had taught him a lot. Kimuro emphasized ninjutsu and genjutsu, he even showed a couple of techniques to the blonde, but he didn't know that his techniques were just copied by the guy's Sharingan. But now the sound of swords striking had subsided, and once again the caravan was on its way. There was still plenty of time before arriving in the land of Chai, and the blonde decided not to waste it, but to work on himself. Naruto experimented with the element of the forest and tried to develop something new, but so far he was only good enough for a wood clone, which was much better than the shadow clone. 2 more days passed, which were especially boring for Naruto as his teachers were put on patrol or night duty, so Naruto spent his time with the fox talking about the past and the future. Uzumaki sat on the first wagon in the caravan and surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground shook a few meters away from him and a huge wall came out of it, covering the entire road. Naruto jumped to his feet in a flash and saw 3 people on the wall folding identical seals. Futon. Squall wind, the unknown men shouted and directed 3 powerful streams of wind at the caravan, which, combined into one, easily swept the first wagon. Uzumaki was thrown far into the forest, and he crashed into a tree and lost consciousness. Naruto woke up from the noise and struggled to regain his bearings. His eyes were cloudy, but he could see smoke rising from the burned trees, hear the sounds of battle and the screams of the wounded. He didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, but that was the least of his worries right now. With a quick shake of his head, the blonde reached the wagons in a couple of jumps and saw Shibi fighting 2 unknowns. Forming a Rasengan with one hand, Uzumaki jumped and brought it down on one opponent, breaking several bones before the unfortunate man passed out from the painful shock. Turning around at the sound, the other opponent let his guard down and was hit in the throat by a kunai thrown by Shibi. "Thank you, Rei, I probably wouldn't have made it on my own," the guard said after catching his breath and getting down on one knee. "Shibi, where are those shinobi who overturned the wagon?" Naruto asked excitedly and quickly, looking around. They're farther to the beginning, fighting with our shinobi guards," Shibi said and quickly ran away to the sounds of the battle in the other direction, while the blonde rushed to the right place. Naruto jumped up high with his Sharingan activated and looked at the battlefield. The opponents were standing on opposite sides of the battlefield, apparently having recently combined techniques. They were so engrossed in each other that they didn't notice Naruto, who had created a clone in flight, and the 2 of them were folding the seals of different techniques. Kaden. Great fire destruction, Naruto spoke softly and blew one of Uchiha Madara's strongest fire techniques out of his lungs, and at the same time the clone managed to hit the ground with another technique. Doden. Stone dome. A dome erupted from the ground, protecting Naruto's allies from the sizzling fire that raged across the clearing. The clone disappeared with a pop and Naruto, before anyone saw him, used the element of the forest and pulled himself to a safe distance with an extended wooden arm. 10 seconds later the fire show was over and everyone present turned their attention to the dispersing cloud of smoke. On the other side now stood 2 enemies. One of them was badly burned and the other only slightly, only a handful of ashes remained of the third. The 2 survivors were breathing tiredly, the lack of chakra was taking its toll. Naruto was in the same condition because he had spent a lot on those techniques. Are they still standing? Naruto asked his comrades standing next to him as he inhaled the air. How did they survive after that? Reidi exclaimed in surprise. They're weakened now, so this is our chance, Kimuro said, thinking of something. Rei, can you distract them with fire? He continued. Yes, I can, Naruto replied shortly and jumped high up, pushing himself up with chakra beforehand. Kaden. Great fireball, Naruto shouted and sent a fireball towards his enemies. Reidi, now, shouted Kimiro and began to fold the seals, and Reidi began to sidestep the enemies as they defended themselves from the fire. Doden. Infernal swamp, Kimiro shouted and slammed his hand into the ground, the impact sending viscous mud in the direction of the bandits. What the hell? One of the bandits shouted, but immediately fell to the ground with his head cut off. The second enemy, having wasted all his chakra, could not even make an attempt to resist and drowned in the created swamp. Phew, Finally, Rady said tiredly, wiping his katana with a handkerchief. Hey, guys. How's it going in there? Shibi shouted from behind the wagon. It's all over, so we can rest. Let everyone patch up their wounds and get back in formation, we'll be moving on soon, Kimiro said. All the guards who were involved in the battle scattered to rest, and the medical staff began to treat the wounded. After 3 hours, the caravan was ready to leave again, but it was decided to stop for the night and wait for morning. The caravan was ready to leave again, but it was decided to stop for the night and wait for the morning. The night passed quickly and the caravan continued on its way. After a day, they stopped in a town, so the guards got some free time, and Naruto decided to go to the hot springs. Naruto's trip to the baths went smoothly, which the blonde man himself was very happy about, after which he went to the town square and see the sights to distract himself a bit. So the blonde walked around the city until the night, and when finally exhausted, the guy rented a hotel room and went to bed. The next day the head of the caravan announced that they would be staying for a while to fix the transportation, so Naruto had a couple more free days, and he decided to devote them to training. As he learned the aspects of genjutsu and ninjutsu with the help of Kimiro, Naruto didn't notice how the 2 days flew by. The caravan continued its journey to the land of tea, which was 3 days away. It had been 2 days since the caravan had left the city, and Naruto felt that he would soon be leaving his position as a guard. Now he was resting in the carriage after duty and giving himself to reflection. Naruto's paw. I wonder how my friends are doing in Konoha. I hadn't thought about them in a long time, and I was ashamed of them. They used to be the most important thing in my life. I was always trying to protect them from all dangers, but once Madara found me, I thought of them less and less. Have I really changed that much? What the hell am I talking about? I'm doing this to save them, and not just them, but other people in general. They're my friends just like before, so I'll protect them even at the cost of my life. This is my ninja way, to never give up and to protect my loved ones. I haven't changed, I've only grown up. But I'm still very curious, how are they doing? Are they healthy? How's my team? Is Sensei reading all his books? How's Sakura, Sasuke? Obito-sensei. How are all my other friends and acquaintances? Oh man, it's making me so depressed and melancholy that I'm even getting too distracted and sad. What if I were to drop by Konoha sometime and see how they're all doing? Not a bad idea in principle. It's decided, as soon as I get off work, I'm going to stop by the Hidden Leaf Village right away. End of Naruto's paw. Hey Ray. Suddenly the blonde was distracted from his thoughts by Kimiro's voice. What, Kim? Naruto asked tiredly and opened his right eye, staring at him. What are you going to do after we get to the city in the land of Chai? The shinobi asked, making himself comfortable on the pillow. He looked cheerful, and was probably looking forward to a quick paycheck and freedom from his duties. His brown eyes gleamed merrily in the dim lighting, and his black hair was wet and disheveled, and he was now wearing a robe, showing that he had recently washed. I don't know, I'm actually traveling. What did you want? Naruto asked, opening his other eye. My partners and I want to offer you a job, Kimiro replied slyly and squinted his eyes, and Naruto looked at him with interest, rising from his seat. Listen, while you've been here, I've been keeping an eye on you. Me and my guys need a good shinobi to do a job. And the most important thing is to make sure he's tested. You're a good fit for us, since we've fought together, I trust you, that's why I'm offering this, Kimiro explained, and Naruto thought for a moment. What kind of business do you want to do? The blonde asked incredulously, glancing at his companion. In general, my family had a scroll from a long time ago. According to my late grandfather, it said the location of a special stash, which is something important. We want to find it, but there are a couple of problems. Went to the essence of black-haired, wiping his head with a towel, and Uzumaki began to listen to him more carefully. One of the problems is that the scroll was stolen from me by one of my old buddies. He investigated everything thoroughly and stole my relic. The other problem is that the scroll is encrypted, and to decipher it you need to visit the ruins of one of the temples of an ancient clan. There is something there that will help you translate it, Kimiro said in detail. And why are you sure that your former buddy did not find this stash? Uzumaki suddenly asked. Ray, only I know how to decipher the scroll and only I know the location of the temple, the guard said with a smile on his face, and Naruto began to think hard, weighing everything he said, but his curiosity and thirst for adventure overcame his doubts. Why don't you assume that I will take you prisoner and torture you to tell me everything about this stash? The blonde man asked with a smirk, and his companion blurted out. You're not that kind of person, Ray, I can feel it. The location isn't right, and yes, it's stupid. Don't worry about the merit and the reward, so if it goes well, you'll make a good living, Kim replied. Okay, I agree. Accepted Naruto's decision. Very well, Ray Tetsuya, but you must not tell anyone about this, it is a very important secret, so no one must know about it. And I'm very happy to have you with us, Kimiro said cheerfully and pulled Naruto's hand for a handshake. After that, Kimiro got out of the caravan and went about his business, while the Jinchuriki went back into his thoughts. Soon the caravan reached a town in the land of Chai and the process of weeding out the guards and hiring new ones was underway. Naruto, however, was summoned to the head of the caravan upon his arrival in Kimiko's town. Kiteki was sitting at a desk in his rented office, going through his papers, signing and writing some details, his earring shining brightly in the sun, sometimes illuminating the room with sun bunnies. And no one would have disturbed his work if there had not been a knock at the door. Come in, Hizumaru said briefly, and set aside the completed sheet of paper. The door opened and a familiar face with a blonde head appeared in the opening. Hello, Kiteki-san, you summoned me. Naruto asked, taking a seat on the prepared chair. Ah, it's you, Tetsuya. Yes, I summoned you to ask about the renewal of your guard contract. During the bandit attack, you distinguished yourself and showed good behavior, the head said and looked at Naruto, waiting for a reply. I'm sorry, Kiteki-san, but my life path is taking me further, so I can't stay, Naruto explained and smiled crookedly, while Hizumaru began to write something on a piece of paper. It's good that you're following your path, I hope it leads you to the right goal, here you go, give this sheet to the girl on the way out, she'll give you your paycheck. Kiteki handed the blonde man the sheet. Thank you, Kiteki-san, for everything you've done for me, maybe I'll see you again, Naruto said with a smile and said goodbye to the head of the caravan. On his way out he gave the note to the receptionist and she handed Naruto a rather large sum of money. Naruto walked out of the building and met a trio of friends led by Kimiro. Hey guys, are you here for your paycheck too? Naruto asked and shook everyone's hands in greeting. Oh Ray, we need you, we're leaving this town in 3 days, so rest those days, and when the time is up, come to the hotel, which is near the fountain on the east side of town near the shinobi store. Alright then, we're here for the paycheck, have fun, Kimiro said and patted Uzumaki on the shoulder. Good luck, Rady said with a smile. See you later, said Shibi and the whole company went into the office. Bye, Naruto said goodbye and went to look for hot springs. After visiting the baths, Naruto went to a clothing store, because his clothes had been damaged during the fight, and he was now wearing the uniform of a regular security guard. He bought himself black sandals, a mesh t-shirt, a dark jacket and loose pants, and walked out of the store, quite pleased with himself. On his back was a new backpack, which in addition to 2 straps fastened on the belt, Naruto also bought a pouch for weapons, and katana was mounted on his back. After that Uzumaki went to the shinobi store and bought everything he needed, then went to the hotel to get a room and rest. The appointed time has arrived, and already Naruto is talking to Kimiro, Rady, and Shibi in their room. They are discussing a plan of action, the first point of which is to retrieve the scroll. Alright, we're now in Kimiko's town, it's a short distance to our destination. Timi's house is on the border of the country, so it shouldn't be hard to get there, but how do we get the scroll? He's probably backed up and hired guards, so we're in for a rough time. After we get the scroll, we'll go straight to the temple. So, Tetsuya, you are ready and so are we, so let's go now, Kim finished, and the others just shook their heads and started to pack. After half a day, the team of 4 was almost close to the trader's lair, so they stopped running and took a break. Naruto, on the other hand, watched Shibi's somewhat incomprehensible behavior. He was looking around, running his eyes, crunching the bones of his arm and wiping sweat from his face, but Uzumaki didn't pay much attention to it and decided to have a snack. After a short rest, they traveled onward, checking their gear before doing so. They made their way as quietly as possible along the forest towards the manor. There were no guards in sight, and that started to alarm Uzumaki as they made their way through the forest and saw the large house. The sun was already starting to set and in an hour it would be dark, so the four shinobi decided to wait until nightfall to act easier, but things don't always go according to plan. Suddenly there was a great rumble from behind and Naruto was thrown aside by the explosion, but he managed to group himself and land on his feet. The others were out of sight, and when the dust cleared, Uzumaki saw a man mostly in black clothing. He had a large zanbato hanging behind his back and wore arm cuffs on his hands. His face was covered by a scarf and only his brown eyes were visible. He was wearing a black bandana on his head and in it was a crossed-out stone protector. I shouldn't let him close, I'll try to wound him with something quick, maybe it will work and I won't have to exert myself too much, thought Uzumaki and quickly put the 6 seals together. Futon. Wind blades, then rushed towards the enemy, sharply waving his arms cross to cross, from which broke off streams of dense cutting wind, then they with rapid speed rushed to the enemy. You know the techniques. A shinobi suddenly spoke in a cold voice over Naruto's ear. Uzumaki, with eyes big with surprise, turned around sharply, pulling his katana out of its sheath and striking towards the owner of the voice. There was a clang of metal, and Naruto saw the huge cleaver block the blow of a small needle. You're fast, the enemy complimented, and immediately the shinobi swung his katana to the side and swung the flat of his sword at his body, sending the Jinchuriki flying about 7 meters away and crashing into a tree, which he safely felled. With a groan, Naruto got to his feet and put a hand on his shoulder, then with a sharp movement he righted it back into place. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki folded the seals and then his hand glowed with a green light. He put it to his shoulder and stood there for a couple seconds without moving, while his opponent looked at it and did nothing. Are you done? The enemy asked sarcastically and took hold of the zanbato comfortably and threw Naruto's katana with his other hand. Uzumaki raised an eyebrow in surprise, but still picked up the katana and stood. Suddenly, those present heard a loud explosion nearby, and the renegade stone man grinned. What are you grinning about? The blonde shouted, and the shinobi pointed his sword in his direction. Some of your friends are already dead, because that's where our commander went, Naruto's opponent said with amused gloating. You're next, shouted the enemy, making a zanbato strike at breakneck speed. The clang of metal sounded again and the former stone shinobi saw his strike stopped and scarlet eyes with 3 commas in each stared back at him. Those eyes. The renegade remembered something. Sorry, now you're going to have to be killed, Naruto said with flashing eyes. Even though you have those eyes, you're still going to lose, the swordsman regained his composure. Now I'm fighting for real, said Naruto and removed the chakra block, mixing with his chakra, the fox's chakra. Wow, you're not as weak as you look. The enemy was confused again. Let's check it out, said Naruto and rushed into the fight. The clang of metal continued for 5 minutes, after which Uzumaki's katana broke and now Naruto fought with only techniques and throwing weapons. You've been holding your own against me for about 10 minutes without your needle, on one taijutsu. Worthy of respect, the renegade said, breathing in air. He stood 5 meters away from the blonde, who was already bruised in some places. The swordsman himself was burned in several places and his leg was bleeding. Naruto tried to enter his opponent in genjutsu, to which the renegade stated that he had no chakra channels in his head. Now I will use all my techniques, Naruto said and formed a series of seals, then exhaled his strongest fire technique, but his opponent defended himself with an earth technique. As soon as the stone wall collapsed, a blond man with a Rasengan in his hand flew at the swordsman, but his opponent made a sharp lunge and cut Naruto in half with his sword. Poof! There was a sound, and the blonde dispersed in a puff of smoke. A clone. A thought flashed through the enemy's mind, but at the same instant he heard footsteps behind him and closed in on the zanbato. The Rasengan met the sword obstacle and an explosion erupted, followed by the mangled sword flying off to one side and its wielder to the other. The renegade landed on his feet, but was immediately kicked in the head and flew a couple of meters away, crashing into a tree just like Uzumaki. The renegade was less fortunate than the Jinchuriki, because a splinter from a limb was sticking out of his chest, and he was coughing up blood. Naruto moved closer to him to make sure he was going to die, but the dying man moved his lips and Naruto leaned closer to him to hear what was being said. "Say it louder," Uzumaki demanded and leaned in harder. "Cats," the lips whispered, followed by an explosion. A little earlier, Kimuro was breathing heavily, leaning over the corpse of his enemy. His clothes were torn in some places, and through the holes on the man's body were visible bruises and cuts. "Oh, we have to find the others and help them," Kim said, not knowing who in turn to leave, but he was stopped by a familiar voice. "Kimuro," Rady said quietly, coming out of the nearby bushes. "Rady, you're alive. Did you see Shibi anywhere?" Kimuro asked at once. He died in my arms. He managed to defeat his opponent before, but he poisoned him with something and then he died. I was lucky, I got a weak one, but I was a mess too. I just didn't have time to help him," Rady said sadly and bowed his head. "Timi would be responsible for his death. It's okay, you did your best. Now we have to find Rei," Kimuro said firmly. Suddenly there was an explosion nearby and they went there as fast as they could. There was a loud explosion, and Kimuro and Rady hurried to the center of the event. In a minute, they were there, and they saw the crushed clearing, the fallen trees, and the crater from the explosion. Not far from it all lay a large Zanbato that was very wrinkled and bent beyond belief. No one was around, and that alarmed Kimuro more than ever. "Boo!" shouted Naruto, appearing abruptly in front of them. "Ah! Damn you, Blondie!" Rady shouted hysterically and grabbed the spot where his heart was located, while Kimuro only sighed in relief. "Phew, good thing you're alive. What was that explosion?" Rady asked calmly already, while Kimuro regarded the worthless Zanbato. "I was fighting a swordsman who was pretty strong and crazy. He had explosive seals around him, and when I was fighting him, I caught the tip of the seal, so I sent a clone to him and he killed himself." "Where's Shibi?" Naruto asked, looking one way and another. "He died," Kimuro said shortly and stared at the ground, very saddened by his friend's death. "We're glad you're safe, but we have to hurry. Timi might escape and Shibi's death would be in vain," Kimuro continued firmly and they set off towards the mansion. That same day in Hidden Leaf, Chidori Senbon, the black-haired boy shouted and the range filled with the cry of a flock of birds and all the targets were hit in 10. "Well done, Sasuke, Kakashi didn't even think of that, but he can make a wolf out of Chidori," said a black-haired man with beautiful features with orange glasses on his eyes. "Well, Kakashi-sensei is also talented. After all, you said, Uncle Obito, that he created this technique during the war when he was younger than me. I should try to do something like that, though. This technique has a lot of potential," the Uchiha said and deactivated the Sharingan. "Yes, there were many battles during the war where this technique was heard," another member of the Uchiha clan recalled mischievously. "I've been meaning to ask." Sasuke began with a pause, and then continued. "Why do you wear those orange glasses?" He finally said. "Ah, it's a habit of mine since childhood. In fact, from my side I see normally, that is, I see the world as it is, and not in orange color. My enemies almost always don't notice that I have my Sharingan activated because of my glasses and that gives me an advantage over them," Obito enlightened his relative. "I think you were going somewhere. Like to meet up with your former teammates?" Sasuke reminded him, and Obito opened his eyes wide, even under his glasses. Shit. Kakashi's gonna cry again, and Rin's gonna back him up. I'm screwed. Obito said in a dejected voice, and Sasuke only smiled. "Thanks for reminding me, nephew, I'll be off," shouted goodbye Obito and disappeared from sight, and the young brunette remained still training in the clearing. At the same moment, at range number 6, a great rumble is heard in the clearing, and large chunks of rocks and remnants of trees fly from the epicenter of the noise. Near this carnage, a blonde woman with large breasts and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead stands and watches what is happening. Her student is practicing the taijutsu she learned from her sensei, and the training was about to come to an end. Not bad, Sakura, you're learning fast, you're a dangerous opponent in close combat now, Tsunade said, but she didn't stop there, and your medical skills are excellent, but you need more practice, so you should work at our hospital, the Konoha Hokage summarized. Hi, Tsunade-sama, the student, mostly dressed in pink to match her short pink hair, said. I wanted to tell you, your mace you asked for as a reward is ready. The Akamichi clan did a good job on it after you rescued Choji on one of their missions together. You can pick it up anytime you want and practice with it instead of using it as an improvised material, the Hokage informed her ward. Fine, I'll pick her up as soon as possible and continue training, Haruno said with a huff, clenching her hand into a fist. Don't overwork yourself, the Hokage said, and she and Haruno went about their business. The events at the Timi mansion. The team of three fought Timi's minions for over half an hour, but they were weaker than the former, so the trio dealt with them more quickly. Timi himself was fighting Kimiro and losing to him, with Rady and the blonde man covering his rear. Soon Kimiro lunged and delivered a stabbing blow with his kunai to the area of his opponent's chest, and scarlet blood spilled onto the ground. Timi fell to the ground, coughing and expectorating scarlet clots, and Kimiro began to talk to him. Naruto couldn't hear the conversation, but he guessed what the conversation might be about. After a little dialogue, Timi passed away and Kimiro got up from his knees and, calling his co-commanders with him, went to the surviving part of the house. Behind the painting was a safe, and Kimiro took all the contents from there, after which the entire trio left the scene, remembering to burn all the bodies beforehand. The next morning Naruto woke up on a bed in a small room that was modestly furnished with basic necessities. With a strain, Uzumaki got out of bed and stretched his aching muscles before going for an invigorating shower. Then he pulled some spare clothes out of his backpack and rejoiced deeply at his foresight. Once he was dressed, the blonde went down to the first floor and checked into the hotel. The receptionist told him where his companions were and he headed to the nearest cafe where he met up with Kimiro and Rady. Good morning, Blondie, Rady said hello, barely able to tear himself away from his order. Hey, Ray, how are you feeling? Kim asked, reading some notes. Hey, guys. I'm feeling pretty good. What happened yesterday? Uzumaki tried to remember, but after leaving Timi's house, his memory was failing. You passed out last night while healing our wounds, you must have used up a lot of chakra, Rady suggested, finishing his food. It's clear, nothing, when you fully expend chakra it increases. Waiter. Naruto cheerfully called out to the cafeteria worker, and then ordered his breakfast and was now enjoying his meal. After taking a bite, Uzumaki watched the actions of Kimiro, who had taken out a ruler and was drawing something on a map, with a compass lying next to it. What are you doing, Kim? Naruto asked. I'm finding the approximate location of the temple where we can get the decipherment of the scroll, Kimiro replied. But you said you knew where it was. Naruto asked in surprise, raising his eyebrows upward. Well, I know where it's located roughly, but it's worth it to be 100% sure. Don't worry, Ray, it's fine. Kimiro scratched the back of his head with a smile, while Rady ordered his dessert. All right, have you figured out where this place is yet? Rubbing his temples, Naruto spoke. Sure, we're leaving in an hour so we should stock up on what we need, Kim said, after Naruto asked the meeting place and headed to the weapons store. Uzumaki remembered that his katana was broken and wanted to buy a new one, but for some reason he changed his mind. Instead he bought kunai and shurikens, as well as smoke bombs and explosive seals. Naruto bought battle pills with different properties just in case. After arming himself, the blonde returned to his room and gathered the necessary items into his backpack before heading to the designated location. The team traveled north to a location near the Fire Country. The shinobi walked for about 4 days and finally reached a beautiful place with a large shimmering waterfall. We'll spend the night here, Kimiro said briefly and threw his belongings on the ground, followed by the others. How much longer do we have to walk? Rady asked, and Naruto went to look at the view from the hill without going into details of their journey. Not long at all, if we walk like before, we'll be there in a couple hours, Kim answered, digging into his backpack. I'll go and set up the tent, Rady said and went to look for a flat spot. Kimiro decided not to waste time and went to make a fire. Once the fire was going, the two friends started to prepare dinner, but Naruto still didn't show up. What do you think is in that stash we're looking for? Reidi asked, rubbing his eyes as the smoke changed direction. I don't know, but I hope we didn't come all this way for nothing, Kimiro replied, and he unsealed a pot from the scroll, then put it on the fire and poured water into it. It was nearing sunset, and from the hill where Uzumaki was standing, there was a beautiful view of the clearing that had turned red due to the glow of the sun. The view was mesmerizing and hypnotizing. The warm wind ruffled the young man's hair, soothing and carrying away all sorrows and hardships into the distance. Naruto stood still for a few minutes with his eyes closed, and then sat down on the grass and began to meditate. After a short meditation, he entered his subconscious mind, where a large cage appeared in front of him. HRR. 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 There was a whimpering sound coming from the depths of this cage. Naruto walked closer to the cage and sat down on what appeared to be a beautiful throne. Hello Kyuubi, Naruto said loudly, putting his foot on his leg. The snoring stopped and there was a stirring. Two scarlet eyes with vertical pupils lit up in the darkness and then stared at the newcomer. Oh, it's you, Naruto. The nine-tailed man muttered in a low voice, and the cage lit up, revealing the rest of the Biju's body. Were you expecting someone else? Naruto asked wistfully and looked around. Just your schizophrenia, the fox said flatly. My schizophrenia is you, the blonde attacked again. And you are my insolent alarm clock, surprised the fox. And why insolent? Uzumaki did not understand. Yes, because you come, wake up, take the power, show off leaving here and everything repeats again, listed the nine-tailed one, curling his tails. I see you want something, Naruto suggested. Well, I'm sitting here, I haven't fought anyone for so long, and I don't remember walking on the grass. Remembering the past, the fox said, rolling his eyes. Suddenly his cage became even bigger, and in place of the cushions there was a clearing. A warm breeze blew, his subconsciousness began to light up something like a miniature sun. Here's a piece of your wish, Uzumaki said, and Kyuubi looked around and rolled around in the clearing. Wow, good, it's been a long time since I've been this cool, thanks, the fox thanked the young man in a satisfied voice. Come on, it's not hard for me, and it's interesting to watch the strongest Biju at times like this. Naruto smiled. How are you doing in the outside world? Kyuubi switched the subject. I'm fine, Madara let me out of the asylum, and now I'm looking for some treasure from Senju's time with some people I know, but we have to work hard to find it. Kyuubi was surprised by this turn of events and began to ask for more details. Their conversation had been going on for a considerable amount of time, and was nearing its logical end. Okay, Kyuubi, Uzumaki said and snapped his fingers, at which time several things happened. Naruto disappeared, the clearing and other bonuses also disappeared, and the pillows returned. Dude, the fox said with a smirk into the void and turned his back to the cage. Naruto opened his eyes and noticed that the sun's disk had not yet disappeared over the horizon, so he decided to sit for a while longer and admire the view. After 10 minutes, the sun had set and the world around him had finally fallen into darkness, so Naruto set off towards the camp. It took him a little while to get there, but it was already getting dark and the stars in the sky were appearing. Uzumaki found Kimiro and Reidi at the campfire, munching away at the concoction cooking over the fire. Hey, Ray, we left you some dinner, Reidi informed him and went back to eating the delicacy. Thanks, I'll try it now. Naruto washed his hands at the waterfall and returned to the fire. The food turned out to be delicious, and the satisfied blonde man gobbled it down with a great appetite. At this rate, dinner was over, and it was time to go to bed. All right, I'll take over now, then you, Reidi, and then Ray, Kimiro commanded, but Naruto objected. No, I'll be on duty all night, I don't want to sleep anyway, and I wanted to practice at the same time. But how are you going to stand watch if you're going to train? Reidi asked with a smile. I will. The blonde raised his voice and folded his hands into a single seal. Poof. 5 Uzumaki clones appeared out of the smoke, of which 4 of them snapped to the 4 sides with great speed. So much chakra wasted. What's the fifth one for then? Reidi asked, scratching the back of his head. If we're attacked, he'll let you know, Naruto announced, and in one leap he disappeared into the thicket. That was fast, Kimiro remarked. Okay, tomorrow's going to be a fun day, I'm going to sleep, Reidi yawned and climbed into the tent. Me too, Kim climbed in after him. Naruto was practicing behind the hill where he was watching the sunset. Uzumaki was honing his forest elemental and experimenting with creating a new technique. He already had an idea on how to create it. Finally, after 2 hours, he had it. He folded his brushes into a lock, and in front of him, wide sheets of wood burst out of the ground from both sides at the same time, joining in the center and forming a dome. It was a technique for protection. Wow, Naruto said as he walked around the structure from all sides. He even climbed up on it and decided to test its strength. Rasengan, Naruto shouted and there was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, Naruto found that the dent was smaller than usual, the technique hadn't pierced the dome all the way through. This Naruto was pleasantly surprised by, but he didn't stop there. Uzumaki created another dome and breathed on it with the fire technique. The effect was pleasant, the fire also failed to do the expected harm, which Naruto was immensely pleased about. Uzumaki, in order not to leave any traces of his presence, pulled the dome under the ground with the earth technique. Here we go. Uzumaki shook himself off and went to camp. The new day promised to be interesting. The next day the team woke up with the first rays of the sun. Reidi made breakfast and everyone had a friendly meal before packing up and heading out. Their route was rather confusing and winding, because they had to go around cliffs and rocks, so they didn't get to the right place until lunchtime. We're here, Kimiro announced briefly, and the others looked up at the old building. It was a small house, tastefully made, but it looked like it was about to fall apart. Another notable thing was that the place where clan crests were usually placed was empty, which confused Uzumaki. Whose temple is this, or rather, hut? Reidi asked with a chuckle as they moved towards the house. I don't know, and who cares, the most important thing right now is to find the scroll, Kimiro reluctantly answered and kicked the door open with his foot. Everyone walked into the room, which was filled with dust from the fall of the door. Ahem, ahem. The people present began to cough. Naruto clapped his hands together, using the wind technique, which sent a wave of air in all directions, cleansing the room. And here I thought we were all going to die, Reidi replied sarcastically as always. Everyone looked around and saw that the room was completely empty, a fact that stunned everyone except the leader of the team. What now, Kimiro? There's nothing here. The blonde asked doomedly and looked at the guide. Kimiro only hummed and walked to the middle of the room, then squatted down and started tapping on the boards. After crawling around for about 2 minutes and finding a board that made a more resounding sound, Kimiro said. Ray, punch the floor here with that ball you're creating. Kimiro pointed to the spot and Naruto created a Rasengan and hit the boards with it. The sound of boards falling down and a huge cloud of dust proved that Uzumaki had hit it right. As soon as the dust cleared, everyone could see that the ladder for the descent the blonde had broken through along with the planks and now he had to jump down there. Yes, he did, I've always been amazed at the power of that ball, Reidi grinned. Let's go, Kimiro said briefly and seriously again and jumped into the hole. Naruto immediately jumped after him without a word. Who's listening to me? Reidi asked to himself and followed. Kimiro and Naruto found torches and lit them, then they looked at the size of this basement. The whole trio stood in a huge room that was 20 meters high and 15 wide. Why did they have to build such a large room? Naruto asked, while Kimiro tried to find a way out, but stopped to answer. It's so that if the enemy infiltrated, this house upstairs would collapse and be buried here. It looks like something important and most likely fragile is in here. What makes you think that? Uzumaki asked, stepping up to follow Kimiro. Look, shouted Reidi and pointed his finger in the direction. The blonde took a couple steps in the indicated direction, lighting up the space. It's. Reidi began. Masks. Kimiro finished. The wall in front of them was hung with many different masks with both intimidating grins and evil smirks. Masks. Here. Underground. Why? Naruto asked with great surprise, walking along the wall and examining them all. I don't know any more than you do, Tetsuya, so there's no point in asking me anything, Kimura warned. I wonder what they're for. Naruto reached for one of them. Stop! Shouted Kimura and intercepted the blonde's arm with great speed. They're just masks, Uzumaki said in bewilderment and confusion. You shouldn't touch something that looks very strange, especially if it belongs to some ancient clan. Kimura said in a cautionary tone and let go of Uzumaki's hand. Okay, I get it. The blonde looked away. Alright, let's move on. Everyone walked a little more and saw a door. Kimura walked closer and pulled the handle. A nasty creak of rusty hinges rattled throughout the dungeon. The team entered the room and all they saw was a table, and on it lay a medium-sized scroll. Here, this is what we need, now all I have to do is decipher it and we'll know where the hiding place is. You can wait here if you want, Kimura offered, to which Reidi shook his head negatively. I'll go outside, I realized when we came in that I can't stand these dungeons, Reidi said and ran back inside. I'll just look at the masks, I won't touch anything, Uzumaki warned and walked out of the room, lighting his way with a torch and heading towards the faces. Kimura's paw. Yeah, this cipher is a lot harder than I thought it would be. Well, if I substitute this here and this for the end of that, it works out. I'm also worried about what's at the entrance. What are these masks for? Maybe it's part of some kind of ritual. My gut feeling is that they are artifacts, but the risk is too great, you might accidentally call on some gods or worse, Shinigami, and your life will be spared. Okay, that clears things up, just a third left to decipher, and we'll finally leave this place. End Pav Kimura. Naruto's Pav. PFF'd. These masks are incomprehensible. Is that why I care so much? Hey, if I have to admit it, I want one of those. If that's what Kimura said, then they probably have some sort of properties. Once he finishes deciphering and we leave this place, I'll ask him to give me a map with the specified location of this temple. I will then ask Zetsu to dig me up something about this place. I'll have to talk to Madara some more later. End of Naruto's Pav. The door creaked nastily again, and Naruto saw the approaching reflections of a torchlight. Uzumaki stepped away from the masks and took his torch in his other hand. After illuminating a larger perimeter for himself, Naruto saw a satisfied Kimura. I see everything went well. The blonde smiled, and Kimura shook his head and suggested they hurry and find Reidi. As they walked to the exit, Naruto noticed a large stone door that only had a hole for his hand. What kind of door is that, Kim? Uzumaki asked interestedly, about to turn towards the mysterious door, but Kimura's hand rested on his shoulder. It's a waste of time, this door will only open to someone who has the blood of this clan in his veins, answered Kimura, and they went back on the same path. The two shinobi used chakra to run up the wall and into the temple, and then they went outside. Reidi was sleeping peacefully in the shade of a tree, his backpack tucked under his head and apparently having one of his pleasant dreams. But he was prevented from having a nice dream by two very sneaky people. Kimura took a flask of water from Naruto and gently splashed the contents into his comrade's face. A scream could be heard throughout the forest, and after that came the crude words that described the inner and outer worlds of Naruto and Kimura. The two shinobi tried to calm the heated Reidi for a long time, and then began to discuss future business. So, Kimura, what did you find out? Reidi grumbled, shaking out his wet hair. To begin with, I managed to decipher the scroll and I've already looked at the location of the cache on the map. You have no idea where it is, Kimura said, intrigued. Kim, don't stall, talk closer to the point, Uzumaki said excitedly, and Reidi shook his head in agreement. Alright. This place is located right where we stayed for the night, Kimura revealed the secret. You mean by the waterfall? Reidi asked, misunderstanding. That's right, but not in the waterfall, but at the bottom of the pond next to it. Kimura clarified, looking at the scroll again. Then what are we waiting for? Reidi asked in an excited voice. I wanted to enlighten you first, but you're as restless as ever. Kimura rubbed his eyes and put the scroll in his pocket. Let's go. The man threw shortly, and everyone immediately disappeared from the clearing, jumping with great speed. This time the shinobi reached the waterfall very quickly and were already standing on the bank. "We'll have to dive," Kimuro said and took off his backpack, and the others followed suit. "I'll create a clone to watch our stuff while we're gone," decided Uzumaki and performed shadow cloning. "Great idea, now I'll dive in and if I find a passage, I'll swim out and let you know," Kimuro suggested as he took off his outer clothes. "Well, I'm off." Kimuro took a couple steps and jumped into the water. After half a minute he swam out, held his breath and dove in again. After the same amount of time he surfaced again and waved his hand and called out. Naruto and Reidi stripped half undressed and dived in after him. Naruto swam behind Kimuro and saw a dark tunnel entrance. Moving his arms quickly, Naruto swam into it and then swam down the dark corridor. After 10 seconds, he finally surfaced and was given a hand by Kimuro to pull him out of the water. "Where are we?" Naruto asked and shook his head to shake off the water droplets. "It looks like we're in a cave, but I can't see anything." Squinting his eyes, Kimuro said. Naruto created a Rasengan and the chakra illuminated the surrounding space. "Yeah, your technique is good for a lot of things, it's amazing how useful it is," Reidi said and saw a torch off to the side. Kaden, small stream of flame. Reidi, small stream of fire, blew on the stick and it caught fire. "Well, we've made the torch, now all we have to do is walk through the cave and the cache is ours," Kim said cheerfully and patted his partner on the shoulder. Taking the torch from Reidi's hands, Kimuro headed deep into the cave and the others followed him. They walked for about 15 minutes, and then they saw a large stone door. Kimuro handed the torch to Naruto and walked right up to the door. Before Uzumaki knew it, Kimuro had already started folding the seals. Finishing his task, Kim put a glowing hand to the door and the light seemed to soak into it. 10 seconds passed and there was a muffled rumble of the door being pulled aside. The shinobi entered the room and lit the other torches. The room was fully illuminated, and those present saw several shelves of scrolls and a table with a small stack of papers on it, as well as 2 chests and a wall hung with weapons and armor. Kimuro walked over to the stack of papers and started reading them. Reidi went to check the chests, and Naruto walked over to the weapons. Uzumaki saw a lever behind the armor and activated it. The wall shuddered and moved aside and everyone present walked to the entrance. "Is that a sword?" Reidi asked incomprehensibly and walked into the room. In front of him stood a long, man-sized sword with a broad blade sharpened on both sides. "It's not bad," Reidi said admiringly, and took hold of the handle and tried to pull it out, but it wouldn't budge. "What's the matter? It won't come out." Reidi tried pulling with both hands, but it didn't work. Only then did everyone see a sign written in an unknown language above the sword. Naruto and Reidi tried to make out what was written, but Kimuro just hummed. "All right, whatever, I'll go see what's in the chests," Reidi said and ran back. "Rei," Kimuro turned to Naruto, "if you pull out that sword, I'll give it to you, even though it's a relic of my clan," Kimuro said seriously and Uzumaki nodded. Naruto walked over to the sword, sighed, took hold of the hilt and pulled it out of the ground with ease. "Kimuro, I did it." Uzumaki cheered, holding the sword in one hand, and Kim smirked again. "I can take it back now, can't I?" "Yes," the man replied briefly and got ready to leave. "What does the plaque say?" "You got it." Uzumaki looked slyly at Kimuro. "Yes, I understand. It says, only he who knows the forest will take it," Kimuro informed him. "Forest?" Uzumaki said and asked another question, "What clan are you from, Kimuro?" My name is Kimuro Senju," said the man and turned his head towards Uzumaki. "Senju?" With huge eyes, Uzumaki interrogated. "Yes, I'm a descendant of Senju Hashirama, and this is his hideout," enlightened Kimuro. "Wow. And you have the element of the forest?" Naruto asked, looking at the man with surprised eyes. "Yes, but I'm not the only one." Kimuro glanced at Uzumaki, but avoided the subject. "Keep the sword, and now let's go to Reidi." Kim turned around, but Naruto stopped him. "How am I supposed to wear it?" Uzumaki looked questioningly at Senju. "Oh, I forgot." Kim slapped himself cheerfully on the forehead and touched the sword with one hand and the blonde's hand with the other. The sword disappeared and a seal in the form of a circle with symbols formed on the Jinchuriki's arm. Naruto only blinked in surprise as he looked at the pattern. Now, if you need a sword, just pour chakra into the seal and that's it, Kimiro said and was about to leave again, but he was stopped again by Uzumaki. Whose temple was that where the masks were? And where is it located on the map? The blonde asked, somehow sure that Kimiro knew the answer. Shit, Blondie, here's the decrypted scroll, it's all there, now let's go divide the loot. Senju finished and they left the room. Naruto and Kimiro left the secret room and Senju went to the table to finish what he hadn't read, while Naruto sat down in a chair to think it over. While Senju was fiddling with the notes and Uzumaki was thinking, Reidi was laying out what was in the chests on the floor. Jewelry, gold, silver, books, scrolls, and a few chains with unusual stones were visible on the floor. Reidi cautiously looked at what he found and tried to figure out what the necklaces were made of. It's not an emerald, but the color is green, even the texture is different, but this one is a different color altogether. Reidi reasoned aloud as he next examined the unusual jewelry one by one. Naruto and Kimiro broke away from their business, stepping closer. Kimiro took one of the scrolls and began to read, while Naruto looked at one of the necklaces. It looks like it's crystallized chakra. It belongs to Hashirama Senju. Kim said after finishing reading. How do you come to such conclusions, Kim? Naruto asked, and Senju silently pointed to the scroll he was reading. This necklace contains healing chakra, that's why it's green, it speeds up regeneration. Kim began and took another piece of jewelry in his hand. This one helps you use the forest element better, and the techniques are much stronger. He showed Senju a piece of jewelry made of wood, but it was harder than metal. This one is blue in color and increases your chakra reserves. Senju showed him and put it on himself. He gave the wooden one to Naruto and the green one to Reidi. Why didn't you take the wooden one, Kimiro? You're Senju after all, Reidi said, looking questioningly at both shinobi. I'll explain it to you later. Kimiro waved it off and went to the unread scroll. After 2 hours, the inspection was over and now Uzumaki was mentally listing everything he had gotten during this adventure. Naruto's paw. So, I got some really good stuff from this treasure trove, even a relic of the Senju clan. I never thought Kimiro would be one of Hashirama's descendants, and he also has the element of the forest, no wonder he handled the head of the guard during the battle at Timi's house. I wonder how strong he is. Oh well. Now I have a couple of scrolls with techniques, a necklace that improves the forest element, a large sword of the first Hokage, gold, and a few other expensive items that are made of noble metals. Also Kimiro gave me a deciphered scroll, I'll be sure to study the masked temple later. Hey, this trek has opened up new mysteries, questions, answers, and possibilities. I now know about a couple of techniques that Madara should teach me the next time we meet. Well, now I'll have to look for quests again, let's see where fate takes me now. End of Naruto's paw. The trio had finally emerged from the secret place, and now they were all standing near the waterfall. So, Rei, where are you going to go now? Kimiro asked, zipping up his backpack. I guess I'll go look for quests. The blonde replied nonchalantly and looked at the water. Where are you going, Kim? Naruto also asked and looked questioningly at Senju. To Konoha, Senju answered briefly and slung his backpack on his shoulder while Reidi stood beside him. Konoha. But why? The blonde almost shouted, his eyes bulging. The first Hokage in the scroll wanted the Senju to live in Konoha and protect it from harm, just as Hashirama had done when he was alive. Now I think we'll become shinobi of the leaf. Senju, after some thought, took off his backpack and began rummaging through it. After rummaging around a bit, he pulled out a book and tossed it to the blonde man. What's in it? Naruto asked in surprise. It contains information about shinobi criminals who are rewarded on the black market. The black market points are also in the book, Kimiro explained, while Reidi was looking at the map, trying to figure out which way to go to get to Konoha. But why did you give this to me? Naruto asked, holding the gift in his hands. Tetsuya. It's just that you're a strong shinobi and something tells me that you're going to get even stronger. So, you will meet many enemies on your way and if you defeat them, you can get a lot of money for it. You just have to hand over the corpses and that's it. So, it's all in your hands. Take care of yourself. Kimiro held out his hand in farewell, and the blonde shook it firmly before saying goodbye to Reidi as well. Senju and his partner headed through the forest towards Konoha. Before leaving, they gave Uzumaki directions to the nearest town and advised him to get a map. Uzumaki had been making his way through the dense trees for half a day now, and it was starting to get dark, but that didn't stop the brave shinobi. Naruto scolded Reidi for showing the way, but he wasn't a very good mapmaker. Jumping over a large fallen tree trunk, Uzumaki activated his Sharingan and the world around him became brighter. Jinchuriki was lucky though. 2 hours later he came to a small town, but guards stood in his way. "Who are you and why have you come to our town?" one of the guards asked a question. "I'm just a lost traveler looking for a place to stay and a place to replenish my supplies," Naruto said calmly and warmly and looked at the guards. "It's clear, okay, come on in," said the second guard, yawning tiredly, but the first of them wanted to stop him, but the look of the second one let him know who was in charge. "Thank you," the blonde man said politely and entered the town. There were lanterns burning in the town and lighting the way. After walking around the town for a bit, Uzumaki found an inn and got a room. The next day Naruto left the village and even remembered to buy a map, and he exchanged the jewelry for money and bought himself a wakizashi, just in case, which he fastened horizontally on his belt. Now Uzumaki headed to the largest of the nearby cities to find a bigger and more interesting assignment. The destination was about 3 days away, so Naruto decided that it wouldn't hurt to learn how to use his new huge sword. On the second day of the journey, he found a convenient clearing to practice in and unsealed the sword. The blonde man looked it over from every angle and began to practice. He created a large pack of tree clones with swords and gave the order to attack him. The swarm of spears first attacked one at a time, then the whole bunch, and then with activated Sharingans, and after 2 hours of hard fighting, Blondine was all battered and in some places with deep cuts. Now he stood with his Sharingan activated and his sword half stuck in the ground. All the clones had been destroyed. Naruto grimaced in pain and ran Kyuubi's chakra through his body, speeding up regeneration, and then he folded a few seals and began to heal. Once rehabilitated, Uzumaki set off on his journey. As he walked, there were many thoughts in his head. Pa of Naruto. Hey, a bit unaccustomed with such a huge thing, but this sword is quite handy to use. It's sharp even though it's been standing for many years. It looks like it was made with a special technique and a special metal. I was lucky to have it. Come to think of it, where could the same 7 great swords of mist have come from? I wish I knew more about it, but for now, time is short and I have to spend it gaining experience. Now all that's left is to learn the new forest techniques and I can safely complete the missions. The end of Naruto's POV. By the blonde man's standards he should have reached the city in half a day, so he stopped and turned deep into the forest. After quite a distance from the road, Uzumaki came to a clearing and started learning new techniques from the scrolls. 7 hours later. After learning the forest techniques, Naruto decided to try them out on his own clones. He created 100 shadow copies and ordered them to attack. All the clones just rushed to the original as Naruto himself had already applied the technique. Mokuten, the birth of the wood forest, Naruto shouted after he folded the seals. Almost the entire clearing was filled with a forest that the blonde was able to control. The Jinchuriki had destroyed many of his clones with this technique, but he didn't stop there. Naruto began to fold the seals again. Mokuten, palm. A huge wooden palm burst out of the ground to meet the clones, which was also controllable and destroyed the rest of the clones. Phew, useful techniques. Uzumaki felt that chakra was scarce, but still folded the seals of the earth elemental. Doten, swamp. All the wooden structures were dragged underground and everything became as before, and the blonde fainted in the middle of the clearing. Jinchuriki appeared in his subconscious next to the fox's cage. Hello fox. Naruto said loudly and, while Kyuubi woke up, managed to sit down on his personalized throne. Hello to you too, Naruto, the nine-tailed one yawned. What's the occasion? Just to chat, Uzumaki smiled. Remember, I told you that I was looking for a stash of people. The blonde asked. I remember, Biju's memory is very good, so I even remember telling you about my memory, the fox reminded him with narrowed eyes. Yeah, well, one of my companions turned out to be a senju. And on top of that, he found out that I'm a forest elementalist too. The blonde shared the information and watched the fox's reaction. I thought senju were extinct. Yeah, that's the news. The fox was surprised. And what did you find in the stash? QB inquired. I personally got the money, a necklace that improves forest element, the sword of the first Hokage, a couple of forest element techniques that made me unconscious, and a scroll with the location of the masked temple. Naruto finished and looked at QB cheerfully. A temple with masks. The fox was surprised. And whose is it? QB continued to ask. I don't know yet, but I'll ask Zetsu to investigate this place. The scroll has the information he needs, the blonde explained with a smart look, and the fox smiled. Are you saying that you got into the subconscious because you passed out due to lack of chakra? The fox asked, and Naruto only shook his head. You know, Naruto, a shinobi shouldn't exhaust himself like that or it can be fatal, but it's not so bad for you because I'm sealed inside you, the fox explained, and Uzumaki smiled slyly. Do you care about me? The blonde asked with sly eyes, and the fox widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows high. No, you misunderstood, I just wanted to QB began, but Naruto interrupted him. Come on, you're not getting away with this. Thank you. Naruto smiled, and QB wanted to say something, but the blonde snapped his fingers and disappeared like an exploding firework. Hey, thank you, too, the fox said into the void and rolled over onto his other side. Ooh, my head, why does it hurt? Uzumaki moaned, opening his eyes. What? Naruto shouted. The last thing he remembered was fainting in the middle of a clearing, but now he was in some dark and damp room. Naruto was stripped to his torso and hanging from chains. In some places they were covered with seals that blocked chakra. I can't move, said the blonde man to himself as he tried to move, but nothing worked. Hey, somebody, help, shouted the Jinchuriki, and a moment later he heard footsteps. The door opened and the light hit the blonde's eyes. Oh, you're awake now, Blondie, grinned maliciously at the intruder. Take me down, shouted the blonde in an orderly tone. Should I give you your stolen stuff too? Ha ha ha. The man felt clearly superior and mocked the victim as best he could. You bastard. You'll be sorry. I'll kill you, shouted Naruto and twitched violently. Now you'll answer for your words, the enemy said with a grin and folded the seal of concentration. The chains were electrocuted and Uzumaki began to thrash in furious pain, screaming loudly. Nobu, do not overdo it, the man who had entered the room said in a commanding tone. The one called Nobu obeyed and interrupted his technique. I am Akira, and now you will tell us what we need, or Nobu will force it out of you. Trust me, he knows how to interrogate, the big man with the curly red hair said threateningly. How did I get here? Uzumaki spoke with his head down. Okay, I'll make a concession and answer your question. It was one of ours who knocked you out with a special technique, so you were unlucky. We decided not to kill you only because you had a lot of money and you were well dressed, so we decided that you could be ransomed. The leader finished his tirade and looked at the blonde's reaction in surprise. Ransom. Ha ha ha. Ransom for me. Ha ha. You guys are full of shit on that one. Uzumaki laughed, even though his situation was not the best according to Nobu and Akira. Nobu. Fry him up a little, the leader ordered, and a sadistic grin slid across his subordinate's face. Gladly. He folded the seal of concentration again, and the blonde man was electrocuted again. After 20 seconds, the torture stopped, and Uzumaki was breathing very heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead, and the heated circuits from the current burning his skin. Ha ha. Now I'll ask. Uzumaki began, slowly raising his head. How do you want to die? Shouted Uzumaki, and those present stared at the blood-red eyes with vertical pupil in fear. The fox's chakra made the suppression seals burn, and with a snarl, Uzumaki ripped all the chains off the hinges at once, and the enemies were thrown back against the door by a sudden burst of scarlet chakra. "Nobu, kill him!" Akira shouted with fear in his voice and dashed away. Nobu glanced at Akira running out, and when he turned, the last thing he saw was a huge sword. Naruto chopped Nobu's head off and kicked the door shut by the man in charge with his foot. Uzumaki walked out of the room and saw the opponents running out of the corridors. "Let's have some fun," the blonde shouted bloodthirstily and grabbed his sword. The katana strikes and various stabbing and slashing weapons came at him from all sides. Jinchuriki activated his Sharingan and now saw all the movements of his opponents. He dodged the katana and chopped diagonally with his sword, then blocked the axe's blow and made a slash at the enemy. As soon as the enemy began to fall, he intercepted his axe and put it into the head of the enemy. Then he dodges the enemy's careless blow and hits him in the solar plexus with the hilt of his sword, quickly regroups, and the enemy's blow hits his ally. Everything went by at a fast pace, Naruto crumbling his sword at the oncoming enemies and advancing down the corridor, with a bloody mess behind him. After 10 minutes of slaying enemies, Naruto reached Akira, who also rushed into the fray, but was immediately caught in a Sharingan illusion. "Who are you and where are my things?" Naruto asked in a gruff voice. He had a lot of cuts that oozed blood, but it was as if he didn't notice them. "We're from the Mika criminal organization. Your things are in the chest in the secret room behind my back." The torch, Akira said, staring at one point, as if inanimate. "Who is the ringleader of the organization?" "His location?" Uzumaki asked coldly. "A certain person nicknamed Mentor. His whereabouts are unknown," the big man replied emotionlessly. "Who would know where he is?" "There's another base, the head of the base should know something about him. It's marked on the map next to your things." Naruto silently interrupted the technique in the man's life. After that, Uzumaki sealed his sword and he finally felt the pain from all the wounds. Jinchuriki ran his Biju's chakra through his body and began to heal himself with the Irionen technique. Uzumaki looked around the space and found a switch that opened a passage to a secret room. The room was small, so Uzumaki found the chest right away. He took all of his belongings and was surprised that the brigands didn't have anything else. After that he took a map showing the location of the base and then spoke. "Mentor, you are my mission now." Naruto promised himself that he would rid the world of the organization, Mika, and to do this it was necessary to destroy all their bases, as well as the head of the organization, so Uzumaki set off. The blonde calculated that it would take about 8 days to get to the Mika base by normal walking, and if running at the speed of a shinobi, it would take 5. Jinchuriki decided that he would go as a normal person so that he could train every day. Before heading to his destination, Uzumaki decided to still visit the nearest town and buy some throwing weapons since he couldn't find a weapon pouch in his chest. Paw of Naruto. Damn brigands. I wonder how they cut me off in the clearing. I thought I was out of chakra, but here's the surprise. Well, at least I have all my valuables with me, except for the pouch. One thing that bugs me is that the brigand who scratched me the most used an interesting technique. His sword was enveloped by chakra, it even moved in a very interesting way. In this crowd he accidentally hit one of the other swords with his weapon and it disintegrated as if it was made of oil. I'll have to ask Madara what it is later. End of Naruto's paw. Naruto reached the town and stayed there for a couple hours, buying everything he needed and then headed to Mika's base. The Uzumaki pondered a plan that would allow him to get through security so that the head of the base wouldn't slip away. While Naruto was thinking, it was already evening, and after darkened completely, but it did not stop the brave shinobi, and he continued on his way. The blonde walked all night and half of the day and only after that he decided to take a break to rest and gain strength for the future training. 2 hours later, the blonde stood in the clearing, rested and full of energy. He created 4 clones and sent them out in different directions to warn him in case of danger. Paw of Naruto. So, the forest techniques are over, and now I don't know what to learn. XO. What is there to do? Maybe I can remember something from Madara's advice. Or maybe I can improve on what I've already learned. That's right. Madara said I could improve my Rasengan. Why didn't I realize that? Rasengan is a technique based on form, and if you make the ball bigger, the technique should be more powerful, and if you do it with 2 hands, it can be very useful. You just have to give it a try. End of Naruto's POV. Naruto was glad that he could now continue practicing, and began to improve his Rasengan. Uzumaki created a large number of clones and ordered them to learn how to create Rasengan with different hands and at different times, and he himself walked away from the clearing and began to meditate. His meditation was sometimes disrupted by the explosions in the clearing, but the blonde learned to ignore all the noise and continued his meditation. After 3 hours, Uzumaki interrupted his meditation and dispelled the clones, and staggered out of sheer fatigue. Okay, we have to stop this. If you think about it, clones transfer experience and fatigue when they're doing something, but if they do nothing, or if they meditate, or if they sleep, then by convention they should transfer fresh strength to me. Naruto was happy that he had come up with this brilliant idea and immediately created 10 copies of himself and started putting them to sleep. It took another hour to get the clones to sleep, but some of the clones couldn't sleep. Blondine thought for a long time about what to do about it, so he thought of putting them into an illusion and ordering them to sleep. All the clones fell asleep, and the Jinchuriki went to the clearing to see how the improvement in technique was going. Everything that Naruto had planned the clones had accomplished, so Uzumaki could easily create a large Rasengan, and even with 2 hands, well, the power of a large Rasengan was clearly superior to a normal one. Naruto was happy that everything went as it should, and the thought of using elemental chakra instead of regular chakra came to his mind, and he decided to try it with wind. Uzumaki created shadow copies again and began to create a new technique. It took the blonde 2 hours to create a Rasengan based on wind chakra. The ball itself was white and spinning at an incredible speed. It also had small blades of wind coming off of it and it looked like a round shuriken. Naruto sat down on his heel and began to breathe rapidly. He had used up enough chakra for that, and moreover, he was creating clones. And then the blonde remembered about the sleeping copies and immediately dispelled them. As soon as the shadow clones disappeared, the original had his vigor and restored chakra. Uzumaki smiled and got to his feet. Not thinking long, he set off towards the base, considering the training completed. 5 days earlier, in Konoha, there was a knock on the door at the Hokage's residence. Come in, the 5th Hokage answered without taking her eyes off the papers. Senju Hashirama's crystallized chakra was visible on her chest and it was green in color. Hello Hokage-sama, team number 7 has arrived for their assignment, Hitaki Kakashi reported, followed by Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Sai. So, let's see what we have for Team 7. Tsunade was talking to herself while rummaging through the papers. Today, you're in luck. A small gang of bandits in the north of the country, approximate location, near the city of Yumiko, your task, to find and destroy, and also to check the information that these bandits are involved in the organization. Mika read out the task 5th and handed the scroll to Kakashi. How much time is given to complete the task? Sai asked, drawing everyone's attention to himself. A week, I think, is enough, but the deadline is a week and a half, the Hokage replied, pondering. What is the rank of this mission? The Uchiha asked, adjusting the katana Obito had given him. Rank A, everyone, don't interfere with my work. Dismissed, said the Hokage in an imperious tone. Hi. The ninja replied and hurried away. So, guys, meet at the gate in 40 minutes, don't be late, warned the Junin and disappeared in the spatial technique. After exactly 40 minutes, Team 7 gathered at the gate. Everyone was in formation, so the shinobi set off without delay. Kakashi-sensei, why are you reading this erotic book either at home or on a mission? Haruno asked in a grin. Because, Sakura, Rin said that if she sees this book in my hands, she will kill me, and that she has a heavy punch, Hitaki said without taking his eyes off the book, and the co-commanders only smiled. I understand there's a Chunin exam in a month, will you all be participating? Kakashi continued the conversation. All of us, the Uchiha answered for all of them and moved to another tree. Yeah, we'll pass this time for sure. Haruno said confidently, and Sai nodded in agreement. The shinobi's conversation came to an end, and they silently went on their way. 4 days passed, and Team 7 was already in the city of Yumiko. everyone scattered to look for more information, and Hitaki went to the customer to clarify the details of the assignment. Half a day later, everyone met up and began to recount what they had learned. Luckier of course was Sasuke, who was casting illusions and questioning suspicious types. So, a little to the south of here is the road where the caravans travel, and that's where the bandits were last seen, said the captain of the team, with one eye open. Some people were buying stolen goods from one man, name and everything else is unknown, only known that he missed today's meeting, though he never missed before. Sai, in his turn, informed everyone. I got nothing. Sakura lowered her head, realizing that she wasn't good at gathering information and it was worth paying attention to. I questioned a few people under the illusion and this is what came out of it. The person Sai was referring to is named Akira. These brigands are indeed connected to the Mika crime group. Their base should be northeast of the caravan road. The base itself is in a cave near a small body of water, filled in all the blanks Uchiha, and everyone stared at his sensei. Well done Sasuke, now we are going to this base. I advise you to go back to the hotel and pack your things. We are not coming back here, said Kakashi, and everyone went to the hotel. After the team reached the road, then according to Uchiha's instructions they started looking for the cave, which they found within 2 hours. Okay, once we enter, we have to be extremely careful. Strange, there should be at least a hint of security. We eliminate people as quietly as possible without attracting attention. Also, Sakura, don't use your taijutsu in the cave, or you'll bury us all, Kakashi finished, and Sakura nodded and unsealed her red-pink mace from the scroll, which instead of a spiked ball had rectangular, sharpened spikes tightly attached to the hilt. Team 7, barely audibly treading on the ground, made their way to the entrance and very quietly slipped inside. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt the cold and damp air of the cave. A torch was burning dimly nearby, it made Hitaki anxious. Not a single sound was heard by the 7th team, so they visibly tensed up, but still continued on their way. Here a door appeared before them, and the Junin gave a wave to Sai, who drew a mouse and made it squeeze under the door. As soon as the mouse slipped through, Sai closed his eyes, but not 5 seconds later he opened his eyes in horror. There. Safe, Sai muttered with an unclear intonation, and Kakashi opened the door and froze in shock. Sasuke and Sakura were curious too, and they looked over their sensei's shoulder. They're all. Sakura began in a trembling voice. Dead, Sai finished, and Kakashi and the Uchiha remained silent. What happened here? Sakura asked the question. Guys, let's split up and explore this place. Me with Sakura and Sai and Sasuke. Hitaki gave orders, and he and Sakura went straight down the hallway, while Sai and Sasuke went the other way. The second pair reached the room that the mess had started from and went inside. Looks like someone was held here. Sasuke said and sat down to examine the chains. Yeah, it happened about 4 hours ago, you can tell by the bodies, Sai confirmed, looking at the dead bodies. These pins on the chains are very long and they were hammered into the wall. What kind of strength would it take to tear them out of the wall? The Uchiha was greatly surprised and activated his Sharingan. Strongly powerful chakra. Sasuke gave out after a quick look and turned to see Sai standing up. They were killed mostly with swords, some with their own weapons. The bodies are unaffected by the techniques, Sai informed. Just as he finished, a scream from Sakura was heard. Hurry up! Shouted Sasuke, and they rushed to the source of the sound. 20 seconds later, they jumped out to Kakashi and Sakura and were surprised to see that Sakura was treating one of the shredded people. What happened here? Kakashi asked and crouched down next to the dying man, who was starting to spit up blood but was still conscious. Ahem. Ah. Demon. Ah. Ah. The unfortunate man uttered and died, rolling his eyes, and those present didn't know what to do. Demon. Kakashi-sensei, we found that the murders started from the chamber. It looks like someone with incredible chakra ripped off the chains and killed everyone with a sword, Sasuke reported the observations. I see, we found a secret room, but it's empty, we only found a pouch full of weapons, Kakashi said and stood up. What are we going to do now? Haruno asked, squeamishly stepping over the corpse. We'll pile up the corpses and burn them, then go back to Konoha, there's nothing to do here. "I'll write everything in detail in the report later," the copying ninja said, and the whole team began to pile up the corpses. One of them had a map with a marked area. Hitaki took him for a messenger, and the marked place was another base. Soon all the corpses were stacked in a large pile, and Kakashi and Sasuke began to fold the identical seals. "Kaden, large fireball," the shinobi said at the same time and blew out 2 large fireballs that began to sizzle the bodies. 5 minutes later, they repeated the technique and all the bodies burned and the team exited the cave. "Now to Konoha," Hitaki spoke and the 4 shinobi took off. In 9 days. Naruto was approaching Mika's hideout. Half an hour ago he had checked the exact location on the map and now he was moving decisively and with a plan. He had stopped a couple of times to practice and now his handling of the big sword had improved quite a bit. He was also using it with the wakizashi and was becoming quite the killing machine, at least he was crushing tree clones with flying colors. Also the progress with Rasengan was good. He was creating techniques faster than a second even with both hands and also solidified the techniques learned on the forest elemental. Nothing would stop the fox demon Jinchuriki now. "Mentor, I'm getting closer and closer." Naruto smiled bloodthirstily as he approached the cave. "Stop. Who's coming?" a voice asked gruffly, but Naruto saw no one. "I'm from Akira, I'm told to pass on information about the prisoner," Uzumaki answered loudly, and then the bushes moved. 3 people came out of there and asked to follow them. The blond man followed without further ado, and now they were already at the entrance. The passage to the cave was closed by a massive door, which appeared after one of the 3 put the appropriate seals together, and then knocked 3 times quickly and twice with a delay. A noise was heard, and after 15 seconds, the door was opened by 2 men and let the newcomers through. The men led Uzumaki down the hallway. There were things stacked in different corners. Some brigands were sharpening weapons, some were eating lunch, some were sleeping, some were playing board games, and some were just talking. "The rabble has gathered. Well, nothing. Once I find out where the mentor is, everyone will die. You will answer for everything you have done," Naruto thought as they approached the coveted door. The bandit knocked on the door and as soon as it was answered, he opened it and led Uzumaki through. The room was lit by many torches and the entire space was well lit. Naruto saw a man sitting at a desk with a neat mustache and hunched posture. He was writing something and pretended not to notice the people who had entered. Behind him were 2 cabinets with books and scrolls, and next to him was a safe. Also on the wall hung a map of the region and the entire shinobi world. Next to the map were some notes written in neat and legible handwriting. The whole room was clean and tidy. "Master, this man is from Akira. He has information about the prisoner," the brigand said reluctantly and waited for orders. "Leave us," the man said briefly, and the brigand obeyed without a word. "Your man came 3 days ago and said that one prisoner managed to escape. He was ordered to leave and inform me, but he did not know how it ended, but judging by your appearance, Akira was able to disarm him," he said. The master began, and Uzumaki grinned. "I want to talk to the true master of this base." The blonde smiled, and the man with the mustache bulged his eyes. "How did you guess?" the man asked with surprise on his face. "It's simple, people report to you with some reluctance and disrespect. Your handwriting doesn't look like the one on the map. You have a tanned face, even though you are in the room. You yourself don't conform to the order in this room, and you just confirmed it," the blonde listed and looked at the fake host slyly. You're smart. All right, I'll get the master." The front man got up from his seat and left the room, and about 3 minutes later a tall, pale-faced man of well-groomed appearance entered. He said hello and sat down in his seat with his back straight and proud. "Now, I'm listening," the master began in a commanding voice. Now everything was falling into place. "I was wondering why you put another man in your place," the blond man asked, sitting down on the offered chair. "It's a precaution. Let's not get off topic," the head said irritably. "Good. So, everyone in the asylum is dead, killed by an inmate, every last one of them," Naruto said, and the head looked at the blonde with suspicion. "Who are you?" he asked, putting his pen aside. "I am the one who will destroy the Mika." Uzumaki shouted bloodthirstily and with great speed grabbed a wakizashi and immediately hit the head of the chapter on the head, but before the blonde did so, the master managed to call for the guards. Naruto picked up the unconscious carcass of the base master and threw the kunai with the explosive seal at the door, while he created a Rasengan and slammed it into the wall. The cave shook and began to collapse, and the blonde once again used the wind elemental Rasengan and finally punched his way out. As soon as the Jinchuriki jumped out of the shelter, he created a single tree clone and handed him the body and headed for the exit, unsealing his sword as he went. Uzumaki ran up to the very beginning and noticed the brigands running out of the door, fleeing from being buried under rocks. "Have you been waiting?" Naruto shouted, using the element of surprise, and a few of the gaping men didn't even have time to realize what had happened before they died. "He's the enemy." Suddenly 5 people landed behind Naruto, looking like shinobi of good skill, various weapons visible behind their backs. They hadn't attacked yet and apparently decided to see who would finish who off, but the blonde didn't want to die in any way. The bandits after the command attacked the blonde, but most of the people simply left their weapons in the cave, so they used kunai, and what can kunai, against a huge sword. The ranks of bandits were quickly dwindling. Uzumaki spun around in a deadly dance, wielding his sword left and right. The blonde was surrounded on all sides, and some were already celebrating victory, but the blonde spun sharply around his axis, and everyone quickly jumped away from him, while he stuck his sword into the ground and jumped on the hilt, folding the seals. "Kaden! Great destruction of fire," the blonde shouted and exhaled a huge amount of fire that immediately turned everything in its path to ash. The blonde exhaled and turned on the hilt, so all the brigands got a large portion of fire. One of the best techniques of Kaden did its job, and only the strongest and luckiest remained in the clearing, including the unknown 5. "What are you standing there for? Let's finish him off, or he'll kill us one by one," shouted a little burned lucky guy, and the others supported him. No one wanted to just die on this field. "Nah, we don't fight side by side with trash," one of the 5 with a big mace said in disgust. "Bastard." One of the bandits started to insult the shinobi, but he was pierced by Naruto's sword and immediately dropped dead. "Mercy!" shouted one of the bandits, but his head separated from his body and headed off into the distance. "You scum didn't spare anyone, so you will die," Uzumaki replied angrily, and the rest of the bandits suffered the same fate, and now the blonde was facing 5 shinobi who had never engaged in battle. "Yes, you are strong, but you can't stand up to us," one of the 5 said and drew his sword. "I hope I get a bounty on the black market for your heads," the blonde grinned and folded the seal. 4 wood copies and 100 shadow copies appeared next to the blonde. "Not bad, not bad," the shinobi praised, and the weapons all glowed. "There's chakra on the weapon again. I don't want them to break my sword. That one seems to have wind chakra, one has lightning, and these 2 have fire. So we have to use wind against lightning, fire against wind, and water against fire. Damn it, I don't know water techniques. Okay, let's go." The blonde stopped pondering and all the clones activated their Sharingan and then attacked the surprised opponents. From all sides you could hear the clones scattering, but that didn't scare the original. On the contrary, he was eager for battle. As the last shadow clone dispersed, it was the turn of the original and his assistants. Grasping his sword comfortably and activating his Sharingan, the blonde attacked the enemy. The scraping of metal had been filling the clearing for 7 minutes, and the blonde had already realized his disadvantage. Thankfully, the first Hokage's sword had not failed and was still strong. Uzumaki was tight. Of course Sharingan saw all the movements of opponents, but sometimes the body did not have time to react. There were too many opponents, and on Naruto's body were left large cuts. The blonde attacked, but his blow was blocked by 2 katanas. He dodged the axe and almost attacked the other 2, but with a circular movement he attacked with his sword and scratched the arm of one of the enemies. Jinchuriki took the Biju's chakra and his wounds began to slowly heal and his reactions became faster, and now he decided to try a different strategy. Uzumaki attacked one of them again, dodged the other one, and while the other one swung to attack, Naruto hit the ground with a Rasengan and the whole space shook violently, and the blonde took advantage of the moment and chopped one of the opponents in 2. The bandits hesitated and one was hit with a wooden pin and Naruto folded the seal. Suddenly the bandit's entire body was sharply pierced by the spikes that came out of the pin with great speed. 2 done, only 3 left, the Jinchuriki said sarcastically and bloodthirstily, flashing his Sharingan. Bastard. Come on guys, position number 3. One of the survivors commanded, and all 3 of them changed their positions and swallowed their strength pills. One enemy squatted down and began folding seals, another jumped on his back and also began folding a series of seals, while the third covered his sword with chakra and prepared to attack. Kaden. Large fireball, the seated one shouted and began to blow a large ball of fire. Futon. Gust, the other shouted and blew a jet of wind that reached the fireball and magnified it many times over. There was an explosion, and fire danced in the clearing for about a minute, and then the trio was greatly surprised to see a wooden dome that had been erected in the middle of the clearing. Suddenly this dome split and both parts of it went underground, and the blond man stood untouched by the fire. Looks like you were weaklings after all, this amount gave the illusion that you were strong. Well, now it's my turn. The blonde created a clone, and the 2 of them began to put different seals together. Kaden. Great fire of destruction, the original shouted and blew out a fire so powerful that it surpassed the combined techniques of the enemy. Futon. Blades of wind, the clone waved his hands, and the entire stream of fire intensified by times, and its heat reached very high degrees. The opponents, dumbfounded by such a monstrous technique, couldn't even do anything, and Naruto himself created a double-sided wooden dome and, just in case, on top of the dome another one made of stone, so he could avoid his own technique. The fire show lasted for a few minutes and then everything went quiet. Uzumaki dispelled the techniques and walked out onto the battlefield, the ground of which had turned to ash. However, I overreacted. The blonde scratched the back of his head, but suddenly a half-burnt opponent emerged from the ground. He was breathing very hard, and you could tell that without someone else's intervention, he would not survive. Look. Alive. And I thought you all went to the Shinigami, Naruto asked as if to ask the burned man. This is why you joined this organization. You'd be alive and well now, but I'm just going to kill you, the blonde said with regret in his voice and swung his sword, intending to end it. Wait. The burned man barely spoke. Naruto was surprised, but still let go of the sword, intending to listen to the speech before he died. The man. The one you took. Not the owner of this base. Dumbfounded the blonde former opponent and began to close his eyes, and Naruto was frightened. Wait, Uzumaki said as he folded the seals and then green chakra covered his hands and he began to treat the injured man. It didn't help much, so Naruto pulled out a battle pill from his pouch and shoved it into the injured man's mouth. His regeneration went much faster now and he began to come to a more normal appearance, the burn slowly began to heal and his face took on a normal hue. The blonde continued the treatment and after 2 hours the bandit was completely cured, but all of his body's resources were depleted so he wouldn't wake up. Uzumaki ordered the clones to make a sacrifice, and after questioning him under the illusion, Naruto was convinced that the shinobi wasn't lying. Jinchuriki created several copies and ordered them to clean up the shelter if it hadn't collapsed completely, and the original himself took the outlaw's body and hurriedly retreated from the clearing. Naruto pulled some new clothes out of the backpack the clone had brought and changed. Now they were far away from the shelter and the shinobi still hadn't woken up. Naruto even from nothing to do began to meditate and think about what techniques could be combined. The next day, the rogue stirred and wrinkled his nose in frustration. He opened his eyes and tried to sit up, he managed to do so, and looked around in surprise as he remembered exactly how he had been burned, but now he was intact. Wake up. Finally. Naruto, who was sitting nearby in the lotus position, said a little grudgingly. Did you save me? The bandit asked apprehensively. You could say that, the blonde replied without opening his eyes. Thank you. The bandit smiled, and Naruto opened his eyes. Don't even want to ask why? Inquired Uzumaki and stared at the guy. He was a young man about 17 years old, his hair was black with a blue tint and his eyes were dark blue. His facial features were nice, and I couldn't believe he was an outlaw. I guess why and I'm telling you right away, I'll tell you everything I know about Mika, the blue-eyed man also replied warmly and Naruto thought for a moment. What's your name? Uzumaki asked. My name is Minoru Shishigawa, the brigand introduced himself in a friendly manner. And what made you join the Mika, huh, Minoru? The blond man asked, glancing at his interlocutor with a sidelong glance. I'm an orphan. I lost my parents when I was about 5 years old. I was raised by my aunt, but she died 5 years later, and I was thrown out on the street as a useless thing. I went around begging for alms, then I was picked up by a kind old man, who fattened me up and put me on my feet and taught me the art of shinobi. But apparently he had stepped on Mika's tail before, and somehow they came after him. He hid me, and he himself was killed, you might say, in front of my eyes. Soon I continued my ninja training and managed to get in touch with Mika, and later joined their ranks to eradicate the contagion from within. I kept waiting for the right opportunity, but it never came, so I started feeding information about the Mika to the authorities, hoping that they would organize an attack on the Mika and I would help them. But then a man came running to us and said that a real monster had broken out in the northern hideout, so the head of staff was immediately recalled, and someone else took his place, even the room was remodeled for him. And then you came and almost killed me, but I guess fate smiled on me and I'm still alive. Minoru's expression changed from anger to indifference to disgust throughout the story. Yeah, you've had a rough time in life, Naruto said. He had seen the man and he was telling him the truth. Uzumaki was a good judge of character. Some have it worse, Minoru said and Naruto nodded. Okay, I'm Rei Tetsuya. You can help me destroy the Mika, but you'll tell me everything you know about them and I'll tell you why I want to kill them. The blond man announced the terms and began to narrate. Naruto's story didn't take long, and now Minoru understood everything, but there was something he really wanted to clarify. You're younger than me, but you're stronger than all those bandits put together. Minoru began. Oh, thanks for the praise, hard training, what else can I say? Naruto replied snidely and prepared to answer another question. You used wood and Sharingan in our battle. How is that possible? The blue-eyed man asked curiously. Well, it's my natural luck. The blonde grinned. Are the eyes transplanted? Shishigawa kept asking questions. No, they're my own, but I got the Sharingan afterward. That's all, the rest I'm not at liberty to tell you, because it's not only my secret, refused Uzumaki with a smart look. Now you tell me everything you know about the Mika, Naruto asked and noticed the clone he had sent to the hideout come over and hand him a couple scrolls, as well as the money they had taken from the bandit base. Yes, a useful technique, but highly chakra-intensive, I don't understand how you got so much of it. Minoru was surprised, but the blonde asked not to stray too far from the topic. So, 5 years ago, no one knew that there was an organization, Mika, but soon it began to gain momentum, gaining influence and capturing new territories. As I found out, the real head of the base has been recalled to the organization's council, which will take place because of you. They will soon find out that their second major base has been destroyed and then maybe they will lay low, and if they do, we won't find them, Minoru finished and Naruto wondered. And how will they know I destroyed their base, since there's no one alive? Uzumaki wondered and looked up at the sky. They will send someone to scout the situation. Shishigawa explained briefly and realized what the blonde was up to now. Then we'll just follow him and be done with it, Naruto said relaxed. It might work, they'll send a man in 2 days if we don't hear from the base, the blue-haired man informed and looked at the blonde's reaction. Then we have 1 more day, that's enough. Uzumaki created a tree clone and sent it to monitor the base from a secluded place and, in case of enemy appearance, to relay the information to the original. Enough for what? Shishigawa didn't get it. You will teach me the technique by which you channel chakra through your sword. The blonde was surprised, but his new partner had his own terms. And you will spar with me on swords, Minoru announced the terms. But why? I've done 5 of you, you'll be easy prey alone. The blonde tried to brush it off, but he failed. You don't seem to understand. I didn't fight you at full strength back then, I even beat weaker ones at my own risk to talk to you later, and I rarely attacked. Now it was Uzumaki's turn to be surprised. Then I agree, let's have a training session. Naruto smiled and unsheathed his sword and gave his wakizashi to Minoru. Shishigawa began to talk about the technique and show by example. After finding out that the guy had 4 elements, he almost fainted, but then he still said that any element could be channeled through the sword, especially if it was made of chakra-conducting metal. Minoru showed him how everything worked, and the blonde man enthusiastically began to comprehend the new thing. He created 100 clones and after half an hour, he could channel any element through any sword. It looks like your sword is very good at channeling chakra, try it through a kunai, Minoru suggested, and Naruto did so. The process was more difficult, but after half an hour it worked. Yes, the wind has an incredible passing power, Naruto said and launched the kunai with wind chakra into a tree. The kunai broke through 2 trees and went through a small boulder. It'll go through more if you throw it with all your might, Minoru said, and the blonde tried again. Shishigawa didn't lie, and the kunai penetrated the tree more. Thank you for teaching, Minoru, Naruto thanked and smiled at his partner. Well, that's not all, you can use the wind element to make the blade many times longer, the blue-eyed man said in an instructive tone. Naruto tried and succeeded, now the blonde was very happy with the training. Now you owe me a sparring session. Shishigawa smiled in return and pulled out a wakizashi given from Uzumaki. I always keep my word, the blonde said cheerfully and stood up in a stance while Minoru attacked. Shishigawa attacked the wakizashi diagonally, but the blow was easily blocked by the large sword. Uzumaki quickly spun around and tried to land a sliding leg kick, but Minoru jumped up and hit the wakizashi at the same time, but Uzumaki managed to dodge the blow with his sword and launched several stabbing attacks at Shishigawa, but he dodged them all and tried to approach Naruto from below, but the blonde didn't let him reach him, swinging his sword in front of him. Minoru decided to block the wakizashi's strong strike by taking on the edges of the weapon, and he succeeded. While the blonde did not raise his sword from the block, Shishigawa kicked his foot sharply at Uzumaki's hands and his sword fell out of his hands, but the blonde was not confused, and on inertia struck a blow from a U-turn at the hands of the blue-eyed man, who was about to carry out a top-down attack. From the blonde's blow, the opponent's wakizashi also flew aside. Hey, not bad at all, the blonde commented, shaking his hands to ward off the pain, Minoru doing the same. You bet. Shishigawa grinned. Well, let's get on with it, the blonde man raised his sword and got back into a stance. Minoru did the same, but now Uzumaki attacked first. The fight continued for another half an hour, after which they stopped. Let's consider it a draw, but if I had used a Sharingan you would have been doomed to defeat, Naruto snapped at Minoru. Still, a draw against you is a good thing. Minoru smiled, and Naruto looked a little embarrassed. You're exaggerating my abilities. Naruto scratched the back of his head and then an idea occurred to him. What elements do you have? The blonde asked. Fire and wind, Minoru replied briefly, not understanding what Uzumaki was trying to accomplish. Do you know a lot of techniques? The Jinchuriki asked. Not too many, but there are 3 for each element, answered Shishigawa thoughtfully. Show me and I'll copy them. The blonde smiled and activated his Sharingan, and only now Minoru realized what it was all about. Well look. Kaiten. Royal Fire Dragon. Minoru turned the other way and exhaled a large fire dragon that succumbed to the owner's control, and then dispelled the technique. Good technique, Naruto said and the tomo in his Sharingan twirled. I also know Fire Flow and Fireball, Minoru said, not about to waste chakra. I don't need those techniques because I know similar ones that are much stronger, the blonde said proudly and asked him to list the wind techniques. Arctic Cold, Gust, Wind Blades, the former brigand also listed. Show me Arctic Cold, the blonde asked and prepared to copy. Futon. Arctic Cold. Shishigawa folded his seals and blew out a huge ice stream that turned everything under it into ice. Naruto turned his head, confirming that he had copied it and was now doubly pleased. Phew, after our training, I'm so hungry, how about you? Minoru asked, making a fire. Actually, I can neither eat nor sleep. The blonde surprised his companion very much. Okay, then I'll go and catch something for myself, warned Minoru and left, and Naruto began to hone the copied techniques. The next morning, Uzumaki was about to push Minoru in the side to wake him up, but as soon as he touched him, his arm was immediately grabbed by Shishigawa's hand. You expect me to believe it's a reflex? Naruto said skeptically. How do you know I'm awake? Minoru asked in surprise, shifting from lying down to sitting up. To begin with, you were breathing differently than those who are asleep, though it may be a quick stage of sleep, but as soon as your hand grabbed me, I knew immediately that you were faking it. I've seen how a real reflex works. You can't fool me. The blonde grinned victoriously. Why did you wake me up so early? I, unlike you, should be asleep. The shinobi objected, rubbing his eyes. Don't whine, we're already at the base, so pack your things and go, Naruto said calmly, slinging his backpack on his shoulder. Why aren't we in a hurry? Minoru asked, quickly curling up his sleeping bag. My tree clone is watching him, and if he spots him, he'll plunge him into an illusion, and then the victim will continue on his way, the blonde explained. Not bad, praised Shishigawa, putting on his backpack, which he had specially hidden a few days before the destruction of the base. You bet, said Uzumaki with the exact same intonation as Minoru after the sparring. Let's go already. The blue-eyed man grinned, and they moved on their way. Naruto and Minoru jumped through the trees and gradually approached the clone and the unknown man. Uzumaki suddenly created 5 clones and gave them the scrolls from the hideout. They took them and immediately disappeared. Why did you do that? The companion inquired. In these scrolls contracts that were made with the threat of blackmail and other methods, I decided to return them to their owners. There was no limit to the blonde man's nobility, and Minoru found nothing to say, and they continued their journey in silence. The partners soon reached the clone, and it dispersed, and the original and his partner rode on. After an hour, the shinobi reached the city and continued to follow the man from Mika. Suddenly, the man stopped at one of the fountains where one man was sitting and struck up a conversation with him. After 5 minutes, they both split up and the blonde and blue-eyed man decide to split up, but Uzumaki creates a clone and sends it with Minoru. The blonde stealthily follows the man who was at the fountain, and the man leads him to the bar. Without thinking long, Uzumaki follows and sees that the man he was following is nowhere to be found. In a slight panic, the blonde twists his head around and a voice comes from behind him. Looking for someone, boy? Asked the exact person Naruto had been following. Yeah, have you seen a man with a white scarf and a big suitcase? The blonde blurted out the first thing that came into his head, noticing out of the corner of his eye that as soon as he spoke to the stranger, many people in the bar became wary and tense. Apparently they were at one with the stalker. Oh, I think I saw him. Follow me, I'll guide you, the stranger said and walked across the bar. As Uzumaki needed information he followed him, but 3 others followed the blonde. This did not bode well. Minoru and his clone were doing better. After following one of the Mika, they were sitting behind a door in one of the hotels listening to the heads of the Mika bases discussing their mentor's orders. Suddenly the blonde clone disappeared with a distinctive pop and the Mika's conversation was interrupted and footsteps towards the door were heard, and Minoru's heart sank into his heels. The door opened and 2 large figures appeared on the threshold. Who's there? Came from the room. Some kid burst his balloon, one of the big men answered, turning his head into the room. Hey, kid, go to your mom and tell her to watch you better, threatened the second one, and the boy ran away without a word. The boy ran around the corner and cancelled the transformation technique. The adult Minoru Shishigawa reappeared to the world. Blondie and his damn clones. The blue-eyed boy cursed quietly and seriously considered what could have happened to the original. The heads of the bases decided to change the place and time of the meeting, so he could hear people leaving the room, causing Minoru to make a quick retreat. Shishigawa stood on the roof of the hotel and saw various people leaving the building, but he didn't know who to follow, so he prioritized the 2 ambulances he was lucky enough to meet. They were escorting one of the men who was proudly striding down the street. Minoru tried to walk as quietly as possible and tried to keep a low profile, and he succeeded, though all his thoughts were on what had happened to Tetsuya. Soon the ambul and the man came to one of the luxurious houses and went inside. It looked like it was the head man's house, but Shishigawa still kept his guard up. Minoru took a comfortable position and continued to watch. Night fell and the blue-eyed man was still on patrol, but soon he noticed a single ambo come out of the house and stand in the middle of the road. Shishigawa was confused, but then he noticed 3 men walking towards the ambul. Two of them were dragging a body behind them. Minoru couldn't see who it was, but his heart told him that it was Rei Tetsuya. Pav Minoru. Shit, I can't sit here anymore, because he's been dragged into the house and there's nothing I can do. If I barge in, either Rei will be killed or I'll be fingered as well as him. I realize there's nothing I can do, but still my heart is telling me to help the poor shinobi. Phew, that's a relief. I need to see what's going on, and it's easier to help Tetsuya if I'm there when the head leaves the house. They won't kill him, they shouldn't, at least I don't think so. Damn, I'm hungry at a bad time too. I've got a few battle pills with me, and they'll help me forget about my needs for a while. I just need to figure out what I can do to keep the wolves fed and the sheep intact. The end of Minoru's pav. And so the sun began to rise and soon it was quite light, but no one came out of the house, for it was still early morning and Minoru waited for the master to come out. After an hour the door of the house opened, and again came out two ambassadors, and after them came out the head of the base. Now Minoru Shishigawa was faced with a choice. Save Naruto or find out Mika's plans. Ah, my head. Again, came the unpleasant voice of the Uzumaki clan representative. Not again, but again. Aha, looks like you're out of luck, Blondie. Came the mocking voice of an unknown person. Why is it so dark? Naruto asked, trying to see something, but as soon as he spoke, a bright light hit his eyes. From the bright flash the blonde closed his eyes and wanted to cover himself with his hands, but he couldn't move them. So, I'll get started, he said, turning to Naruto. At this time, Uzumaki tried to see the source of the sound, but he failed, because the man was in a dark part of the room. Where am I? The blonde asked, licking his parched lips. Naruto was on his knees, his arms and bare torso wrapped in chains, giving him a sense of déjà vu. He felt no chakra in him, and concluded that he was wearing a suppression seal. Shut up. We're the ones asking the questions here. A blow came across Uzumaki's face, causing him to spit a clot of blood onto the floor. An unpleasant pain appeared in the area of his jaw. I will continue. You attacked our two largest shelters and killed everyone there. The unknown man asked the question imperiously. Yes, that was me, the blonde man grinned insolently, and then another blow to his jaw caught up with him. Who did you do it with and for what purpose? The man continued to ask questions. Uzumaki waved his head to regain consciousness after the strong blow. I did it alone. I want to exterminate the Mika because they brought trouble to me and many people too, the Jinchuriki replied calmly. I don't believe you were able to take them down alone, the leader insisted, and the blonde only smirked. Whatever you think, I acted alone. Naruto replied with a bloodthirsty grin and received another blow. But you don't realize the situation you're in, the man said and punched him again in the solar plexus, causing Uzumaki to bend down trying to get a breath of air. Then this conversation is over. I'll tell the council that I've dealt with the problem. Kill him, the chief ordered on his way out and climbed the steps to the top. What a great opportunity to try out my new tools. He exclaimed happily and turned on the lights in the basement. After that, he knocked the blonde out with a kick. Uzumaki woke up on a chair in the middle of the room from the cold water splashed into him. Now we can begin, the Ambin smiled sadistically, and Naruto noticed the shiny torture implements on the table next to him. The torturer picked up a serrated knife that looked like a scalpel from the table and looked at the blonde. Don't worry, all the instruments are sanitized, you won't die from blood poisoning. Hey! The robe-clad Ambel came closer and closer, and Uzumaki twitched in his chair trying to free himself, but it was all in vain, he couldn't even use the fox's chakra. The sadistic man approached the blonde and stabbed the knife into the wrist of his right hand with all his might. Naruto screamed in unbearable pain, but for the Ambelist it was like music to his ears and he took the scalpel in his hands. Well, are you ready to continue? The torturer grinned and pressed the instrument that pierced his hand. Uzumaki screamed with renewed vigor, and the executioner took a comfortable instrument of torture and waited for the blonde to calm down a little. You know, I like to count. The executioner began. Let's count together how many fingers you have. The torturer finished and cut off the blonde's ring finger on his right hand. Naruto frantically began to scream and the blood was already pouring down the chair to the floor. Naruto was exhausted, sweat was beading all over his body, his breathing was deep and intermittent, his eyes were blurred and he couldn't understand what the executioner was saying. Naruto screamed again as blood gushed from the new wound, but the torturer didn't stop at one finger and cut off his little finger. The amble did not stop, but left the remaining fingers alone for the time being, but instead slowly left deep cuts on his chest. Naruto was about to fall into unconsciousness, but a rumble was heard from above, and the tormentor tore to the top, and the blonde still passed out. Ray. Tetsuya, wake up. Naruto couldn't see anything in front of him, he was brought back to consciousness by weak blows on his cheeks. Minoru. Is that you? Uzumaki was very pale, so Shishigawa thought he was dead. Damn. You've been hurt badly. Minoru carefully took hold of the knife and ripped it out of the blonde man's hand with a sharp movement. Uzumaki screamed and collapsed exhaustedly in his chair. Shit. Ray, you need to stop the blood from at least your arm or you're going to die. Concernedly rummaged through Shishigawa's tools. I can't feel chakra. I can't use healing jutsu. The Jinchuriki could barely speak. Here's a thought. Are you willing to experience pain again to survive? Minoru asked while heating a metal object with a soldering iron. Yes. Just hurry up. Minoru walked over to the blonde and sat down, a red-hot metal plate in his hands. Courage. Shishigawa said briefly and let Uzumaki bite down on the thick wood. Afterward, he leaned the red-hot metal against his severed fingers. A strangled scream sounded. The events in Konoha. 2 days ago. Hokage residence. 1407. The fifth Hokage sat at the table and all her attention was on 2 documents. After fiddling with them for a bit, Tsunade turned to the audience. So, Komamura Reidi, here are your papers, you have passed all the tests, as well as all the village loyalty tests. You are now officially a member of the Konoha Anbu, and Tenzo will be in charge of you. As soon as the Hokage mentioned one of the Anbu, Tenzo appeared with a clap and asked him to follow him. As the Anbu left, Senju spoke again. Well, you, relative, are now enlisted into the ranks of Arjunin. Congratulations. The Hokage smiled and handed over the papers. Thank you, Tsunade. I'm so glad that a broken clan is being reborn. Kimiro smiled back, but then there was a knock on the door. Come in, Senju replied, and team number 7 entered the office. Hokage-sama, the 7th team has arrived to receive the mission, Hitaki Kakashi reported. Good, Kakashi. Kimiro, you can be free, I'll give you a week to get settled in Konoha. Very well, Hokage-sama. Senju smiled and left the office, exchanging greetings with the 7th team. Who is it, Tsunade-sama? A surprised Sakura asked. The new Junin of our village, Kimiro Senju, replied the Hokage. Senju. That's your relative. Haruno asked dumbfounded, the rest of the teammates were also surprised, only the copying ninja didn't show it. Yes, and he, unlike me, can use the element of the forest. Tsunade was even more surprised. But where has he been all this time? Sakura started to ask again, but the Hokage interrupted her. Okay, Sakura, all questions later, you have a mission now. There's a place you need to investigate. Authorities and witnesses claim that another Mika base was destroyed at this location. Tsunade marked the location on the map and handed it to the Junin. What are the time constraints? The copier inquired. I think 3 days will be enough. You go out today and find out what happened there, then I need a detailed report, said the Hokage, and the 7th team went to pack. Half an hour later everyone was at the gate and on their way, while Kakashi pulled a book out of his pouch and started reading. Half a day later everyone was at the goal and looking at what was left of the second shelter. The same wounds inflicted on the bandits in the last hideout, Sai said, scrutinizing one of the surviving corpses. I see, what do you have, Sasuke? The Junin inquired. Here is the same chakra as last time, I concluded that one person did it, concluded the Uchiha deactivating the Sharingan. I completely agree, sensei. I scanned the wounds of these people, they are all the same type and size, it looks like it was a large sword, but that's not all, this unknown person is using very powerful and seemingly chakra-intensive fire element techniques, Sakura concluded, and Hitaki nodded approvingly. Good. You're already operating at the level of strong Chunin, or even Junin. As soon as the Chunin exams are over, I suggest you apply for Junin, Kakashi advised, and all four of them set off to further explore the shelter. 3 days later. XO, I feel so bad. Naruto opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain all over his body, especially in his right arm. Don't move, Rei, and don't talk loudly or the wounds will open up, Minoru said worriedly and helped Uzumaki sit up. My fingers. Did they cut them off? The blonde asked sorrowfully. Yes. There's no way you'll be able to fold the seals now. The blue-haired man replied sadly and averted his eyes. I'm sorry, if I had hurried up, you would have been fine, Shishigawa also sadly continued, but he was interrupted by Naruto. I don't feel any chakra in me at all. How long have I been unconscious? The blonde suddenly asked. 2 days, Minoru replied, not understanding what the blonde was getting at. The wounds healed only a little, I became like a normal person, said Uzumaki fearfully, and the blue-haired man bowed his head. Suddenly they both heard footsteps, and a second later the thicket shook and a man appeared. Who are you? Minoru shouted and pulled out a wakizashi. Yeah, looks like you got Blondie, said a familiar voice, and Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. You, Uzumaki said and the light from the fire fell on the newcomer. Zetsu, finished the newcomer. What are you doing here? Naruto said in surprise. It's simple, I'm here because someone was dumb or inexperienced enough to be left without chakra, without 2 fingers and almost lost his life, skeptically hinted Zetsu, and the blonde bowed his head. Minoru didn't say anything else, but listened to the shinobi in amazement. The teacher is waiting, Zetsu briefly announced, and Uzumaki was surprised even more. But it's not time yet, exclaimed the Jinchuriki and grimaced in pain. His words are out of the question, the green-haired man replied gruffly and looked at Minoru. But I didn't destroy Mika. The blonde said sadly. It's already done. Zetsu smiled. What do you mean? Shishigawa asked without understanding, and a look of cloudy yellow eyes shifted to him. I've obtained enough information and evidence, as we speak, the head of the entire organization is already being arrested. Zetsu smirked. So who is behind all of this? And why didn't you let us finish this case? Minoru rudely demanded an answer. Hiroko Etsu was behind it. Does that tell you anything? Zetsu grinned, realizing from their faces that the man was unknown to them. Who is it? Naruto inquired. The man held the highest position in the all-fire market. He and his company hired weak guards for the caravans, ran all the brigands, and split the profits. In short, guys, this would be out of your league. Minoru was indignant at this last statement. And why would it be out of your league? Snapped at the blue-haired man. Half the people have their memories erased or replaced with false memories, so none of your tricks would work, Zetsu snapped at the crowd. That's not your field of endeavor, you don't understand it at all, though I was surprised you could get this far, Zetsu praised. What am I supposed to do now? It was my lifelong goal. Minoru said sadly, and Madara's students turned their full attention to him. Problem, Naruto sighed. We should go, Zetsu said and helped the blonde stand up. I'm sorry, Minoru, Uzumaki said sadly as he stood up with Zetsu's help. What are you apologizing for? The blue-haired man also asked sadly. I just have a feeling I'm leaving you behind. Naruto wrinkled his nose at the pain in his arm. It's okay, I don't have to chase after them all the time. I can see the world now. Shishigawa smiled. Thank you for saving me, Uzumaki thanked, and Minoru nodded. A second later, Uzumaki disappeared in the spatial technique along with Zetsu. As soon as the shinobi appeared outside the cave, Naruto grabbed his chest, where a red stain began to form again in the area of the bandages. Without a word, Zetsu took him under his arm and walked towards the entrance. There you are. Uchiha Madara sat in his favorite place in a relaxed pose, his Sharingan glinting menacingly in the darkness of the cave, causing Naruto to gulp involuntarily. Zetsu pulled the blonde closer. Uzumaki's wounds were still bleeding and his right arm ached more. Naruto, you've managed to make a mess of things, the old man said tiredly. Naruto bowed his head guiltily. Sensei, I was careless, I was knocked out twice by the same sound technique. I didn't notice it the first time, but it cleared up in the city. The blonde glanced at Madara, but he didn't even bat an eyebrow. All right. Zetsu, take him to our operating room, and let's get him back to normal. The green-eyed man nodded and led him to the right room under Uzumaki's pained moans. The guy was laid on the operating table, after which Madara used a Sharingan on him and the Jinchuriki lost consciousness. Well, how is he doing, Madara-san? The green-eyed man inquired. He looks like he's got a pretty good seal on him, but it's no problem for me to remove it, the Uchiha replied after scanning the blonde's body with chakra and Sharingan. I see. Should I grow his fingers? Yeah, try to heal the wounds on his chest while I get rid of the seal and put mine on. Zetsu slightly misunderstood his last words and looked at Madara questioningly. I'll put a protective seal on him so that in case something like this happens again, if anyone tries to put a seal on him, it will be absorbed by mine. Zetsu didn't ask anything else, instead he concentrated on his task. An hour later, everything was ready. Well done, Zetsu. Let's give him some time to rest. Come, I'll advise you on your next mission. Madara and the green-haired man left the room, leaving the boy to rest. At the same time in Konoha. What does that mean, Hokage-sama? This certain someone was able to single-handedly fight back against the Mika, even all the culprits were punished. Sakura was very surprised at her sensei's words. It seems so. I just recently received a letter. The head of the organization turned out to be the most influential person in the fire market. Now the entire trading system is being scrutinized so that such a mess doesn't happen. Your mission is now considered a success. Team 7 agreed, but Kakashi didn't agree with everything. Don't you think someone else organized the capture of the head of the organization? It just seems to me that whoever took out the 2 Mika bases would have been more bloodthirsty. Kakashi was an experienced Junin, and his intuition told him that there was something wrong with this case. Maybe, but it doesn't matter now. The one who planted the Mika can't be found, and I don't think it's necessary. You're free to go. Team 7 hurriedly left the Hokage with Shizune, then went to rest. Madara's hideout. One day later. So, Naruto, looks like I made a bit of a mistake sending you on missions. Naruto was sitting next to Madara's couch. Uzumaki was in perfect condition, all his wounds were gone, his chakra was fully felt again, and his fingers were restored. I don't think so. It's just that I was caught off guard because I took on a mission that wasn't up to my level. However, I learned a lot of interesting things. Madara was slightly interested in the blonde man's words. What was it that you learned? Does this item look familiar to you? Naruto had unsealed Hashirama's sword and was now looking contentedly at Madara's face. Where did you get it from? The Uchiha lost his composure for a while, but still got his feelings under control. I met a descendant of Hashirama, and together we found the first's hiding place, where the sword was. Kimuro was kind enough to offer it to me because he recognized that I could use the forest element, and he also gave me a medallion that improved my control over the forest element. Now Madara was looking at Naruto more condescendingly. That's not all. I also discovered the Temple of Masks and I want Zetsu to scrutinize everything there. This scroll has all the information I need. Uzumaki folded a couple seals and a stump emerged from the ground, on which the blonde placed the scroll. Good. When Zetsu gets back I'll have him take care of it. Something tells me you want the mask from there. Well, in fact you'll need it soon since we can't reveal you. Naruto nodded. Right now, Zetsu is still busy looking for information, so once you get some rest, we'll get back to your training. After that you're off to think and engage Nagato's organization, so to speak. After saying those words, Uzumaki began to think about some aspects of his training. Sensei, I think I've had enough rest, so I want to take up training immediately. Naruto's stubbornness had no limits, but it was that quality of the guy that always amused the Uchiha. Okay, look at my eye. Uzumaki did as the Uchiha said and found himself in the familiar white space with the young Madara. So now I'll see what progress you've made, but I'll tell you right away that we're in a slightly different genjutsu now. I have perfected the past, and now even if you die here, nothing will happen to your body in the real world, you will only feel pain. Couldn't you have done this before? Then we could have had more time, and I wouldn't have had to suffer. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, showing his indignation. I didn't have the chakra or time to experiment back then, but while you were traveling, I was able to improve it. So don't whine. Are you going to make me fight someone? Naruto went back to testing his abilities, so Madara changed the subject as well. Yes, these are your opponents. 7 men materialized in front of Madara. What? 7 mist swordsmen. You want me to fight against them? Madara only laughed softly, after which all 7 of them attacked the blonde man. It's been a week. It seems like the test of your abilities has gone on long enough, or rather, it turned into an interesting training session. 2 weeks have passed in Genjutsu. In that time you have died 142,683 times, with you only being able to kill 3 in the last run. An excellent result, or is it just because you've gotten so accustomed to their style that you've simply gotten used to it? However, you've been practicing almost non-stop, unless you count the time it takes to replenish your chakra in the real world. Although while it's recovering you've been exercising, I'm surprised you can do that. Okay, let's take a break, rest in the real world for a week. Once the Genjutsu was interrupted, Naruto went into hibernation for 4 days, after which Madara promised that they would not do such a thing again. After that Naruto spent the rest of his time bathing, meditating, reading books and talking about the past with Madara. After the week was over, the Uchiha immersed the blonde in Genjutsu again, but this time they began training with elemental techniques. Naruto copied and practiced all the techniques that Uchiha showed. The most interesting was the forest element training. Madara showed a couple of very powerful techniques in this element, but the strongest of them was the heavenly wooden dragon technique. This technique Naruto had to learn for about 2 weeks, but the result was worth it, for the wooden dragon was very strong and its attack power was beyond imagination, however it was very chakra intensive. Uzumaki was taught spatial techniques, though they were not suitable for combat. Also the Uchiha taught the blonde man some seal techniques. After months of teaching this, Madara began to teach the blonde in-depth taijutsu, hammering the latest secrets and stances into his head, then taught him how to fight with the first sword and Madara's gunbai at the same time. The combination was very exotic, and after 3 months, the combined attack with those weapons was simply terrifying. Madara even taught the blonde man techniques with the gunbai such as gunbai reflection and gunbai barrier, but it took about another month of training. The blonde had undoubtedly gotten stronger in that time, but Madara was still piling on Naruto because his time was going to run out very soon. In his last breath he taught the blonde Genjutsu and towards the very end he gave him a test, just as he had at the beginning. The 7 swordsmen of the mist appeared before him again, however this time things went very differently. Naruto was able to destroy all of them after 32 deaths. During this time he was getting used to new abilities and tricks of the trade, although he didn't use the technique of the celestial wooden dragon. It had been a little over a year since his arrival. In that year he had become very strong with the help of Madara and the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara had lastly left Mazo in Naruto's charge. After Uchiha's death Zetsu had helped bind him to the boy and he was now completely subservient to him. Jinchuriki could now summon him whenever his soul desired. Zetsu by Uchiha's orders was now completely obedient to Naruto as well. A heavy burden had been placed on them which undoubtedly left a heavy burden on their souls. However, before the death of his teacher Naruto vowed that he would stop the destruction of the world by any means necessary. It had been a week since Uchiha Madara's death. Had the organization begun to take action? Naruto stood at the exit of the shelter in full alert, a green-haired man buried waist-deep in the ground beside him. Not yet. I'm currently conducting surveillance on Nagato, though I don't think they'll be acting anytime soon. Zetsu glanced at the blonde man, his face unchanged. Well, you keep watching while I continue to gain experience in battle. Naruto, remember the temple from a year ago? I mean the temple with the masks. Naruto looked at Zetsu interestedly, with a look of inquiry about what he had learned. I was in that temple. I also hid it from prying eyes, so I found out that it belonged to the Uzumaki clan once upon a time. After the last words Naruto froze with surprise, because he always thought he didn't belong to any clan. What did you learn about the Uzumaki clan? Naruto wondered what had happened to the clan. I knew you would be interested, so here goes. The clan lived in the land of the Whirlpool, which was later wiped out in a war and the remnants of the clan scattered around the world. Thanks to the alliance between Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju, the clans made an alliance between themselves and with the Hidden Leaf. The symbol of the Uzumaki clan is the spiral. This temple is a ritual temple. It houses the mask of the god of death. The other masks are just for show, but if you take one that isn't authentic, you die. Naruto wondered what this was for, and where did Uzumaki get the death god mask from? How about a separate door? I know for a fact that there was a door, but Kimiro said it would only open to a clan member, which means I can find out what's in there. Zetsu confirmed the blonde's conclusions. Good, then my initial goal is clear. I'm going to the Uzumaki shrine. Naruto took a determined step towards the shrine, mentally reviewing his plan for future endeavors. 3 days later. Naruto hesitated, at the Uzumaki shrine. He stood in the right clearing, but the dilapidated barn was not in place. Suddenly, the ground near the blonde man stirred and Zetsu began to emerge from it. Hello. Are you here to remove the barrier? Asked Uzumaki, hiding the weapon back into the seal. Did you really want to attack me? Zetsu said sarcastically. He did not make the blonde wait and already started to fold the seals to cancel the barrier. I don't know if it's the enemy. I'm a versatile fighter, but I'm not a censor, unfortunately. Noticed Uzumaki, Zetsu only smiled. The barrier had fallen and now a familiar shack came into view. The blonde moved silently into the dungeon. The stand with the masks was in place, nothing had changed during Naruto's absence. Jinchuriki looked around for the coveted clan door and after a minute he was already walking towards it. Zetsu, do you know how this works? Naruto looked all around the door and tried pushing it with his hands. As soon as he touched it he felt some chakra being pumped out of him. Suddenly the door began to open with a nasty rattle. I think you already know the answer to your question. Zetsu remarked and began to move into the depths of the open room, following the blonde. Naruto replied briefly. The room was illuminated by a faint light that came from a strange place, and it didn't really matter to the boys. They could see a small pedestal on which, without any doubt, something was on it. The blonde came closer and shook the dust off the object. What he found in the package did not surprise him, but it did interest him. It was a completely white mask with cutouts for eyes. There was no fastening or pattern on it, just a white mask made of an obscure material. Doesn't look like much, I was expecting more to be honest. The blonde confessed with an unconcealed note in his voice and looked around the room. Not far away he saw a table with a dusty scroll on it. Without thinking for a long time he approached it and, having previously cleared the dust, began to read the contents. As it turned out, all the relics from this temple had been moved to another place, which was not specified. However, there was no explanation for why the white mask was stored here and why the Uzumaki clan left the death mask here, although hidden among the others. And it wasn't clear why everything was abandoned in the first place. I guess there's nothing else here. Zetsu remarked, taking one last look around the room. That's right. There's nothing more to do here, let's go upstairs. Taking the mask, Naruto left the temple while Zetsu put the barrier back up. Maybe we should try the mask on after all. I don't know, maybe something will happen to it. Don't underestimate the Uzumaki clan. Zetsu advised. Naruto agreed and took out the mask he had hidden in his pouch. After twirling it around a bit, Naruto decided to pour some chakra into it, in case the same trick that worked on the door worked. The blonde was not mistaken. As soon as Uzumaki fed the chakra, the mask absorbed it and disappeared in an instant. However, a hieroglyph meaning, mask, appeared on Naruto's forehead. Suddenly fragments of someone else's memories of how to use the new acquisition appeared in Naruto's mind. The images flew before his eyes, and all the information was now known to the blonde, but it gave him a headache. I guess it's not such a useless thing, Zetsu. Naruto turned to his surprised buddy, rubbing his temples. The kanji had already disappeared from the guy's forehead and now it looked like normal. Naruto ran his fingers from his forehead to his chin and a white mask appeared on his face, but there were changes. The mask became the right size and was held on his face unaided, no inconvenience at all. At the level of the mouth, the mask took the shape of a predatory smile consisting of sharp teeth. It also had two small horns, which were located, respectively, at the level of the forehead. It looked very impressive and threatening. Ah, not bad and ominous. Zetsu stated as he looked at the blonde with interest. The memories I have in my head show some of the advantages of the mask. The mask has a higher resistance to genjutsu, it's very strong, and it's unlikely to be penetrated by shuriken or even a sword without chakra. It takes up no space and will be with me at all times. It can't be removed by outsiders, but it does have a restriction on it. It will last for half a day, after that you have to wait an hour before you can use it again. The blonde explained and smiled, but you couldn't see it behind the mask. He, well it looks like you didn't come all this way for nothing. Where are you going now? Zetsu asked. Naruto had already taken off his mask and was now looking at Zetsu thoughtfully. I'm thinking of traveling a bit and being a mercenary. I also want to start hunting Nukenins, they pay well for their heads. Madara had explained to him that power and money ruled the world, and that having a lot of money could solve a lot of problems. If I have any information about such people, I'll let you know. Naruto nodded. One more thing, Zetsu. I need you to make some inquiries about my former team. Find out what they are doing now and report back to me. Zetsu smiled and nodded like Naruto had done before. Do you need anything else? Not yet, but I may need your abilities. How are we going to communicate? The blonde asked, odd that he hadn't even thought about it until now. Oh, Madara-san just taught me an interesting technique. Zetsu walked over to the blonde and folded a couple seals before touching his forearm. A small seal remotely resembling a whirlpool appeared on Naruto's arm. What is it? Naruto asked, looking at his arm. If anything, channel chakra into this seal and I'll come as fast as I can. Zetsu smiled. Naruto looked at the pattern for a moment longer and tucked up his sleeve. Good, now you know what needs to be done, so I'll leave it up to you. Naruto clapped his companion on the shoulder and soon he plunged underground, leaving Uzumaki alone. 3 days later. Konoha. Hokage residence. Okay, team number 7. You have an A-rank assignment. You are to escort a man to Otofuku City. There's a high probability of attack, according to his employer, but the threat should be minor, but you should be careful, because I don't like this guy very much. I'll give you 4 days for this assignment, and you'll meet your employer at the gates of Konoha in 2 hours. Any questions? The Hokage looked around at everyone. All clear Hokage-sama, permission to deviate. Hitaki asked. It was strange, but none of his subjects were going to ask anything about the assignment, they were all absorbed in their own thoughts. Good, then dismissed. The Hokage said briefly, and team number 7 hurried away. Hey, Naruto, I've been looking into your former Leaf comrades. Zetsu emerged from the ground and stared at the blonde's concerned face. Hello to you too, what did you find out? The shinobi got straight to the point, he was now in one of the hotel rooms and was going through his weapons pouch. So, they're all right. Team number 7 now consists of 2 of your former comrades and a guy named Sai, looks like he's replacing you. I don't have much information on him, but his shinobi abilities are interesting. He uses animation on painted creatures. Now they're all on a mission to escort a man to the trading city of Otofuku. Otofuku. The blonde interrupted and thought for a moment. That's exactly right. We're not that far away from them right now. Do you want to visit them? Naruto didn't answer anything to that and only sighed sadly. Anyway, they're probably going to get into a lot of trouble. The green-haired man warned. Naruto froze for a moment. What makes you think that? The blonde was worried, he put the pouch away from him and listened to Zetsu more carefully. The man who hired them has withheld important information. He is being hunted by one of Mist's renegade shinobi. Kuro Itsuki, it's unknown why he wants the object, but I can warn you that he is very powerful. According to the latest information, his head is worth about 20 million on the black market. He's done a lot of damage. Terrorist, rapist, sadist, murderer, smuggler, total psycho. His notoriety was now even greater than that of the late Momochi Zabuza. Naruto listened intently. From the side you could see him thinking intensely about something. Do you know what kind of powers he has? What are the odds that team number 7 can handle him? Zetsu knew that Uzumaki would want to know more about him, so he did his best to find out more than he had to. His abilities are quite extensive. He is strong in taijutsu and is good with the family sword, but I don't know if the sword has any properties. He uses the water element often, mostly with strong techniques, and also has the wind element. I don't know about probability, but I do know one thing for sure. He's not working alone right now. Teaming up with the same scum, he's doing more and more disgusting things. I don't know how many people are in his gang and what drives them all. Zetsu finished. Naruto was still tensely thinking. For a while the boys were silent. The silence was broken by Uzumaki. Lay out a route, Zetsu. The green-eyed man grinned. Gladly. Behind you. The sword whistled past the pink head of the leaf kunoichi. If she hadn't been yelled at, she would probably be lying in a pool of her own blood right now. The girl clenched her mace tighter and began to fight off the two opponents, who were acting with amazing coordination. Sakura was having a hard time. Her body was increasingly scratched from synchronized attacks, but as long as she had chakra, it was not terrible. Not far from her, Sasuke was fighting his opponents using ninjutsu to the fullest. Seeing the Sharingan in his eyes, his opponents quickly changed tactics and waited patiently for the Uchiha to run out of chakra. Apparently this was the right decision for the attackers. Sai was unable to fend off the pesky opponents who kept forcing the brunette into close combat. They wouldn't let him use his trademark jutsu, but Sai was a formidable opponent without it. He had already killed one enemy and wounded another with his wakizashi. Of all of them, however, Kakashi was the worst. With not much chakra, he had to protect his employer and try not to get hit by the enemy's attacks. His experience gave him an advantage over the two attackers at first, but soon a third attacker joined them and things started to get bad. At one point he couldn't keep track of them all, even with Obito's Sharingan, and his employer was hit. Ah. Ha. Kha. Another opponent suddenly appeared and stabbed the employer's body in the heart area. The man didn't even have time to utter any words before he sagged on the enemy's weapon. He died. Fuck. Kakashi couldn't finish his sentence. His foot hit his face just in the area of the Sharingan, so the man lost sight of his attackers. The momentary hiccup was enough for the bandits to launch a synchronized attack, after which Kakashi's body flew several meters away. The Junin crashed into a tree and soberly began to assess the damage his opponents had done to him. 2 ribs were broken, a slight concussion, and multiple abrasions. It's kind of boring. One of the attackers stretched out, relaxing a little. I didn't think it would be so easy to deal with Kakashi's copying ninja. A new figure entered the scene. It was a black-haired shinobi of short stature. He held a thick, two-handed sword in his hand and smirked as he looked on. Shit. Kakashi took stock of the situation. Things were rather sad. Hitaki got up and stood in a fighting stance. The bandits didn't even move. They all realized that the leader had decided to act on his own. So, Kakashi, you want to bet? We'll fight one-on-one. If you win, you'll be released, and if not, well then you'll die. Without waiting for a reply, the new Kenin announced the terms of the agreement. Good. Hitaki stepped closer. The bandits retreated, and the entire team began to catch their breath. Everyone began to watch how events would unfold. Sasuke didn't want such an outcome, but his chakra was running out and he had nothing to counter such a condition of the enemy, as well as the rest of team number 7. Suddenly, Kuroitsuki was blown out of his seat, and so was Hitaki. The shinobi clashed in mortal combat. Kakashi countered Itsuke's sword with 2 kunai and skillfully avoided his opponent's attacks thanks to his Sharingan. This Sharingan is really annoying. The bandit jumped away from the Junin and began to fold the seals of the water technique. Kakashi copied it and eventually the identical water dragons collided in a frenzied dance of death. The technique self-destructed after a short period of time and the clearing was sprinkled with a multitude of splashes. For a moment it looked like a downpour, but it stopped quickly. Kakashi went back into close combat. Hitaki created a Raikiri and in a swift lunge tried to deliver a lightning strike to his opponent. What was his surprise when Kuro simply thrust his sword across the Junin's technique. Kakashi was thinking that his opponent's sword should break, but nothing happened, the chakra dissipated and Hitaki was exposed. Itsuki took advantage of this and launched a diagonal sword attack. Hitaki tried to dodge, however he was unlucky, his vest was cut open as easily as if a hot knife was cutting through butter. A huge bloody stain appeared on the Junin's chest. Surprised, Itsuki had no doubt of his superiority. He slung his sword over his shoulder and relaxed. Kakashi gritted his teeth and tried to pull himself together, but the wound brought incredible pain, preventing him from concentrating. My sword has the ability to completely neutralize chakra, so fighting ninjutsu with me is almost useless. The bandit continued, his horde shouting insults at the weak shinobi with undisguised sneer. There's nothing else to do, I need to activate the Kamui. It won't escape, but then I won't be able to do anything to help the students. Still, it's better than nothing. Hitaki mentally decided and began to accumulate chakra in his left eye. Oh, you're not giving up. You still have an ace up your sleeve. Guys. The whole crowd prepared to fight again. What about the deal? Sakura shrieked irritably, the bandits only laughed. Are you serious, girl? We're bandits, what's the deal, we'd kill you anyway. Ahahaha. Itsuki attacked Kakashi again, and his horde attacked the others. Kuro swung for a strike, but his instincts began to sound the alarm. Hitaki opened his left eye, in which the Mangekyo Sharingan burned. Kuro tried to dodge, but it was too late. Space began to warp, sucking everything into a single point. That was where Itsuki, or rather his left arm, had fallen into. Kakashi could no longer maintain the technique, so it had to be cancelled. Ah! The bandit's arm had been torn off and sucked in, but the Nukenin was otherwise unharmed. Scarlet blood began to spurt out of his wound in different directions. Kakashi felt very bad, he was on the edge but conscious, but a quick kick sent him into oblivion. Damn freak. Itsuki clenched his teeth and backed away. One of his minions separated from the attacking team and began to help him with stopping the blood. Sakura saw this as the perfect opportunity and while everyone was distracted tried to strike at the Nukenin. That was her mistake. Her opponent appeared in front of her, having predicted her movements, and with a U-turn kicked the girl right in the face. From such a strong blow Kunoichi instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The enemy wanted to finish her off, but Sasuke came to her aid in time. The bandit was distracted and Sasuke plunged his kunai right into his skull. The enemy was defeated, but there were still a few people left to fight, but they were running out of energy. Sai tried to get rid of his opponents quickly and made a sweeping attack, which was just what his opponents were waiting for. The guy's arms were pinned and one of them was broken with a precise movement. From the pain Sai did not have time to react to the new attack and from the next blow to the head he lost consciousness. Sasuke noticed this and was distracted, his shoulder was immediately hit by a kunai, entering the flesh almost to the full hilt. The Uchiha cried out softly and was immediately thrown back a couple of meters by another opponent. Everyone turned their attention back to him. The brunette's mind was all jumbled up as he was left alone against 3 opponents, not counting Itsuki and the medic who was helping him with his wounded arm. Fire element, fire dragon. The Uchiha used the technique with his last strength, but it didn't have much effect, the opponents quickly moved away from the trajectory. Ha, ha, ha. Sasuke's Sharingan went out, his chakra running out. The opponents smirked. Now the Uchiha was already thinking that the last thing he would see in this world would be exposed comrades and the smirking faces of the Nukenin. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke began to gather the crumbs of remaining chakra for Chidori. His hand shimmered faintly, but immediately the technique fizzled out. The guy's consciousness began to fade, but he tried to resist it as best he could, because if he fell, no one would be saved, the entire number 7 team would be slaughtered. The bandits watched the guy's pathetic attempts with skeptical looks and decided to end his agony already. They attacked at the same time. Sasuke only watched, the whole surrounding world slowed down, he saw his enemies rushing towards him, he saw their blades pointing at him, he saw his death. Not today. A voice suddenly sounded, and the opponents were thrown away from the Uchiha with only one attack. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke. In his hand, the unknown person held a huge gunbai. The Uchiha couldn't see his face, but he could clearly see the guy's yellow hair. It reminded him of him, his friend, his brother, Uzumaki Naruto. The Uchiha couldn't resist any longer and fell into unconsciousness, cursing his own weakness. "Who else are you, you bastard?" shrieked the trio of bandits. A blond man in a terrifying mask appeared before them. Even Itsuki, who had already stopped bleeding, turned his gaze to him. The unknown man stood silently by the unconscious body of the Uchiha, a Sharingan blazing furiously in his eyes that were visible through the slits. "I am your death." Naruto turned to the bandits, and they could now clearly see his Sharingan glowing with rage. "Hey, look at that, guys. The Sharingan again, looks like we're going to make a lot of money." Kuroitsuki smirked and picked up his huge sword. Those present were not confused by the fact that he calmly did so with his remaining hand, but Naruto drew a couple conclusions for himself. The opponent was very strong physically. In turn, the guy was unaware if such a specific two-handed weapon had any special properties. Zetsu mentioned that the opponent was a mist swordsman, so Uzumaki concluded that the element of water he uses perfectly, plus the blonde noted to himself the remnants of water technique. "I don't think you'll be able to take my Sharingan, rather I'll take your lives." Naruto rushed towards his enemies. First he decided to set his own pace and see what the remaining 4 bandits were capable of. It wasn't reckless, after all it was a quality Madara had beaten out of the guy in training. Uzumaki just didn't want to give his enemies a chance for a successful attack. "Cheeky bastard!" shrieked one of the bandits, who was closest to Naruto, and threw himself at the blonde. Naruto only grinned at this action and, throwing Madara's gunbai into his left hand, quickly summoned the sword of the first Hokage. The enemy had not expected such a turn and tried to get out of the blonde's path, but he had forgotten about the Sharingan, which could anticipate his opponent's actions. Naruto read his movements and with one diagonal swing of his sword cut the enemy into 2 unequal parts. Itsuki, watching from the sidelines, was very surprised. He didn't expect such a leap from the guy, so he cast aside his inattentiveness and quickly showed everyone to gather around him. The bandits looked at the blood-stained guy with surprise and a touch of fear. His mask stained with their comrades' blood began to evoke a primal terror in their hearts, but Kuro's growl quickly brought them back to their senses. An interesting way to dispel genjutsu. Naruto smirked, and the tomo in his Sharingan stopped spinning, not at all embarrassed by the fact that he had been figured out so quickly. No, instead the excitement and bloodlust was awakening in him, but the boy tried to banish this obsession, however it didn't come out so easily. "Damn, what is it? This is the first time I'm losing my grip on my bloodlust. I need to pull myself together or I might accidentally hurt Zetsu and the guys. Because of their treatment he can't leave and take them all, though maybe he's just watching like that." Naruto's thoughts began to muddle and he felt himself losing control again. However, at this point the bandits decided to act. "Go in from the left, I'll attack him directly." Kuro quickly gave his orders and lunged at the Jinchuriki. Naruto smiled bloodthirstily, but it wasn't visible under his mask, and rushed towards Itsuka. A scraping of metal resounded across the clearing. Kuro noted to himself that the blonde was as strong as he was, but only with one arm. Naruto threw a couple of chopping blows, which Itsuki successfully blocked, and already blocked the shurikens and kunai flying at him. Madara's gunbai was good at defense, something Naruto wasn't shy about taking advantage of. Itsuki saw a gap in the Jinchuriki's defense and quickly threw a punch, but Uzumaki moved backwards with lightning speed and deflected the blow from the bandit who was pushing him to his left. Naruto spun on his axis and knocked the attacker's weapon away, while blocking Kuro's blow with his free hand. In a burst of rage, Naruto forgot about the clones and his other techniques. He wanted to tear the bandits with his bare hands, he wanted to wash their blood, drain their insides and laugh at their corpses. He let the moment pass and didn't notice that the mask began to turn red and press on his mind. Uzumaki tried to fight back and loosened his focus, for which he immediately caught a shuriken in his shoulder. The pain only fueled his rage and he attacked his opponents, no longer caring about the strange behavior of the mask. The changing rhythm of the battle had a bad effect on the bandits' cohesion and one of them immediately paid for it. Naruto threw a couple of punches with his gunbai and had already cut him into 4 pieces with his sword. Kuro was quick to orient himself, but the loss of his arm had impaired his coordination and reduced his effectiveness, so he only managed to leave a cut along the blonde's left arm before he jumped aside. "What are you waiting for? Shoot him!" Itsuki shouted furiously, and the remaining bandits, except for the medic, began to fold their seals. Fire element, large fireball. Wind element, wind blades. The two techniques complemented each other, and several fire blades and a huge ball of woven fire rained down on the blonde. Naruto didn't even move out of the path of the fire, he just put Madara's gunbai out in a protective stance. "Uchiha Geishi," the blonde man muttered as the attack reached him, but to everyone's surprise nothing happened to him. Not even a second later, the bandits' attack reverberated backwards, covering them with all-consuming fire. Ah! From the screams of his comrades, Irionen began to tremble, his knees began to bend, but he stood. Moreover, the medic ran, in the opposite direction from the blonde. He didn't run far, but Kuro couldn't forgive such an act of cowardice, so he quickly moved to Irionen and with a swift sword movement cut off his head. Naruto didn't react to his enemy's actions, he reached up to his face and, to Itsuki's surprise, removed the reddened mask with a slight movement of his hand. Phew, turns out it was the mask that did it. Naruto immediately felt like he was okay now and the rage wasn't clouding his eyes. Hey, finally decided to show his face and introduce himself to a strong opponent. Kuro grinned. At his words, Uzumaki only raised an eyebrow questioningly. "What the hell are you talking about? I had my reasons for doing so." Naruto tore his jacket all the way off and tied part of it over his face, also hiding it. The blonde man's actions made Itsuki grit his teeth. Kuro didn't want to hold in his anger, so he snapped out of his seat and attacked Uzumaki. The swordsman thought he could win if he fought to his limits. He took into account the blonde's abilities when he was in a rage and had little control over himself. Fire element, great fire destruction. Naruto used one of Madara's favorite fire techniques and exhaled a fierce jet of fire at Itsuki. A flash of flame and cinders covered the space. However, thanks to Uzumaki's Sharingan, he could see that his opponent was still alive. "What a strong technique, but my sword dispels chakra," Kuro said. He covered himself with his sword, which rejects all chakra, so the fire didn't hit him. "You just foolishly revealed your trump card to me, and you could have made me use a lot of chakra. Idiot. You swordsmen are completely brain dead from swinging." Uzumaki was both amused and focused. His opponent had a strong trump card, but in the blonde's opinion, such an idiot was not worthy of wielding it. After Naruto's words, Kuro was silent for a moment, and then with a shout he lunged at the Jinchuriki again. Naruto accepted his challenge and rushed towards him. Uzumaki acted quickly and accurately. With Madara's gunbai he blocked or deflected his opponent's blows, and with Hashirama's sword he quickly retaliated. Kuro was exhausted from the loss of blood from his severed arm, plus the constant dancing with the heavy sword in one hand was wearing him down. The blonde was also tired, but unlike Kuro he didn't have any serious wounds, and small cuts and scrapes were healing thanks to the regeneration from the 9 tails and Hashirama's cells. So after 10 minutes Kuro made a big mistake and opened up. Naruto immediately took advantage of the bandit's hiccup and delivered a strong gunbai strike right into the swordsman's thigh. Itsuki went down on one leg, but quickly shifted to the side, which saved his life. "Damn you, strongman. Remember kid, I wasn't at my best," the swordsman said and pulled out spherical objects from his pouch. Naruto quickly realized that he was preparing to do something unpleasant and he was right. Kuro threw one object at Uzumaki and the other under himself. In an instant, a bright flash lit up the clearing, but that wasn't the only downside for the blonde. It turned out that he was also stunned. Naruto shook his head in different directions and made a tree dome around himself just in case, but there was no attack. 10 seconds later his vision began to return to him, as did his hearing. As soon as he could see and hear normally again, Naruto removed the dome and prepared for defense, but the swordsman was gone. He ran away. "You one-armed devil," Naruto spat and scolded him some more before heading over to Zetsu. Zetsu watched the blondes fight closely and was also puzzled when the mask began to show the wonders of mental interference. However, He was pleased with Naruto's actions. Even though the boy had missed the ringleader, he thought it would be a useful experience for him. Zetsu himself didn't waste any time and managed to heal Team Number 7. It was nothing serious, their lives weren't in danger, but a concussion wouldn't do much good. Gone? Zetsu asked briefly as the blonde approached him. I didn't see it myself, Naruto muttered, and Zetsu smirked. Then they both fell silent and stared into each other's eyes with the most serious mien on earth. What are you looking at, you creepy fern? Uzumaki smirked, and Zetsu only snorted. I could ask the same of you, you little white-haired runt. Naruto had to grit his teeth now, but he steadfastly withstood his friend's barb. Shall we kill him? Zetsu asked suddenly. You're still asking. Bring me that one-armed game and don't forget his sword. I want to see what abilities he has in him. Naruto finished tiredly. Zetsu nodded briefly and quickly disappeared underground. Naruto had no doubt that Zetsu would find the swordsman. He would have gone to track him down himself, but now there were more important things to do. Sasuke's paw. The last thing I remember is a foot hitting me in the head in darkness. I still feel like I'm in a dream, but I can hear bits and pieces of what's going on around me. And don't forget his sword, I want to see it. What sword? What sword? Then everything is foggy again, but after a while my consciousness clears up again and I can open my eyes a little. The first thing I saw was a bright light, as if I was forced to look through binoculars at the sun, but not even a minute later I could see everything clearly in front of me. Still, that voice reminds me of someone. Okay, stop. We've been rescued, but I'd hate to die so soon, though if I'd met him, it's okay. Ah, my friend, why did you leave me? Well, there's no point in thinking about it now. Hey, I noticed a silhouette leaning over Kakashi. Damn it. Is that a Sharingan? No, it's probably just a blow to the head. Yeah, I guess it is. I have to get up. I managed to get up on the first try, and now I'm standing on my feet, albeit not firmly. The unknown man turned to me again, but I couldn't see the Sharingan. I was definitely imagining it. A bandage on his face, just red eyes and blonde hair, similar to Naruto's, so enough. How are you? He's making his voice rough on purpose, he sounds like a kid who wants to sound like an adult, but okay, let him keep playing his games. I'm fine. Who are you? I guess I was ignored. The stranger didn't answer anything and turned to Sakura. He stood over her for a moment, as if scrutinizing her, before kneeling down and running his green chakra-covered hand around her a couple times. Irionen. Maybe just the skills are there. What a strange type. She would live. Just like the rest of them, though. Nothing serious. He briefly threw his altered voice and went into the forest. Hey. I said, who are you? It might be a bad idea to insist in my position, but I want to know. Ray Tetsuya. He said and disappeared behind the trees. I'll definitely remember you, Ray Tetsuya. End of Sasuke's paw. Phew, almost got burned. It's a good thing he doesn't have the chakra to activate the Sharingan, or else my whole henge would have been revealed. I was stupid, I didn't deactivate the Sharingan in time, but it's okay, I have to get out of here before Kakashi-sensei wakes up. I'm afraid he'll find me and then the chance of being discovered increases by an order of magnitude. Naruto quickly headed deeper into the forest and only after half an hour of running did he stop at a large tree. After which he began to wait for his partner. About 20 minutes later, Zetsu appeared with his prey, which was tied up with vines. It was easy to guess that it was Kuroitsuki. So, Zetsu, where's the sword? Naruto looked at the swordsman a little irritated. That guy destroyed it, I don't know what the method was, but the fact remains. We'll never see the sword, Zetsu said sadly and looked at the blonde, expecting him to grumble, but he didn't. Naruto only rubbed his eyes tiredly. I'm going to have to sell his head on the black market, it's been an eventful day for me. The end.